Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter, I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney, Turney in the dirt.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go, come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion, Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to K100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight. Okay, you're good.
sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle. How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You need it? We got it. At Kart Eat Parts, we are your complete online aftermarket kart part superstore. From chains to bearings to bumpers and components, we've got it in stock and ready to ship straight to your door from our base in Ontario, Canada. Check us out online at karteparts.ca.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Come on, man.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser. Welcome back, everybody, to the 9th edition of the CKNA Grand National. As always, my name is Caleb Vieska, Xander Clemens, Justin Prince. Going to be in the booth bringing you guys all the action live at home. And again, we're ready to get going. The first race on the day, the Cadets, with Hudson Howard, or Jay Howard Driver Development. His dad, Jay Howard, sitting alongside him, getting ready to take the green flag. And Grant Heckman with Heckman Bros Racing are going to share row number 1. Hudson, I'll start with you. You finished last year in 3rd. Talk to me about this year, right? You're starting on the pole. This is the best starting spot that you've had here at the CKNA Grand Nationals.
Just at the start, we're going to try to get to lead, try to pull away. If not, just try to keep our head down, and, see what we can do.
And you know this track inside and out, right? You've raced here multiple times, but this time, I think this is probably the biggest field that you've raced against, right? To be exact, 45 drivers total. What do you think about that?
It's crazy to just being in kid kart here, doing the cut through, and now to being on pole here at CKNA.
Well, there you go. Good luck, Hudson. Thank you for that as well. We'll go over to Grant Heckman. Grant, you're starting alongside Hudson on row number 1. How are you feeling? Talk to me about how this weekend's been for you here at the CKNA Grands.
Yeah, I've been feeling good. I'm only 7 years old. I hope I win. I couldn't have been here without VLR, RLV, MBG, my mom and dad, and my family.
And again, you're only 7 years old. You're one of the youngest drivers in this field. Did you expect to be up here on row number 1 for the CKNA Grand Nationals?
No, definitely not.
What would be a successful weekend to you to end things off, right? You've been waiting all year for this exact event. What would be a successful weekend to you, Grant?
Yeah, I just really hope I win.
There you go. We'll wish you the best of luck, Grant. Thank you. We'll move back here to row number 2 to Ruben Greer. Ruben, not a bad weekend for you. Tell me about it. We saw you in NOLA last week, ended with a little bit of bad luck, but tell me how this weekend's gone up to this point for you.
So it's been kind of bad for the first 2 heat races. So then I found out that Hudson Howard's the one I need to push to win. So I'm just going to, like what I did in Heat 3, just push and find a gap and use that on the final lap. But that's really it. I'm just going to do the same thing.
And were you kind of satisfied, right, to finally have a little bit of luck in Heat 3, finally get luck going your way?
Yes, I am.
There you go. Wish you the best of luck, Ruben. Thank you very much for sharing a moment here with us. We'll move back to the next row, the 63, Yusuf Addy. Yusuf out of Canada here with Steel Motorsports. Tell me about this weekend for you, right? You're with the Prime Power team. I see Steel Motorsports. Talk about the travel to get here to Indianapolis and your family. Who's here with you this weekend?
My mom, my dad, my amazing mechanic, John Luca. I feel like we have a really good chance this weekend. Heat 3, we just got a bit unlucky with some contact, but I feel like we can win this.
John Luca, I'll bring you into this as well. You've raced this event. What have you told your driver Yusuf here this weekend to get ready?
It's a long race. Got to stay calm and just stay in the front pack, and you'll have a chance at the win.
There you go. Your coach was racing this exact event last year. What do you think about his performance last year?
I think it was good. I mean, he just got unlucky as well, but he's one of the best mechanics, so I appreciate him a lot.
There you go, John Luca. Wish you guys the best of luck. Thank you, Yusuf, for sharing a little moment here with us. Move back to Liam for the number 4. Liam, we've seen you all year, right? We've kind of talked about the bad luck that you had, your last name being 4, always find yourself in 4th for some reason, coincidentally enough. But talk about this weekend, right? I know you had a little bit of troubles in the warm-up, able to get back going with the red flag. Talk about it all, right? I know the nerves are definitely high for you.
It's been really good. Heat 1 and Heat 2 have just been blast. Heat 3, second place, went in front of me, but I still got up there.
And talk to me about the year. You've been waiting all year to be here, right? Were you excited coming in on Sunday, nervous? Tell me about it.
Oh, yeah, it was fun. I like to race. It just helps me learn that just to help.
And who's made it possible for you to be out here this weekend? I know your dad's here with you. Tell me about the family here with you, your support group here this weekend.
I like to thank my mom, my dad, Nugent, Millennium Technologies, Style Stop, and the MC.
Thank you, Liam. Wish you the best of luck. We'll move on. We'll continue to go. There's a good number of drivers here all the way down the grid. 45 drivers total getting ready to take the green flag here in the first of our Grand National Championship events. 45 drivers total, but I'll send it back up to the booth as we get ready. The national anthem, first of all.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to ask that all you in attendance please rise and remove your hats for the playing first of our Friends of the North, the Canadian National Anthem, and immediately after,
the American national anthem as well. We'd like to ask everyone in the paddock to raise and hold for respect. And once again, thank you for joining us at CKNA Grand Nationals 9. Let's begin with our opening ceremonies. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about time to fire the engines up for main event number 1 of 9 at the CKNA Grand Nationals. We can't wait to bring you all the action here, kicking things off with some of the youngest superstars on the grid, the Lawson Speed Shop Cadet class. They had a bit of a miscue, Justin, in the warm-up to kick their day off, but hopefully all of that is, worked out, all the kinks worked out. They feel comfortable enough in the go-karts, and now they're getting ready to lead off our day.
Yes, indeed, and now it's going to be fun to see who's going to come out on top. We expect things to be very competitive, especially with what we've seen in terms of the battles up on the side of the top 5 and top 10 this weekend. Now it's going to be the main thing. Are you going to be thumbs up to make the right moves and be able to give a thumbs up from the top step of the podium here by the end of the day? That's the huge question for a lot of people on their minds to have to be in this field here. It's going to be a fun one.
Let's get ready to fire the engines and then eventually bring you your starting lineup for your first main event on the day. A quick update for those watching along at home. The main event's a good bit longer, and they'll run pretty much one after another. And if you're looking for the celebrations for your favorite driver, if they cross the line in a good spot, we'll keep on watching because, again, the top 5 finishers will be honored down by turn number 2 right here where they roll off from with the full podium ceremony. And there's a ton of prizes up for grabs at CKNA Grand Nationals 9 presented by Toyota GR Cup and Ownthal Racing Products. Stilo USA. You can see a nice Stilo helmet there with Hudson Howard in the number 49 awarding a free helmet to the entire podium in all classes minus senior light and senior medium. They'll get the winner in those with a top 5 in every single division. Going to get a brand new lid to paint up for CKNA Grand Nationals number 10 or rocket white or chrome. Oh, there's a whole lot of pretty paint schemes out there. Here's a look at Ruben Greer in the final few moments before the command's given to heat up the racetrack and pull the cord to go Briggs & Stratton 206 Cadet Racing, presented by Lawson Speed Shop. And in the final few moments, the last little bit of good luck from Dad, from Mechanic, and for the families here on the fence line. Main event, number 1 of 9, engines fired. And the command given by Jason Burgess will be ready for them when they get back around to turn number 1 to give the green flag, hopefully. Hudson Howard, of course, starting on the pole. The number 49, the J. Howard driver development machine, has been a machine in our heat races, Justin. He has been not necessarily untouchable, but hands down above the rest.
Yeah, he's been very strong from the get-go, been able to hold back the offensive attacks from Greer and Heckman in particular in these races. I think Howard is in a very confident spot, especially with him basically having a max points haul from the heat races and the qualifying. Now it's about backing that up and being able to withstand the pressure, because we know Heckman likes to work with him a fair bit, but some of the others like Ani going to be up there. You also have Reinhold's moving up. A lot of competitors ready to start.
Here's a look at how they will line up for the Lawson Speed Shop Cadet Grand Final. With Hudson Howard, Grant Heckman on the front row, and Ruben Greer and Yusuf Adi on row 2. We saw a little bit of the look at the New Gen Motorsport Tony Kart Liam 4 on the inside of row 3. Jackson Reinholtz on the outside, Justin.
Then row 4, Austin Taylor starts alongside Nathan Stockwell in row number 4. Row 5, Luke Pulpit will start alongside Spencer Height. He'll look to go to new heights from the 10th spot. Tristan Francisco has charged the field a couple times this weekend. He'll start in 11-12. Goes the way of Drew Snyder.
Beyond, Grayson White and Michael Patrick, row number 7. Reagan Hodges and Ethan Smith, row 8. Jackson Brewster, James Fox, Max Zeal, and Anderson Hemphill, your first 20 starters in the Lawson Speed Shop Cadet Grand Final. Elam Stoner with some work to do after a spin in one of his heat races, middle of the road alongside Kuiper Nelson. Then Dalton Sears and Dusty Strayer, 2 drivers we've watched methodically cut their way up the pack, but a rough go in the opener of the weekend on Friday has them starting outside the top 20.
Now fairways back in the running order for those drivers. 45, remember, making the start. Tomorrow back down in that 40th spot. Essentially on the lineup, you have Dean Yates, Connor Morone, along with Gavin Metz, Ewens and Full, who are going to be on the last page of drivers not in this grouping, but it is going to be a busy race. 45 strong, ready to roll. Let's see how they make their way to the tram lines, and let's see if they can keep it clean for this race.
Ready for action with Lawson Speed Shop Cadet. Hudson Howard on the right, and a huge early jump for the field, and I don't think that'll get us the green at all. All the kids were way too amped up there coming to the line to get the okay from Jason Burgess, and he's going to send them back around again. Hudson and Grant Heckman on your front row were full throttle pretty far back on that straightaway, Justin.
Yeah, just a little bit earlier than where the confirmed start zone was from officials entering the weekend. Remember, it's essentially for where there's an orange cone set up for the start line. The finish line is right where the blue and yellow barriers are. The start zone also sees the driver stretch things out a fair ways back from the orange cone by only about 10-15 feet or so, give or take. So it's not where you can just jump at a fair ways up the straightaway. You have to be inside that box waiting for that green flag to fly to make sure you fall within the limits off this start.
15 laps is a good chunk longer than any of the cadet drivers have run. Mind you, some of the heat races had to even be shortened down to 6 laps due to red flags. So this is going to be basically 10% more than the total number of race laps that they've run over the course of 3 sessions on the weekend, and it's all going to be in one. It's all a part of the grand final. 15 laps will be roughly around 17 or 18 minutes. It's a lot of time for a lot of things to happen here at Newcastle Motorsports Park. 1.1 miles long, 18 corners. The officials, you can see 2 of them at the end of the long straight and the beginning of it to try and remind the front row and the rest of the pack to keep it down, keep it cool, wait till the last possible moment to hit the gas and fire up, and here we go. Lawson Speed Chop Cadet is green. Single file in the run down to turn number 5 with a great jump for Yusuf Adi in the number 63 to take over the lead. And Hudson Howard, well, he's been swarmed by the entire pack. The 49 buried back outside the top 10 here as they roll through the cell tower hairpin. Terrible start for the most dominant driver on the weekend. And now it's a big gap even for Adi back to the rest of the field.
Adi's gone absolutely blistering quick from the jump here. It has been a rough one for Howard, already on the very edge of the top 10 with that poor launch. That is just based on the timing and how well Heckman was able to get on the throttle to be able to accelerate and boost that entire outside line. That's why all those drivers outside were just able to go forward and be able to pick up all these spots. That's what can happen sometimes when you're trying to even up the lines. That case was just bogged down the inside. It looks like a meatball flag is already coming out for somebody in the mid-pack. The rest of the field works its way behind the front runners as we go. A interesting start to this race, to say the very least, with Heckman, but Adi is still controlling things up front. You also have Reinholz, who also made that jump from about the top 6 up to second in one of the nitro carts that looks to be fast, all while they start to battle for about 4th, 5th on back. Amatso's battling his Greer, having a bit of contact.
Yeah, he's now going to be on the outside lane, losing 1 or 2 spots here. Ruben Greer in the 020 nitro cart's just going to hang tight enough to be able to keep the damage down to 1. And meanwhile, here's the uphill battle that Hudson Howard is continuing to try and climb. He's already picked off a couple on this lap. Got up to 9th at the end of the last lap. I'd mark him right now at about 7th or 8th, and it may change before the lap is over as he bears down on Austin Taylor in the red and black MPG Motorsports colors. It'll be 2 laps complete. The good part about the grand final, you got room to make mistakes or to have something happen to you, and unfortunately, you can't have a mechanical issue. Whatever the meatball flag is for, we'll get an ID on here in a matter of moments. Change for 3rd as we covered that. Ruben Greer back up the board to P3. Grant Heckman back to 4th. So both drivers on the front row slipping down the order, but Howard especially. He's now gotten by Austin Taylor, so mark him to 6th. Greer back to 3rd. Yusuf Adi continues to lead, and now Jackson Reinholz is there, and the question becomes, will Greer send it on Reinholz for 2nd before Jackson gets a run at Yusuf? And here's Heckman's group. Austin Taylor back in front of Howard. With the changing of that, a gap forms. Maybe 7/10 from 3rd back to 4th.
Well, they are nitro teammates, so that might factor in. Or Reinholz could just send it underneath the leader and take it away from Adi pretty easily through green corner. Just like that, Adi trying to go for the switch. Just made a bit of contact though for scoreboard. Again, it's about picking the right times, and green corner and scoreboard have been some of your most active areas for passes throughout this weekend. Reinholz picked the right time. Now it's the matter of, will Greer find a way to follow on through and try and join the teammate? Yes, he will. Attempted into 1 this time. Has the draft, has the pull, has the spot, and he'll bring Heckman with him for at least a chance.
Hudson Howard was side by side with Heckman there and then ultimately bailed out of it, but it's 5 deep with a gap back from the 49 to Austin Taylor. Dalton Sears, by the way, is up from 23rd, and he's now on the door of the top contenders with Taylor up to 6th and then Francisco. Howard now 4th. Little contact that sounded like further back on the left side. There's 3 drivers collected here. Who do we have? Slade Harrell, I believe, maybe one of them.
This has been a nightmarish weekend if that's the case for Harrell, because started towards the back, has been one of the fastest drivers in the nation this year in this style of racing and in the younger divisions. Just has not had the luck this weekend at all, Xander.
Not even close to any kind of luck for Slade Harrell. If he had no bad luck, he'd have no luck at all. It's been a heartbreaker to watch. He's had a lot of speed even through the practices, but it's going to end with only 3 laps completed of this 15-lap final. Meanwhile, his teammates are still first and second, and what an incredible drive for Dalton Sears, up 15 spots and counting. Penalty flags going up as we get a lead change again. Ruben Greer back to the front. Your front row are back to first and second in inverted order. Well, first couple starters, I should correct myself. Ruben Greer from row number 2, starting on the inside in third. To the lead, Howard to second, Reinhold's third. Now, Hudson wants to get back to it. Took him 4 laps and 4 turns. He's back to the front.
Nicely done by Howard to recover all the way down for about 7th, 8th spot from the early launch. It kind of showcases that Howard's got good speed in the car.
Oh no! That is a 17, Tristan Francisco. More contact as the field pile in at the exit of the cell tower hairpin. 4 cars gone here in the main event for Lawson Speed Shop Cadet. It started as Tristan Francisco was battling amongst the likes of Austin Taylor, Dalton Sears, and Luke Bullpit. Back for 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. He ends up spun around as they banged tires, and then there were 2 or 3 more. One specifically that made contact with Francisco. We stay green for now. Hopefully all drivers involved are okay. They all seem to be moving fine. And what does that do to the rest of the running order now? Did Dalton Sears make it out? I don't know if he did. I think all that hard work charging up the board might have just gone to the wayside. And indeed, down he goes. Drew Schneider involved. Dusty Strayer was the parallel towards the end. He was charging up the field as well. So many comeback drives for Dusty Strayer this weekend, Justin. And another one in the works. We'll get dashed here on lap number 5. Here's a look at the replay. This starts with Francisco going tire to tire with Sears. And then back there you see Strayer getting spun around in the 12, trying to avoid it. The whole field saw Tristan Francisco in the middle of the track and scattered to try and avoid contact with him, and made contact with each other, and the wreck went from a 1 or 2 car incident to about a 5 car contact related moment.
Yeah, tough spot for that incident coming out of cell tower in the racing line in the first place there, but at the very least, we're still racing. We still have the opportunity to see how things go. We're only a third of the way through the race, mind you, so far. Many fans and Heckman's parents watching along as Heckman tries to find a way to close up to the top 3, as they've now pulled away by about more than a second. In fact, at the 1.5 seconds, Austin Taylor isn't necessarily bumping forward, but they are trying to cooperate with each other to see can they find something, anything, to get up to the nitro carts of the Jay Howard machine.
A couple of hard chargers were the drivers that were mainly involved, so we're back to around our original top 10 starters, scattered from 1st to 10th. Hudson Howard back in the lead. Front row starter Grant Heckman in 4th as we watched his family, watching him on, rooting him on to try and hunt down the top 3, but he doesn't have a lot of help to do it. You can see already Jackson Reinholtz is starting to lose touch with Ruben Greer. This could quickly become a 2-driver breakaway, with Ruben Greer and Hudson Howard arguably being the 2 fastest drivers in the cadet class this weekend, realizing the opportunity at hand now with the lead pack disintegrated, that they could take the next 7 laps if they wanted to, not pass, just push, and make it almost a full-on lock to finish no worse than 2nd. Jackson Reinholtz is going to be the one to try and keep them within reach, and he's the best hope for Grant Heckman back there, but Grant Heckman is battling a bit with Austin Taylor, who was looking for 4th as we approach halfway.
Yeah, we are at halfway. In fact, the cross flags up at the stand. Things aren't working for 4th and 5th here. It seems like the top 3 are content. In fact, it's the top 2 at the moment. Greer seems really good pushing Howard. At this point, it's about, can you try and get the best finish possible? Can you get yourself a helmet? Can you get yourself the proudest moment potentially for your season, depending on how things look here? For some of these drivers, it's an opportunity to be able to get some hardware right here and now, and that's got to be at least part of the back of the mind here. I know a lot of drivers say they don't think about that in the moment, but it is something that you have to wonder, there is the inkling of, to know you have the chance for a great finish. Just try and work together, because you have 4 in height that are also in the respective pack that haven't been able to chip away either at 4th and 5th in regards to that situation.
In terms of some of the movers further back, while the top 3 remain just single file, let's check in with our newest hard charger, Remy Boss, from 30th up to 15th right now in the number 8. He's picked up quite a bit. Jackson Brewster's picked up 5 from 16th on the board to get to 11th. Anderson Hempfield's up 6 spots from 18th to 12th. This is Grant Heckman and Austin Taylor there in 4th and 5th. Spencer Height, quiet weekend for the Kit Kart champion from last year. The number 31 finds himself in 6th. Liam Force 7th. Luke Bulpit 8th. Yusuf Adi 9th from leading laps earlier. And then you have to go a ways back to find where the next group of drivers are that are trying to close the gap to the top 10. It's a big gap, about 3 seconds to get to Jackson Brewster alone in the 463. This is a look right here at Remy in the number 8. The Boss Pro Karting Red Speed Machine leads that pack of 5, and Remy Boss, if he is in the front by the time they get back to the loop, it'll be up to 13th. But I think they're going to continue to fight here. They're so far back from the main pack, they're going to have a race of their own. And so 15 spots, potentially as high as 17 if he can get the better of Michael Patrick and Kuiper Nelson. They were nearly 3 wide across the line, having a good time here at the Grand Nationals. 6 to go. Hudson Howard leads to Ruben Greer and Jackson Reinholtz.
Yeah, and it becomes the question, when does Greer try and push the issue? Because eventually you'd have to think he's going to try and make a move here outside of the front straightaway. Seems very content right now to just know that they are making sure it's just them. Making it a 3-kart race, making it just their 3 with a chance. They have had a swap with Taylor taking over for Heckman's spot, by the way, with Ford's group also closing in. So the packs are slowly starting to connect together, but it might be a little bit too late to try and gain up 3 seconds just about on the racetrack unless they can put up some mega times. The leaders are very content on just co-opetitioning themselves together, just making sure they are the only chess pieces on the board here, Xander, because if you start battling back and forth, that's where you could get them reeled on the racetrack.
5 to go this time, and indeed, Justin, if they swapped enough, they would definitely slow down. But I mean, they are so much faster than that next group. 6/10 better was Hudson Howard than Austin Taylor last time by. The gap went from 3.4 seconds to 4 seconds even. And so with a pass being maybe a 10th or 2/10, sometimes not even that, if you have the 3rd place driver push you down a straightaway and get you both well ahead, playing leapfrog almost, then the leader, it could be a net neutral moment. There's not been too much passing going on in that second pack. They just don't quite have the speed, unfortunately. And this is something that you only really see in main events, where the lap count is long enough, the field gets strung out, and the consistency, the ability to string together the same exact combination of driving these 18 corners lap after lap is put on display. In those short heat races, especially some of the red flag shortened ones at 6 laps, the first lap or 2, you're building heat in the tires, drivers in the back are going off, bringing dirt on the racetrack. You're battling because the field's packed up. You get maybe half a clean lap, if not a full clean lap, over 6 or 8 laps. But now, double the distance, and Hudson Howard and Ruben Greer are able to really flex their muscles, and all the hard work they put in from Thursday in practice through qualifying and all the late nights and early mornings here to continuously scrape through the data and the video is why they have this massive advantage that continues to grow. That was another 7/10 last time by, 4.7 seconds back here to Austin Taylor. That said, at the Grand Nationals, the top 5 drivers all are getting Stilo helmets. They're all getting a trophy and going to the Grand Nationals podium. So this battle in this 4-car group, albeit not for the top 3 spots, barring any penalties, it's as we see on the racetrack, that is 2 positions on the top steps, or on the steps of the podium, as all top 5 drivers get a brand new helmet, get a myriad of prizes here with the Cup Cars North America Grand Nationals. So we've got our 3 podium spots, our first 3 on frame right here. Coming to see 3 laps to go, 12 complete. Hudson Howard has led the majority of this main. He didn't get rattled at all by the start, and he went backwards in a hurry. A couple of corners by the time we were into turn 6 and 7. He was down to about 9th or 10th. Ruben Greer himself from 3rd was down to around 7th or 8th. Took them all of 3 laps to carve back through that pack, and since then, they have been content to just push and ride. And Jackson Reinholz, as mentioned earlier, he has no room for error. There's no one behind him. More than 5 seconds now back to Austin Taylor. Any miscue, any missed corner, any flick of the hands, and he's going to give up any shot at the win. It's really, really difficult if you're in Jackson's place because you have to find a way to stay motivated. You're not close enough to make the pass on Ruben. You're hoping, almost praying, if you will, that he'll send a dive earlier than he needs to pass Hudson Howard and open up a battle between the two of them before it's too late, where you have time to mix it up and be able to make a pass for the win. If Ruben Greer wants to wait until the main straightaway or the last corner, maybe the second to last turn, Jackson Reinholz at best might be able to steal second. But if the battling begins to open up, when the double sticks come out from Jason Burgess this time by, the 24 is going to have a chance. And the fight behind him is only going to rage on even harder because there's now more drivers joining. Yusuf Adi has arrived, and Luke Bulpit in 9th is now less than half a second away. So 4th through 9th getting ready to battle for the last 2 spots on the podium. And right here, 2 laps remain to decide the winner in Lawson Speed Shop Cadet. 4th and 5th are trying to get away as Yusuf Adi makes a move on Liam 4. This is back for 6th. He'll take it through 1.
See Adi signaling, saying, work with you a little bit. We'll see if we can catch up, gain some more spots here to close out. But the battle is on for the race lead. Greer tried to do a diamond line, didn't work. Defensive lines for Howard. Howard hugging every inside corner right now, forcing Greer to try and see, can he get a cut to the inside? He keeps having to check up on those apexes though, with where he's reaching them on the corners. This time green corner might be an opportunity. Howard hugging the inside again, bit of contact this time with the bumper.
This is what Jackson Reinholz was hoping for, that little bit of defending and really dragging the brake at the center apex to keep from getting crossed over. Hudson Howard has backed up Ruben Greer to Jackson. But the bad news is they're teammates, right? Fellow Nitro karts. A 2-on-1 battle potentially down the main straight for Hudson Howard. It's trying to get them to fight just for a moment before they remember that they are fighting for the win and they don't want to get into a battle for second. And that would give him a breakaway. Ruben Greer, though, covering low down the front stretch, focused a bit about Jackson Reinholz. That gives Hudson about a car length lead. And with family and friends watching on here at the racetrack, he lives just about a stone's throw down the road in Carmel, Indiana. Hudson Howard leading on our first main event of the day, but under heavy fire as they roll to turn 5.
Now we're blocked to the inside, and our attempt for the diamond by Greer. Greer this time bumps into him. Bit of contact on some pressure from Reinholz, and Greer moves on through. Howard responds back. Howard gives the arc. Here comes Reinholz. Perfect opening. Dimes on through, coming out of Cell Tower, and now has the opportunity to try and block Howard as they head up the green corner.
Howard tried to move in the kink. It didn't quite work, but it really hurt his momentum into the green turn. Now, what can he do to Jackson Reinholz? He's in the middle of the sandwich, trying to hang on over Ruben Greer. He goes behind Reinholz. Greer with a wide line in that final run through the hairpin. Big cover low for Jackson Reinholz. Can he play spoiler to Hudson Howard and Ruben Greer? Final turn coming up. Howard's got a little run, but nowhere to go with it. Last corner, running down the front straightaway. Lawson Speed Shop Cadet. Reinholz down low. Greer following Howard to the high side. They'll drag race to the black and checkers. Howard gets it. Hudson Howard by 66 thousandths of a second. Opens the hands coming onto the main straightaway. Keeps momentum up. And he's able to get the lead back in the final 50 feet in front of the bright and shining Jason Burgess. And Hudson Howard will take the hard left turn to do a full cool down lap and meet us over at turn 2. Jackson Reinholz provisionally second. Ruben Greer third. 73 thousandths for the top 3, Justin.
What a drag race and what a fight once again. Howard had to fight back the best he could there with the drag. Got some help from behind. Ends up being the help that assistant Grant Heckman does hold on to 4th, by the way, by 4 1,000ths of a second over Austin Taylor. Yusuf Adi gets the 6th position. Spencer Hyde down in 7th. Liam 4 in the 8th spot. Luke Bulpett in 9th, and Nathan Stockwell rounds out your top 10. 11th goes to Jackson Brewster, Anderson Hemphill, Michael Patrick, Camper Nelson, and Joseph Nico down in 15th. 16th falls the way of Max Zeal. You also have Brent Mendoza going from 29th to 17th. Drew Snyder drops all the way down to 18th position. 19th to McNeely Murphy in 20th. Some of the other notables, Slade Harrell did keep going in 22nd behind Diesel Maxwell. Clement does fall down to 23rd. Also back there, Dusty Strayer, way far back of the order. Sounds like Caleb is standing by. Let's go down low.
Well, you guys heard it from Hudson earlier on today. He talked about it, right? From running the cut-through years ago here in Kid Kart to this year crossing the line in first, the 49 at his home track is your Grand National Champion. Hudson, you were pitted out of your garage here this weekend with your dad. Talk to me about the emotion. You seem fired up, man. You're finally a Grand National Champion. You finished third last year. This year, you've won it, man. How do you feel?
I mean, I'm speechless. I can't believe I won at my own track. It just means a lot to me, and yeah, you know, winning at my own track since back when I was 5 years old, running this layout, it means a lot.
Who would you like to thank for this victory? I saw your dad here with you. I know your mom is probably going to be joining us here in a bit. Who would you like to thank? Who made it possible for you this weekend?
I'd like to thank my whole family, Chris Jones, Car Republic, my dad, KK, my mechanic, and I would like to thank just God for giving me this opportunity.
Well, there you guys have from Hudson Howard, your Grand National Champion in Cadet in 2025. Check, check. Standing by here with Ruben Greer. Ruben, talk to me about that race. That last lap was close. It's not a Grand National Championship this year, but you're on the podium. Tell me about it.
So I tried my best. I tried to do what my coaches told me on the, whenever they're standing by the fence. I did what they say. And then the final lap, I was like, I'm just going to pass in somewhere unexpected. So I got the lead into the hairpin. But I wasn't expecting it, but Hudson sent it. I had to give him room, or else I wrecked. So then coming into the corner, kind of like the corner right after the hairpin, we made contact together, you could probably see. I thought I'd just gone straight, but I kept on holding it. I went to third. I got at the line for second, and that was it.
Well, you're winning a new helmet here this weekend. I don't know if you knew that or not, but who made it possible for you here this weekend?
My dad, my mom, my mechanics, my team, my coaches, and kind of like all my sponsors too.
There you go. Congrats, Ruben. You're on the podium here at the Grand Nationals.
Thanks.
One main event in the books. We're getting ready to go green with more. 8 main events on tap. And from the cadets, we move on to the legends. And they're going to be making their way onto the front straightaway here in a matter of moments where we'll have our grid walk once again. Stick with us. You're watching CKNA Grand Nationals 9 presented by Toyota GR Cup and Odenthal Racing Products.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win #1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakracing.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser. Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft, and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to K100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now. Welcome back, everyone, to Newcastle Motorsports Park, where drivers continue to get ready for our next group. It's the FHS Legends looking to show they're ready to sparkle tonight. And the thing's going to be who will come away with the lead by the very end of the race. We'll have to see. As simple as that may sound, as confusing that may sound, it's quite a battle amongst these drivers whenever you have these types of races. We've seen so far, it's been a battle of trying to keep up with Ryan Cassidy. Cassidy on the long run, after 5 or 6 laps, has been able to break away by a couple seconds each of the races so far, except for one where he worked with Todd Bolton, the first heat of the day on Friday. And now, we'll see what the driver's thoughts are. Send it down grid side.
Well, welcome back, everybody, to the 9th edition of the CKNA Grand Nationals. I'm sitting by for the alongside the man that made this grid walk famous. Dave Mack, tell me about this event. The legends getting ready to go out with Ryan Cassidy, who's looking to become a 4-time Grand National champion here this weekend.
So we started out the weekend. Ryan wasn't. You had a little bit of trouble. He wasn't doing so well. He's on the pole for the main event. Ryan, and like you said, he's a true legend in the word legends.
Yeah, I would agree. To the driver that finished second right alongside Ryan Cassidy was Todd Bolton, and he's starting this race down in 19th. Todd has had a rough weekend, as we've seen so far, but again, everybody's been trying to take the fight up to Ryan. He's had pace on his own. What are your thoughts so far? You think Todd can get it done here later on today?
I don't think anybody can catch Ryan.
Yeah, and again, who else are you keeping an eye on here in this Legends class? I know we've kind of talked about it a little bit.
Oh, there's a number of them. Who went by? Like the whole front 20 minimum.
Well, there you go. We're moments away from getting going. We're going to wait for the signal from Greg Jasperson as they're continuing to suit up. We'll send it back to the booth here.
Hey, real quick, if you notice, way down the grid, there's a guy wearing an e-karting suit down there. It's none other than Rob Howden. That's right, yes. way down there.
Well, there you go. We're going to keep an eye on Rob Howden as well as he's working his way through the field. We'll wish Rob some good luck as well as the rest of these competitors, but we're moments away from the green flag here in Legends.
Here we go. The carts are now rolling on the racetrack for the warm-up lap for the Legends. It's time to see how things will shape up today for them. As said before, 47 starters for this one. Ryan Cassidy on the pole. Doug Cook will start next to him on the front row. Tim Schutt down in third with John O'Keefe, who led the way in final warm-ups in fourth. Eli Yenko starts off with the top 5. Scott Falcone showed some speed in that warm-up session also. He'll start off in the 6th position. Here's Xander.
Moving back to 7th, James Insko and J.D. Gunn. Ron Kleiss and Tim Stiefel back on row number 5. And Jamie MacArthur and Mike Stevenson, both drivers have had to overcome and pass a lot of go-karts to get to the 6th row of the grid in the main. They start just ahead of ECAN's own Rob Howden from 13th off a string of consistent finishes in his heats. And Jeff Sterling on row 7.
Row 8 will feature Michael Wells and Todd Barron. Todd Barron had some flashes of speed yesterday. Kevin Scott starts off 17th. Brian Berger 18th. That's row 9. Row number 10, Todd Bolton in 19th. Rod Clenard will be down all the way down in 20th in cart number 24. On some of the other notables on page 2, Todd Davis alongside Anthony Harwin. You also have back there Phil Pigmentero, who was in contention for the race lead at Charlotte back in the springtime. And many others looking to rumble here on this track. Just about ready for the tram lines here. It's going to be a busy one. Once again, 15 laps on the board.
Let's do it. Legends drivers, 50 years of age and older, but ever young and ever experienced over the years. Let's see if we can get them all through turn 1. Jason Burgess gives the green. So far, so good as the rumble heads down to turn number 5 for Ryan Cassidy. Tim Schutt was able to stay close to him in the final heat race of the weekend yesterday. He's going to have 15 laps of staring at the bumper of the 53 if he's not careful, though. He needs to be perfect on this opening lap. That was a great exit out of the cell tower for Mr. Timmy Tech himself. He'll pull close enough to the green corner. He could go to the lead right now if he wanted to.
Yeah, that's the thing. Will he get the chance to get enough pull to break up Cassidy's reign up at the front? The answer is no. In fact, he's just willing to give a little small buffer between for now and let the car breathe. We talked about this a little bit before yesterday, where there is some NASCAR experience from Schutt back from the 2000s as a crew chief, a longtime crew member. Of course, on top of the go-kart side of things, he has a lot of mechanical experience, a lot of strength in that organization, and a lot of respect built within it. The Timmy Tech machine losing a lot of ground down the straightaway, though. Cassidy seems to have the gearing set to be able to get a lot of pull for the straightaways today.
And it makes sense as to why Tim was able to get it back up to him out of turn number 8. Trying to carry maybe a longer gear ratio, a little bit weaker coming out of the slowest corners, but that's the level of confidence that Ryan Cassidy has in his number 53 Coyote, that he can roll the minimum speed to make up for that lack of acceleration out of this slow corner here in the back section and beyond. He's trying to make sure that he's geared up for a photo finish in the same way that he won the race last year, having that last little bit of room in the rev range right before the timing loop. However, with the opening couple of laps having everyone's air pressures low and the kart sliding around a little bit, that lack of acceleration, if it is that with an option to go for the more top-end gear option, then we've got 9 ready to bear down and try to shuffle Ryan Cassidy back, because the dominance has yet to show itself, and the field is probably on high alert for that, Justin. They've watched him walk away in the heat races to this point. They don't want to give him the chance to do it here with the grand final trophy on the line.
I almost feel like you need to figure out a way to get him out of the race lead and get him into the midst of some traffic here, see how he fares out when he's not up in front, or at least force him to push you ahead in that regard, because in heats 2 and 3, when he had clean space and really no one else on the bumper, he just was able to break away, had that long run pace that I've hit upon so much throughout the day today, because it's been some of the best long run pace out of the entire field, which will make it so difficult when the race is going to be up to 15 laps here, of course, today. So I think right now, if you're Schutt, you've got to figure out, where can I find a way to get in front? Where can I find a way to poke in front to at least confirm myself a position for second later on in the race if it works out for the draft? If you end up having to work with Cassidy on your bumper, they are working together well as it is, though, I will say, with the cornering speed, with Schutt now building a gap on Yanko, who's gone up to all the way to 3rd already.
Yeah, Eli Yanko on the move, as is only a handful of others. 2 or 3 spots, really, the up or down movement that it's been in the first couple laps. The Legends drivers have shown a good amount of patience. Further back there, you see all the way into the early teens, the first bit of movement. Rob Howland and Todd Barron going side by side back for 12th. Beyond that, all single file here up front, trying to hold on to the coattails of Ryan Cassidy. And the only driver that's had anything for him besides Schutt in the end of the day yesterday was Todd Bolton. Mind you, the 22 had a motor issue in Heat 2, and it didn't look much better in Heat 3. He's already up from 19th on the grid to 13th now, and starting to try and make some upward momentum here before it's too late and the packs have all split apart. You've got these group of 9, maybe 10 call it drivers at Jamie MacArthur there. A little bit of passing here as we see a move between the 16 of Doug Cook on Eli Yanko for the 3rd spot, allowing Tim Schutt and Ryan Cassidy to get away. But Todd Bolton, he's head of the next group just about now, closing in on Todd Barron, who's also marching up from 16th on the grid.
I think Bolton has the speed still in the car. It's just that the mechanical issues yesterday really put him way far back in that order, and it put him in a dangerous position in general here in the 22 machine. Now the thing's going to be, can he find a way to at least salvage a good finish out of this event? We know, based on the final warm-up, that kart still got speed. It was top 5 in pace. It's just, can he get himself out of the suit and get himself on top of the platter. That made no sense, but you get what I mean in terms of he needs to find spots.
He does. He needs to get rolling sooner rather than later. He can't take his time, right? He's got to find a lot of spots before there's a huge gap of 2 or 3 seconds to a group of drivers in the midway point of a race that are going, okay, I can ride for a couple laps and just hang here, buy my time until it gets down to the very end. And if he ends up approaching that for the second group, or for the really main contingent, because there's a 2-car breakaway, if you want to call it the second group from third on back with Doug Cook, if that group decides to stay single file, it'll be that much harder for Todd Bolton to end up on the top 5 steps, because you can see how far back he is here in this pack. He and Todd Barron are on the edge of the second major pack, the third real grouping of karts on the circuit. They're working together nicely. They're trying to make some momentum towards James MacArthur and Mike Stevenson. They're currently 12th and 13th, slowly picking apart the field. A little bit of dust going up there through turn number 2. A couple drivers wide further back. And here is a look inside the top 10 that we were mentioning earlier. Doug Cook haven't made that pass on Elienko, and it looks like the urgency is starting to tick upwards as Tim Schutt and Ryan Cassidy have opened up a full second on this group of 4. John O'Keefe there on screen in the 111 at the back of it. Here's the 117 of James Insko, also looking to get by the Canadian of Elienko, and the VSR Tony Kart in 4th.
Yeah, Yanko throughout this event so far has kind of had to work against stronger. In the Masters side of things has been Martin, the back end of the top 10, maybe top 15 or so, but at least in Legends has had decent speed. Has gone in stronger with the adjustments needed on the kart to be able to keep up with the adjusting track throughout these days. And that adaptability has been so important to make sure you have a chance to be able to perform, especially since today, hearing from some of our crew members, for example, this is feeling like the hottest day of the weekend so far. In terms of some of the temperatures upwards towards 80 degrees, it's almost like summer conditions, although we're in fall. So you have some of your hottest track conditions here today. The kart still plants with all the rubber buildup and some of the rhino line around the racetrack. It's just, where do those temperatures then build because of the hotter conditions to the racing surface, in theory, with the sun beating down on it with clear skies?
Well, what it does, it takes what's a grippy track in the morning to a very slippery and greasy track by the mid-afternoon. And you're having to still find a way to plant that outside front tire and lift the inside rear to rotate. Todd Bolton and Todd Barron, they've obviously got a good enough setup here at 1 p.m. local time to charge up to this main contingent of the top 10. Scott Falcone leading them in the number 99 PPK Blue and Black Coyote. Then it's Ron Kleiss in the number 7. JD Gunn actually in 8th. It's Falcone in 7th at the front of the group. Gunn's falling back on the bright yellow Camp Chaos CRG. And right here, end of the top 10, the 475 of Jamie MacArthur hanging on to that spot. He's had it for a couple of laps now. Halfway in and halfway home. Penalty flag going up along with the cross flags. Todd Barron, Todd Bolton continuing to work back through the field. Meanwhile, Ryan Cassidy and Tim Schutt, their gap now up to 2 seconds. Schutt's just trying to hang on. He's 4 tenths away. Still in the draft, but not right on his heels.
Yeah, last time by Schutt, for reference, lost a tenth of a second, so that gap is growing, with Cassidy consistently setting times within a tenth of a second of personal best. Owen Bolton goes on through. Barron opens the door wide open to the cell tower, and as a result, Bolton able to move up to 11.
A rare mistake from Todd Barron, and the doc gives up 11th to Todd Bolton, and that now upward charge from 19th is at a +8. Let's see if we can get another one or two as they go side by side ahead of him. Ron Kleiss and Jamie MacArthur trading the 9th position. Up ahead here is Elienko's group. They're not far away with Doug Cook and company. And everyone at this point is just hoping that Mr. Timmy Tech, Tim Schutt, can reel in Ryan Cassidy and bring the challenge to him. Otherwise, they're going to watch the number 53 ride into the sunset for another CKNA Grand National victory in the Legends class.
Yeah, this is just exactly what was expecting. The speed has just been difficult to keep up with long run throughout this entire event. At this point for Cassidy, it's now going to be the question on where does this margin now end up, knowing how strong he is. He is one of the drivers that has picked up a lot of wins in his career. As you mentioned, CKNA national competition, has been a headline driver for a long time, has been one of the longest tenured drivers in that Coyote program, has had experiences rated back as far back as 1983 when he started racing in mid-state competition and Briggs Junior competition. He's raced a long time and upwards of double digits WKA championships in the region as well. He's a regional icon when it comes to this style of racing.
There's only been 2 winners in the 4 iterations of the Legends class. Ryan Cassidy has won it for the last 3 consecutive years, 2022, 2023, and 2024. The only other winner, the inaugural year of the division, Todd Barron, who right now looks as fast as Todd Bolton, and Bolton qualified on the pole and seemed to be neck and neck with Ryan Cassidy in Heat 1. And you can throw Tim Schutt right up there as the 4th man, head above shoulders, really, above the rest of the field. 3 seconds, all driven away by himself while they've been mostly single file, albeit battling now for 3rd on back. And there is the 2022 winner, Todd Barron, going down the inside on Ron Kleiss. Todd Bolton now, mark him up into the top 10 officially. And on the bumper of JD Gunn. Even with the battling here for 7th, 8th, and 9th, that second group has caught the first group of them. And we're going to have about 9 drivers in the main contingent fighting for the final 3 spots on the podium. Coming to 5 laps to go this time, mind you. There's the high five from Jason down the front stretch. Your top 2, 6/10 apart. 3 seconds back to Doug Cook. And a frenzy that goes back to 12th with Ron Kleiss in the number 7.
This pack just continuing to add cart after cart in terms of its choo-choo train effect here. Bolton is just trying to pick him off slowly but surely, letting the spots come to him as this run has come on. We'll say some of the others right here still sparring out. You have Cook that wants to really hold on. I've already seen Ensko move up into the 4th spot behind him with the last move on Yanko. Now, Ensko, who was another contender back at Charlotte back in the springtime, looking for a place to try and go, all while Bolton does go in the green corner on the 14. A gun is able to fire off up to 9th spot. Right now, Ensko wants himself another top 3 finish here as the rest of the field just remains patient.
And there was a moment of dust there, top of the screen, after Todd Bolton was able to make the move on JD Gunn. I think Todd Barron went for the same, and JD Gunn is nowhere to be seen. Here comes the penalty flag. There's the 14, top of the hill. Lost 2 spots out of it. I don't know if we had another angle of what went down there in the infield hairpin, but by the looks of things, Todd Barron was trying to go right after Todd Bolton did with a pass to the inside of JD Gunn, and it may have sent JD into the grass and back about 4 seconds from where he was. He just clocked a 118. For reference, Ryan Cassidy's at the 114.2s, and the rest of the field's in the 114 middle 10th bracket and above. Cassidy added 4 tenths, and I don't know if this is good news or bad news. It depends who you're pulling for. But he added 4 tenths to the margin to Tim Schutt. You could pretty much mark him outside of the draft now of the 53 of Ryan Cassidy. And barring some extraneous circumstances, he is well on his way to his 4th consecutive Legends Division Grand National title. And the battling is heating up behind him here. That's Falcone side by side with James Ensko behind him. John O'Keefe, Jamie MacArthur's wheel to wheel. And Todd Bolton is closing up on them all to try and sneak his way onto the top 5 from 19th on the grid. Here's a look at the replay. Look at this. Bolton to the inside. Barron a late send to follow. And there goes JD just off the edge.
Yeah, squeezed him off the line. You see the first initial send right there. Yeah, right there. Just gets him at the very end, pushes him off the curbing. Doesn't cost him too much time. but does end up costing positions, which is the tough break in that situation. We'll say Falcone giving a lot of respect to Insco, gave a thumbs up on the last time they made a pass. Didn't like, I think, how he initially passed Insco in the dive through scoreboard. Gave the thumbs up after the pass. Now we'll see if Falcone, who's been able to set times quicker than the leader, is able to get one, maybe two more chances back at this 117.
Yeah, he won't have a lot of time. Scott Falcone coming this time along with the rest of the field to 2 laps to go. He's in a spot that would put him on the podium. He'd like to be a little higher than that. 5th currently for the 99. Big run going to the shark fin. Tightened it up though, didn't want to go for an over-aggressive send right there. He stays back in line. Holding 3rd, as he has for most of this race, the Roderick Racing Development Coyote, a Doug Cook. Double sticks in the air. Fight for P3 is on. Here comes Insco to the inside. Up to P3 for the 117. And behind, you can see Bolton and Barron, 9th and 10th in that second group, led by Ellie Yanko and John Keefe. They're hoping to maybe reconnect with these 3 to get themselves onto the box because they can see it. Todd Bolton and Todd Barron from the mid and upper teens, almost onto the podium, but a lap and a half remains. Insco, Cook, Falcone, and look at Ellie defending into the cell tower hairpin here with a lap and a half to go. He knows that he doesn't have the speed, or at least doesn't believe he does, to reach the 3 in front. He's going to fight to try and hang on to the best spot he can in 6th as Falcone sends it down the inside for 4th.
Seeing that coming with the way things were shaping up, Falcone's just been that much quicker than some of the karts in this group. But a send back Cook nearly made contact, able to hug forward and another thumbs up. Instead, this time, no back off from Falcone. He kept it side by side and keeps the spot as the hands go back up.
Oh, that right there was a not so friendly thumbs up, Justin. That was Scott saying, okay, you want to run into my side, 2 can play that game. And I think he gave it back to Doug in the shark fin because you can see the gaps opened up now. White flag, Falcone safely into 4th off a heated battle there with Doug Cook, and now Ellie Yanko has new life. He has a chance to steal that last spot on the podium here in 5th, and so does John O'Keefe on the MGM. Here comes Ellie to the inside, further back there at turn 5. Can he get it? Yes, Ellie Yanko up to 5th. Bolton and Barron are side by side back for the 9th position. Ellie Yanko now defending, and he's on the podium provisionally. Doug Cook trying to rebound.
Still not done for some of those battles, but Cassidy has put on a stellar drive yet again. Another long run rocket ship when it comes to his Coyote, ready to finish things out and add to what's been a dominant legacy in his career with all the championships and adding more so to his CKNA resume here in Legends.
An incredible run, an incredible streak that we are witnessing being built in front of our very eyes. Ryan Cassidy, for the 4th year in a row, wins in Legends. Tim Schutt 2nd. Off to the grass for the MGM of O'Keefe in the battle for 5th to the line. Doug Cook versus Yanko. Ellie hangs on. And Todd Bolton gets up to 7th and all of that from 19th on the grid. A respectable drive and something definitely to hang his hat on here at the end of the weekend. Well, he goes back to work on his son Hunter's go-kart for racing later today. But the Legends are wrapped up and they're headed on the victory lap now. Ryan Cassidy headed down to Caleb Vieska at the podium area.
Yes, indeed. Cassidy's margin of victory, 2.6, near 2.7 seconds, by the way, over Schutt. Then it's 5.8 seconds back to the Our Coyote. James Insco in the top 3. Scott Falcone in his Coyote PPK finishes in 4th. Yanko does finish in the top 5 with Doug Cook and Todd Bolton. Todd Barron down in 8th. MacArthur and O'Keefe amongst your top 10. Those separations in the top 10, 8.5 seconds. Amongst some of the other drivers back down the running order, James Perkins stayed down in 20th in his CRG. Pignataro did not get going either from 21st spot. Some of the drivers had a lot of ground to make up, and they had a hard time making some of it. Off note, Rob Howden out on the 14th on the previous page. Back on the last pages as well, you also see some of the drivers like Neil Boyle in 39th, 44 seconds back and more so. A lot of shuffling in the order, but you have one happy driver, to say the very least. Caleb is standing by down track side.
You see the sign of sportsmanship here out of Ryan Cassidy, out of Tim Schutt. And I'll work my way over here with our Legends Grand National champion, Ryan. We talked earlier this week, right? Talked about becoming a 4-time champion here at the Grand Nationals. It was a dream. It was the goal. Today on Sunday, it's a reality. Tell me about it.
Oh, man, unbelievable. I don't even know where to start. Got to thank my parents, my wife for everything, Coyote Motorsports GT Machine, CKNA for putting on such a great event, Kart Chaser for the coverage. It's absolutely fantastic. Yeah, never could imagine winning 4 in a row. This is, I'm beside myself right now.
And talk about the last 4 years. You know, it seems like every year you continue to improve. You continue to be the fastest. And the name that everybody has in their mouths, right, coming into this weekend in the Legends Division.
Just got to keep in the seat. You know, as I get older, that's what I've learned. I got to keep in the seat, keep at it. If I'm away for a little bit, you know, I start to lose a little bit of speed, lose my edge. So, yeah, just got to keep in the seat.
Thank you, Ryan. Enjoy the 4th.
All right. Thank you so much. Much appreciated.
Standing by here with second place, Tim Schutt, close. Man, we were just talking. You were right there with him until about the halfway point, and just a little bit over the course of the race, you watched that 53 get a little bit further out. How do you make, what do you take away from that main?
Yeah, I mean, the comp kart was really good. We struggled when we started this weekend off. This is only the second time I've run this chassis this year. And we got it good for the final. We're just probably about 0.3 of a pound of air pressure off. We come out here and set a little bit longer, and I knew that was going to be an issue, and I just didn't calculate enough for it. So, but Ryan, I mean, God, I mean, he's the king of the castle, man, and I think this is 4 or 5 straight for him. So to run second to him, and I'll run 2 of these races a year, I mean, I got really nothing to hang my hat about. So.
Definitely a good performance. I mean, you two guys were still a whole length ahead of the rest of the pack. Who all, of course, while you've got the team, I'm sure you can't get out onto the racetrack without a little bit of help. Who'd you like to give a shout out to here?
I mean, really, all my customers. They're the ones that make this side of the business actually happen, and they invite me to come race these races with them. I got a couple of families that like it when I race with them. I got a couple that don't too, but just our customers over the last 10 years that have supported Timmy Tech and grown our business into what it is today. And we got the Thigpens with us, the Halls with us, the Lipkas with us, and Derek Wargo. Of course, we had fun with that last night. You know, it was kind of chaotic, but it was still fun. And they're all great families. And then, of course, my wife. Try not to talk about her too much because I get all emotional, but she lets me do this. She encourages me to do this, and she always has. And you know, when you're married to the right one, it's life is really good.
Congratulations, Tim.
Thanks, Andrew. Appreciate it.
We'll keep on going here, everyone. Congratulations, of course, to Tim Schutt, P2 here in your Legends main.
Well, I'm standing by here with P3, the 117 at James Insco. James, talk to me about that last lap. You're still, right, disbelief, but you're on the podium here at the Grand Nationals.
Yeah, I mean, the car worked great the whole way through. We just got into a battle. You know, 4 or 5 of us together, and we're all the same speed. So it's very hard to pass without hitting the other guy. And I finally found an opening, and I just took it and went for it. And luckily, you know, Falcone went with me and started to help pushing away, and we broke away from the rest of them. So.
Who made it possible for you here this weekend, James? Who's your support system here?
The support system is my old man. He's over there. There he is. Pop, come on. Pop, Pop. Come here, man. Come on, dude. Now I gotta, you know, say big thanks to him. You know, he's always been with me. Appreciate it.
Well, enjoy it, James. You're on the podium here at the Grand Nationals.
Thanks.
Good. Scott Falcone ends up P4 after the end of it. We were just talking a little bit here. You felt like the kart had a lot of speed, but again, just not a lot of battling up front that you could take advantage to get back after the way the start of the race played out.
Yeah, no, unfortunately I made one mistake that was pretty big. It set me back probably 5 or 6 karts back to 10 or 12, and I had to work my way back up to 4th. Otherwise, I think we could have got maybe a 3rd, but those guys checked out. So congratulations to both of them. They're great drivers, great respect for them both.
Congratulations, Scott. P4 on the podium. We'll let you get back on over to it.
First time. Thank you very much.
There you go.
Nice talking to you.
Congratulations, Scott Falcone, P4.
Standing by here with Ellie Yanko. We were just talking, right? Happy with the result, or felt like you could have wanted more? You just said you just felt like you had a little bit more in it.
Yeah, I had a lot in the card. Grateful how well it worked, because I was personally physically done after 7 laps. But got a second wind, decided to get back on the horse and get up there.
We're on the podium, Ellie. Enjoy it.
Thank you. Want to say hello to all the folks in Canada. We got our flag represent.
There you go, Ellie. Thank you.
Thank you.
Podium celebrations underway as these drivers get to hold their trophies high and celebrate being a part of your top 5 here today as part of the Legends. Let's take it to a commercial break. Senior Heavy is next on the docket. You're watching Kart Chaser from Indiana.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You need it? We got it. At Kart Eat Parts, we are your complete online aftermarket kart part superstore. From chains to bearings to bumpers and components, we've got it in stock and ready to ship straight to your door from our base in Ontario, Canada. Check us out online at karteparts.ca.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing. Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Yeah.
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Come on, man.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Welcome back, everyone, to today's coverage of CKNA Grand Nationals, the 9th edition here on Kart Chaser. Senior Heavy getting all set to go. We have Caleb standing on by trackside. Caleb, who have you caught up with?
Hey, I'm standing by to a fellow Canadian, right? Christian Savallo here standing by. You were actually the winner yesterday of the Tire Mounting Challenge. You're also racing here this weekend. You're getting set to roll off from 15th. First of all, tell me about last night. What's the secret of changing tires so fast?
Magicians don't tell their secrets.
All right, well, let's talk about the race here as well, right? You're starting 15. Tell me how the weekend's gone up to this point. And funny enough, you actually asked me for an interview earlier on the weekend, and you were like, I just got to get higher. You got it now. Tell me about how this weekend's been up to this point.
It's kind of hard when it was raining on Thursday, and I'm on a Burrell. I've never raced a Burrell. Only had 2 sessions of practice, but me and my cousin, Gianluca, been working hard, getting it ready. Had a bad qualifying, qualified 50th, but good recovery, and hopefully we can make it up in the final.
And tell me about spending the weekend with your cousin Gianluca, right? He's obviously raced this event. You've raced it as well. 2 years ago, I believe, was the last time you were a part of it. Tell me how the return has been, and as well spending it with him this weekend.
Feels great. Missing out on my cousin Frankie, but me and Gianluca, we're a dynamic duo.
There you go. Wish you the best of luck, Christian. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clay Settles rolls from a little bit further up than Christian Savallo, but not by much, albeit, though, it's still pretty close to the front of the field, Clay, compared to how many go-karts we got on track. How excited are you for the Senior Heavy main?
I'm excited to be closer to turn 2 than turn 1, but as a racer, as a driver, I'm stoked, man. There's some fast guys in front of me, some fast guys here around me. This top kart's a rocket. We're going to take it to the front. We got the best flagman in the business. We're stoked to be here, ready to have some fun, put on a show for you guys.
How about that? Clay Settles rolling from the pointy end of the field here. And again, that's saying something when there's this much talent on the racetrack. As we start to work our way towards the front, Caleb, I'll give it back to you just a couple rows forward.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Standing by here with AJ Roderick. Again, you've won other events to this caliber, but you have not yet won the CKNA Grand Nationals. You're rolling off 9th on the inside. It's a good starting spot, right, rolling off from the inside. Tell me about where your mind's at here before this race.
It's going to be about preservation, making sure we stay in the fight to the end. We don't want anyone to get away from us, so hopefully we don't make any stupid moves, and it keeps the lead pack together, so that way when we get to the last couple laps, when the chaos ensues, I'm there.
Talk about the progression of this racetrack as well, right? It's been quite some time since you guys have been on, since the morning. Tell me about what you're expecting to feel out there.
Hopefully a little bit more grip, because we were actually pretty free in the warm-up, so if the track does what it did yesterday in this heat, we should be pretty good.
Thank you, AJ.
Appreciate it.
It's a front row of PPK Coyotes. And, leading the field. Christopher, you've won this race before. This is the first time at the Grand Nationals you're running the full triple. How are we feeling with the heat bearing down on your first of 3 mains coming up?
It's been pretty stressful. I don't know. I'm ready to go out and have some fun with my teammates and everybody else, of course. And it's been a great weekend so far. Me and Chad have been working super hard along with everybody else under the tent. And I can't thank everybody enough.
Well, hopefully we're talking to you again here in about another 15, 16 laps.
Yes, sir, of course.
All right, he's going to get ready. You can see most of the field have their gear on already. Caleb, I'll let you continue to roll on through the grid because I got to get back to the commentary box.
This is the last one here before we get into the race. I'm standing by with Owen Lloyd, last year's winner. Owen, this weekend, a lot quieter than what it was last year, right? But talk about it here. Heavy, you have a chance to go back-to-back. You're starting on row number 2.
Yeah, we had some struggles at the start of the weekend, but
Feeling good now. It'll be hard to beat 3 teammates working together, but we'll give it a shot.
What's been the biggest thing that you feel like you've been struggling with that you're looking to change for the main event?
Just qualifying, really, but we're looking forward to it.
Best of luck, Owen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Once again, our crew working hard trackside. The buzzer already going off for drivers to get to their karts and get ready to race. Again, this field getting set to go. 62 karts strong is the order for Senior Heavy as they will fire up the motors and roll in about 1 minute's time. See some of the drivers in their preparations here, like Christopher McKeithen, going to lead this field here today. Teammates Christopher Wakefield and James Overbeck right around and next to him here for this lineup. Some of the other PPKs looking to try and join up at the front of the field and giving the thumbs up on what they expect on the order. Like Wakefield, who's been really in sync with McKeithen for the past few weekends in CKNA competition. But it could go to anybody as well. You have Henry Wheeler in the mix. You also throw Jerry Fandry up in the 6th spot. Eli Fox going to be someone to tandem with up at the front. There are so many combinations of drivers that could pounce here as they now roll. And the 62 karts get ready to fire up and get ready to go racing.
It's going to take us a moment to get to the entire grid for the Coyote Racing Chassis CKNA Senior Heavy Final. And it took a moment to even line them all. Obviously a number of heat races here to this point. And we've got 62 potentially on the grid. And a mixed bag of heavy hitters. Your different place settles that there could be all-stars about anywhere you look, any row on the grid. But it's an all Coyote 1, 2, 3. Christopher McKeithen's going to lead them to green alongside Christopher Wakefield. It'll then be a close run for James Overbeck, starting on the inside of row number 2 alongside Owen Lloyd. Row 3, Eli Fox and Jerry Fandry.
Then it's Henry Wheeler in 7th spot. Logan Stevens starts off with the 8th position. AJ Roderick start off in 9th with Randall Potter down in 10th spot. Tyler Dolak starts off at 11th with Bryce Frank in the 12th spot. Settles, referred to him earlier on. Start things off next alongside Ryan Miller. Then it's Christian Slovaggio who will be alongside Wyatt Leslie amongst the top 16. Top 18, Justin Wishart alongside Noah Van Straten. Then Dalton Watson and Olamele will start inside the top 20. Then you go to the next page. You have a lot of competitive drivers back here, Xander, that are going to be in the midst of the back of the field.
Quite a few names to keep an eye on. Sean Meyer from 31st. How about as well Jack Sukina and Matt Lyda at the top of the page, or even Giovanni Benson and Clayton Klein at the bottom, and especially the drivers that have just had the worst of weeks with a long road ahead here on this final page coming up. How about the likes of Nick Sobiek back there? Jed Perkins, Hunter Bolton, Jamie Bradford deep in the field, Mark Steele, Mike Dittmer and crew. We're ready for them all to make their way down the front straightaway. Looking for green for Coyote Racing Chassis Senior Heavy for the final time this weekend. We'll put the lap count on the board. 15-lap grand finals ready to go. Christopher McKeithen on the right in the blue and white, the all-black Coyote, Christopher Wakefield. It's the biggest grid you'll see. Take the green from Jason Burgess, and on the first try by, we've got it.
Oh, and some chaos. It looks like a few drivers kicked off the racetrack at the back of the grid. At least 2 off. Everybody else makes their way through.
That was Adam Maxwell as one of them knocked off the racetrack there down by turn number 2. And as we watch the rest of the pack work its way through the horseshoe, off the rip, Eli Fox is trying to split the teammates up front with that move there for second. 2 and 3 abreast through the field as they go to the cell tower hairpin for the first time. Eli Fox now up to P2. James Overbeck back to 3rd. And look at Wakefield getting swarmed. That's Owen Lloyd around the outside. Both of the Coyotes in sync there with a move to get back to 2nd and to 4th. Fox ready to challenge Overbeck still. McKeithen still the leader. and they do not want to give them any chance to break away. They are going right at the 3 black and blue machines that started first, second, and third, and they're going to give it right back to him. Over back into the side of Fox. He got tripped up. Eli holds second. Wakefield into third. Here comes Henry Wheeler, Owen Lloyd, and a whole cavalry down the inside of the number 48 car. James Overbeck nearly off the racetrack as they roll down the front stretch. And as we put 1 lap in the books, it's a big-time lead for Christopher McKeithen, but don't hold your breath that it will stick. 1 second back to a hungry pack of go-karts.
Yeah, Overbeck at this point just had to take the lumps. There was nothing else he could really do except just let the positions go from the outside. But keep an eye on Lloyd here. We know he's been antsy in a lot of these races this weekend, has been able to cut through so many times. Wheeler, also very aggressive. Going inside, now side by side, coming up the cell tower, clears on by. Now Wakefield gets shuffled behind Wheeler as the 0 gets the signals and gets synced up with Fox on said signals.
Yeah, Henry Wheeler happy to work with the MGM of Eli Fox for now to keep the race alive. Owen Lloyd to the inside of Wakefield. He'll get him back to the 5th spot, and here comes AJ Roderick on the Roderick Racing Development number 56, looking for it. Wakefield back to the inside of Lloyd. He doesn't want to give up the fight either, and they'll stay side by side to the shark fin. Still hanging on strong as Wakefield. Lloyd crosses him back up. He'll have karts lined up behind him to push him through the last turn as they bang side pods, and back goes Wakefield. Here comes Roderick following through. Penalty flag in the air from Burgess already here at the end of lap 2. And you can see Wheeler and Fox are catching Christopher McKeithen. He's all by himself up front as now Overbeck and Wakefield find themselves alongside each other. Then there's another Roderick entry in Randall Potter. Jerry Fandry is there. Settles is there. They're all just trying to hang on strong here through turn 4 and on the run to 5. Big wide swing down to the bottom side for the Bureau Art there, Christian Savalio, to hang on to the spots he's just picked up on the opening couple laps. And how about Big Ben Lida, up 9 spots to 14th from 23rd on the grid as we check in with this middle group of the top 10. A swarm of go-karts heading out of the cell tower into the green corner.
Yeah, so far, so very busy has been the action, hasn't it, when it comes to things. Fandry going for a send himself on Potter.
He's going to get help here from Clay Settles.
Yep.
Looking on is Savalio, 3 deep. Potter's still there on the outside. Clay Settles alongside him, Fandry through.
Yeah, nicely done by Fandry to get the side-by-side setup in the green corner in the first place once again. Just be able to keep it side-by-side by 12 and 13. Put you in a prime opportunity to clear by scoreboard here at this racetrack. All of this is with the front 3 breaking away, keeping calm here. Fox all over the back end of McKeithen, but Wheeler is in the popcorn seat if things do start to heat up a little bit, and we'll see how patient Wheeler now gets here, knowing he is in prime position to pounce, all with Lloyd still leading his own choo-choo train, and wow, Overbeck gains all his spots back.
3 different brands, 3 different teams, 3 different drivers with 3 completely different stories right now in the leading trio. And Owen Lloyd in no man's land trying to connect back up to them to make it 4. Overbeck has found Wakefield in 5th and 6th. They're on the way and charging towards McKeithen. First lead change of the day. Eli Fox makes the move stick on McKeithen. And here's Henry Wheeler just watching, looking. McKeithen seeing that he didn't have any help. He wanted to send it back to the inside. It won't happen. And Henry Wheeler with an over-under on the both of them. He'll pull alongside of McKeithen, get to 2nd, and go right to work with Eli Fox. An alliance definitely formed here. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and the PPK Coyotes have dominated the heats. Henry Wheeler on the Mark Steele Barrel Art has been glued to the bumper of Eli Fox's MGM. They are working together pretty nicely so far. They're now 1st and 2nd at the end of lap number 4.
Yeah, now we'll see how much Wheeler is willing to just push here. We've seen him already try and make quick moves throughout this field, try and make dives as soon as he sees the opportunity. Now thinking of a move, fading half down the straightaway, doesn't take it, just showing his cards a little bit, thinking about can he get enough for a run to actually clear by without losing spots to McKeithen. McKeithen spooks by Wheeler, good dive through cell tower. The cell service is good there for the 19, and the pass is there.
So Owen Lloyd, once again, by himself, has tracked down a pack of go-karts. Now he's in the middle of it. 4th in the train of 6. There's not a big gap back to the next couple, and there's going to be a bunch of moves here. Overbeck on Lloyd, Wheeler on McKeithen, Eli Fox. This year for Eli Fox has been all about misfortune and so many close calls to a big-time result. In comparison, Henry Wheeler has had some good finishes. Christopher McKeithen's hot off winning the Canadian Championship for the second time in a row, and he's won this event 2 times already. But in senior heavy, the MGMs were able to team up and work together to give Owen Lloyd the checkered flag last year, and they've now got Eli Fox waving the black, green, and blue colors from the front. McKeithen, Wheeler, Overbeck with help from Wakefield's going to try to freight train Henry. He's got the nose inside into 5, and so does Wakefield as they go door to door. Henry's trying to split him back up as he stays alongside in the horseshoe. Owen Lloyd to the outside. AJ Roderick to the inside, now the outside. And here's Fandry. No teammates for him. The lone FDRTB kart picks up another one and continues to stay just in the picture. Spoke a bit with Jerry Fandry Sr. this morning. They had a consistent run in the heats, just staying where they needed to be. In position to start to the front of the field in the senior heavy main, and a race that nearly saw Jerry Jr. go to victory lane 2 years ago. He's got another shot if they can keep touch with the top 3, but they're side by side. Fandry versus Wakefield. Here comes Randall Potter back to the inside. He'll send Fandry back down the board. Lloyd gets space, and now it could be a 2-on-1 up front. Fox the leader. Here comes Christopher McKeithen back to him. Overbeck is there. Furl black flags to the main group. Jason Burgess trying to let them know to use their heads. The penalties have been flying this weekend trying to keep the drivers in line. But it's upwards in the low 80s. It is hot, it is humid here in nearly October weather in Newcastle, Indiana. And the tension could not be higher, but now Overbeck to second, McKeithen back in the lead, and Eli Fox, his help with Henry Wheeler from earlier, is buried back in the middle of the lead group.
Yeah, just like that. Now the entire complexion of things have changed yet again. PPK in control. Overbeck's been able to recover. In fact, now gained from his starting spot just about here with the charge. Should say it's been an impressive campaign for Overbeck. We talked about his experience in multiple different platforms, including KA machinery. He's been really strong in this kart this weekend, has been willing to play the team game to help out his fellow competitors here as they go. Now, we'll see what he elects to do here for now if he plays the big defense on Fox. Oh wow, cross flags up at the stand. We're halfway through, have to go.
Oh, Clay settles out. The top kart driver colliding with Bryce Frank at the exit of the cell tower hairpin. They were 10th and 11th. They're done. That's now promoted Wyatt Leslie into the top 10 from 16th. Big Ben Lida's up 12 spots now from 23rd to 11th. And they're catching up to the main pack here because as much as the leaders have made their exchanges relatively clean, Owen Lloyd has strung the packs together already once over, and the main group of them just continue to fight, but they're back to single file formation now. Christopher McKeithen's first try at running the triple came at the Summer Nationals in Cincinnati earlier this year on July 4th weekend. He was 1 spot shy of the first main event that weekend to Lloyd. P2 for the 919. He's won in light and he's won in medium here. Can he make it a senior heavy win? Could he be the first driver ever to triple up at the CKNA Grand Nationals? Lloyd made history last year as the first driver to podium in 3 divisions. Christopher McKeithen, if he stays where he is right now, he'll have a chance to do just that and better with 2 more mains on tap. 8 laps down, 7 to go. McKeithen, Overbeck, Fox cheerleaders, Lloyd and Wakefield 4th and 5th.
Keep in mind that Wakefield just at the fastest lap of the race, the 1:13.6 is 10th quicker than the leaders. In fact, they are running a little bit quicker at times as your top 3 go, with Lloyd working out the back of Wakefield. So Lloyd does have an opportunity to maybe close up the draft once they start to squabble a little bit. They have the raw speed. It's just they don't have enough hooked together here, especially since it's 2 different chassis trying to work together and sync.
Well, they don't have any movement in the leaders, right? There's no passing. They're both doing the same thing. Overbeck glued to the bumper of McKeithen, Wakefield glued to Lloyd, and an unlikely alliance there in 4th and 5th. is still, unfortunately, not paying any fruits yet, but they've got to stick with it. At some point, things will get mixed up again for the top three. Hard to say if that'll happen with teammates first and second. James Overbeck, like you mentioned, he's been happy to push for a lot of the heats, but that doesn't mean he doesn't want to be the first to the checkered flag. He'd love to get himself another CKNA Grands win. It would be Eli Fox's first if he could from third, and an upset in the way things have shaken out now for sure. And beyond your top 10, here just past the midway point, from 31st, Sean Meyer, a former CKNA Spring Nationals winner in senior medium, a perennial contender in Masters competition now, as well as senior heavy, has climbed into the top 15. And we've got more movement here. Wheeler to the inside of Randall Potter with help from Fandry. Potter's going to stay strong there in this third group of them. And the two Roderick machines now sandwich the TB kart there in 6th and 8th. So a pack of 3 up front, 2 more right here, 4th and 5th. This 4-car pack, Wheeler, Potter, Fandry, Roderick. They've got about 3 seconds back to Wyatt Leslie and Ben Lyda and Matt Lyda, the brothers from 22nd and 23rd, now have gone by Leslie, or have almost gotten up to Leslie. I should correct myself. Matt Lyda on the way here. He leads this group. Matt currently 12th. 13th on the racetrack, Gabe Sessler in his CKNA Grands best run yet with the Wicked Racing support and GFC. 5 to go. Christian Savalio, who Caleb spoke with on the grid, in this pack as well. Little gap back to him, though. In 16th, it's Justin Wishart ahead, and Meyer now up 16 spots to 15th. Logan Stevens, 17th. Rothman, Cody Sabota, Bryce Downs from 46th on the grid. Wicked Nick Sobiek is wicked fast on the VLR. He's come out of deep in this field to pick up 20-plus spots. Gotten all the way up to 21st. And he's almost gotten up to Bryce Downs and Cody Sabota as of last time by. His progress will probably stop around there because it's gotten pretty tame up front. And the pace is starting to really show for Overbeck and McKeithen. Last time by, they pulled a little bit away from Eli Fox. Now Fox realizing that it's trying to split him up. A move to the inside here in the infield. It'll put him back to second. 4 to go at the line. Fox signaling for help. Overbeck looking back, checks the gap, and now it's a black and blue machine. Christopher Wakefield has gone past Owen Lloyd. Eli Fox in second. Owen Lloyd in 5th. Christopher McKeithen out in front as we're used to finding him. Here's a look at what happened. They got all tripped up out of the green corner. James Overbeck trying to follow McKeithen, just dropped the left sides off the edge. And Eli Fox was able to capitalize.
Yeah, just able to take advantage of another mistake popping up there, and all of that has now sparked back to, you were talking about before, there's no movement to help close up gaps right here. We just got the movement to be able to help out Wakefield, to help out Lloyd, be able to close on up. You have the other pack right now that's staying pretty calm with drivers like Potter and Wheeler working wheel to wheel.
Yeah, Randall Potter's gone to the front of this group right as there was some movement in the front of the pack that, like you said, connected 4th and 5th. This group for 6th on back, they were fighting as well, and that's cost them some valuable time. Further back, Wyatt Leslie still running with Ben Lyda, trying to do everything they can to stay close enough for the fireworks to eventually go off in the lead group. Eli Fox trying to run back up to Christopher McKeithen. When McKeithen won his first try at the senior medium main here at the Grand Nationals, it was getting away a little bit as the battles unfolded behind him and putting clean laps together. Now that's happening again. 2.5 to go. Overbeck through to second. Wakefield to third. Lloyd side by side with Fox. He's going to hang tough and try to make his own path here. Say, all right, Eli, let me see what I can do. Because we're back to the original starting order, flipping second and third. Overbeck in second. Wakefield P3. Christopher McKeithen has yet to be caught since that momentary mistake by James Overbeck. But the 48 had a really good exit there, Justin. He's got a good run. He's still in the tow range, closing up towards your leader. It'll be down to a car length by the green turn.
It is indeed down to that car length. Same can be said for Wakefield, though, the back end of Overbeck. Overbeck not taking the chance to send it quite yet. just waiting for the right time right now. If he forces it now, it opens up the door for Wakefield. It opens up the door for Lloyd. It falls right into their play to be able to take over this race lead themselves. If Overbeck keeps waiting for now, as long as he's able to defend potential moves, well, it's now about trying to see, will we still work with McKeithen, who signaled again, work with me at the start and finish line.
Eli Fox that lap really lost ground after having to go offline multiple corners in a row. He needs a mega rebound lap here and maybe a little bit of battling, but this will be tough. Owen Lloyd is in an inverted script from 2024. It was 3 MGMs against Sean Meyer in a Coyote, and he was the leader of the 3-pack, but Christopher Wakefield splits them up with a move for second. James Overbeck has won on this big stage before. So has McKeithen. Wakefield never has. He wanted to put himself in a spot to make his name known, but now he's side by side for third with Lloyd, who will cross him up, and he'll have the inside advantage for the next corner. And McKeithen is away again, headed for the white flag. Overbeck, all that hard work just went to the wayside. He's got to do it again with less time on the clock.
He's had this happen before where he's got speed, gets towards the front of the field, then boom, the next card he needs to get to just so happens to be already nearly a second up the road. Seen this yesterday in the heat races. Now, with the white flag waving, it's McKeithen's race to lose. He's got a big buffer, but is it too large? Overbeck has to have a monster of a run to have a chance here.
McKeithen only was able to clock a 1:13.9. James Overbeck was 0.6 back at the start of last lap. Even with that exchange back and forth with Wakefield, if he does another mega run through this sector here, he'll have a chance. It'll be a stone's throw, a Hail Mary, if you will, for James Overbeck to get up to his teammate in Christopher McKeithen. Let's see if he trusts Owen Lloyd enough to give him the opportunity. He went a little bit narrow there in that back hairpin. I think he's still got a good enough exit to get close, and he keeps checking the margin as well behind to see if he's going to get help or not. Into the kink, green corner, final time. Big send from Wakefield again on Lloyd. Again a crossover. No help for Overbeck. They're going to drag race into the infield for third. Wheel-to-wheel contact. Big over-under from Eli Fox. He'll pull alongside into third for the 122. A slick move on the final lap. Lloyd to fourth. Christopher McKeithen with the chaos erupting over and over again behind him. It's going to be another Grand National title for the 919. McKeithen wins it in senior heavy. Overbeck second, and Eli Fox steals third on the final circuit.
How about that once again? McKeithen was able to get enough distance, and as expected with that margin, was able to hold back. If there was another lap or two, it might have been a little bit different. But it's again, the 919 using teamwork to make everything work today for him and PPK Coyote. Again, those Coyotes finished 1, 2, and 5 amongst your front runners. Going to be a happy day for them. And they're 10 just across the way here from the tech lane. Eli Fox finished off in third. Owen Lloyd and Christopher Wakefield were in the top 5 in this one. Then it was Henry Wheeler and Randall Potter in 7th. AJ Roderick in 8th. Jerry Fandry in 9th. Sean Meyer finished off in 10th position. 11th go to Cecil Geep, specifically Ben Lida did get up to 12 after starting 23rd, while Leslie Matt Lida caught from 22nd to 14th. Wizard does not really gain much, finishes off 15th. Amongst those on the second page of note, Jamie Bradford down in 20th position, for example. Keena, amongst those who competed, Charlotte, for example, in the conversation for the win there, finished 23rd. Maglio finished down in 26th position in the order as well. A good 20 seconds back of your leader. As well, drivers like Huntington Bolting down in 33rd spot. Others, like Marco Longo, finished back in 36th. Adam Maxwell from the contact did get 37th at least. Now some of the DNFs, Clay Settles and Bryce Frank finished 51st and 52nd in a lengthy DNF list.
luckily, I got great people behind me. My mechanic, Chad Dawkin, he's the best. He told me before the session that we were making a change, and I honestly didn't think it was going to work, but we'll do the same thing for light and medium now, and I'm very happy and very thankful.
And again, 3 of you guys on the podium. Talk to me about the hard work that you and John have done all year, right? Traveling all over the country, all over North America, really, right? Spreading PPK and spreading the Coyote chassis.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. Me and John have been everywhere together, multiple countries, multiple states, and across a lot of borders, a lot of hours. But, you know, I think our go-kart's really unbeatable. And, yeah, it's just perfect. I couldn't have asked for a better feature there.
Congrats, Christopher.
Thank you.
Debrief a little bit. It's hot already. You got one in the books. Talk to me about that senior heavy main.
Yeah, it was definitely pretty crazy. I got shuffled back pretty early. I was probably a little over-aggressive on lap 1, but set me back. But we had a good enough piece. My Coyote rocket engine racing works. It was really good. So made our way back up there. Got shuffled back a little bit at the end. Lost some time to Christopher, but his car was so fast. I mean, it was really hard to catch him. Even when he was just on his own, you needed a pusher to really get up to him. And but congrats to him. Great to see 3 Coyotes on the podium. So that's always cool to do.
Congratulations, James. You got more racing coming up, but P2 is a good start.
Thank you.
James Overbeck, second in senior heavy.
Standing by here with Eli Fox. Eli, it's crazy to say, but this is your first podium at the Cup Karts North America Grand Nationals at your home track. Is it bittersweet, do you feel like, having speed to win this race?
I mean, I feel like I kind of did it to myself. I may have probably pushed a little hard, like James said, in those opening laps. I mean, got to split those guys up. They're good. They know how to race well. So that's what I was trying to do, you know, make some progress there. And looked back, I saw Henry was there. I don't know what happened to him. I thought we were maybe make some progress and break away from the pack, but it just didn't happen. Looked back again. There was a massive gap. I'm sure there was some racing going on behind me. And thought maybe I had a chance to get away, but they decided to shove and get back to me. But no, I mean, it's a great weekend. If you can make it out of here unscathed and get a podium, you know, you're racing against a lot of killers out here. So just super happy to honestly be in the top 3 and be able to, you know, put myself in this position.
Thank you, Eli.
I'm also going to thank a couple people. Huge thank you to MGM and Bradford Auto Care and Kart City Performance. Great. Can't say enough about Rob Smith. He's an absolute animal. Thank you very much for always providing me with killer stuff, and thank you, everybody.
There you go. You guys have from Eli Fox. Send it over to Xander.
Three consecutive podiums here in all 3 tries for you. What's it going to take to be able to do that again? You've already got one checked here, standing on the top 5.
Yeah, right. We're going to try and keep that up for sure. Came on the gate pretty good, but then started to fall off there a little at the end. But, you know, it's hard to compete with 3 chassis, you know, like 3 karts in a row. But just had some difficult times getting ran off the track and falling off, and then had to work my way back up and look forward to the next one.
There you go. Whole lot of speed. Felt like you had to catch a lot of packs by yourself, I feel like, all weekend. You think you're going to have it a little bit easier with where you're starting, knowing the way that the dynamic's going to go now in light and medium?
Yeah, if I can stay on track, I think so.
There you go. Owen Lloyd, top 4 today.
Standing by here with Christopher Wakefield. Christopher, a 5th for you. You try to get yourself into the mix for the win. A top 5 in the end. And again, for you, bittersweet.
Yeah, we had a fast kart the whole race and the whole weekend. I'm glad that I'm learning from these great guys, my teammates, Christopher and James. They're really good drivers. I just put myself in the wrong position sometimes. So still learning. Yes, of course, it's bittersweet to not get top 3 or win. But it's just my first year. I'm still learning from these guys, so it's great to have this team backing me.
And again, you have another race later on today. What did you learn here in the morning that you can take into the next couple?
Yeah, you got to kind of sort of look ahead of yourself a little bit, stay patient, and control your go-kart.
Well, there you go, Christopher. We'll let you join the rest of the boys on the podium. Thank you.
Thank you.
Drivers now getting themselves in position to celebrate on the podium. Raise the trophies high and get to celebrate a part of a top 5 run for them all and a great race in the end. Take a step aside in a moment. Come back, more coverage. Next up in the docket, Sportsman, your Kart Chaser.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars!
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Welcome back, everyone, for more coverage of the CKNA Grand Nationals. Its 9th edition continues from Newcastle Motorsports Park. Justin Prince with you here as we get ready for the Prodigy Motorsports Sportsman class, as some of the drivers already moved their way off from the previous podium. But the other competitors are already getting themselves into their karts. We're working fast and working hard to make sure everyone gets themselves going for some competitive racing. This should be a competitive one, especially with the battle to see who can rip away the lead from the MPG Motorsports entries up at the front of the field. Now the Marinello's right behind. You also have some of the Nitro karts ready to charge a part of this pack as everyone gets to work to get their drivers in the seats and ready to rumble. Karts are now rolling on the racetrack. It's time to see where things stack up for this field. 38 strong are a part of your Sportsman, which Will Feichinger will start on the pole with Dominic Gaddis alongside. R.J. Brown in third. Aston Wyatt starts off at the fourth position. Hayden Lawson starts in fifth today, with Jerome Wickham in the sixth spot in the Magic Kart. Seventh goes to Danny O'Gara alongside Laney Thigpen. Then it's Clayton Stiles looking to try and show some style, with Keegan Irwin showed some race-winning speed at times this weekend in 10th. Connor Lipka starts alongside Brody McDonald in the top 12. Then Drew Blam alongside Ryan Hall. Hendrick McKay starts 15th, with Ryder Thompson down at 16th. Down to 17th, we go to row number 9. Harrison Bell will start alongside Dean Saunders. Chase Thixton all the way down 19th. Kason Hendrickson rounds out your top 20 starters today. And there's a lot of drivers in this field, as mentioned. Daniel Dragunov is the one to watch for. Keep an eye on Kart 151, starting 23rd spot. He's had top 5 speed from the jump, but has had 35th place luck in regards to keeping the kart clean in some of the heat races during the weekend so far. Field is all set to go. We're happy to have you with us once again here on Kart Chaser. It's time for Sportsman to get fired up. The MPGs ready to lead us down. And the green is out. We're underway. One kart got a fire off at the front row, one did not. Already, R.J. Brown amongst those in the top 3 with a shuffle. Will Feichinger has dropped all the way down to the 4th position off the jump. Gaddis with the better launch in the 714 machine. Much of the field starting in a single file out early on in this one's enter.
Easy going start for the front of the pack at least. They've already gotten close enough to battle. Will Feichinger along with Aston Wyatt, R.J. Brown mixing it up. Dominic Gaddis leading the way here. Feichinger right there in third. R.J. Brown in fourth. And then a good start for Jerome Wickham. After starting on the front of the pack in heat number 1 and hanging there in the Magic Kart, he's since kind of struggled and been shuffled a little bit further back in each of the 2 remaining heat races. This is a good jump to the 15-lap grand final here in Sportsman presented by Prodigy Motorsports.
Yeah, that Magic Kart should be in the conversation for the top 5 all throughout this one based on some of the speed showcased this weekend. But we'll say that Nitro Kart Wyatt up at the front looking to disrupt things just like some of the others are looking to disrupt for the top 4. There's the move. Wickham taking the slide on through. More drivers shuffle on back as that's going to see Thigpen to the back of the main group. This main group is about 8 karts deep for now. How long that lasts, we'll have to see as things stay relatively calm for the lead for now. But for how long as Wyatt plots and plans with 2 teammates on either side.
At any point this race could be a number of karts, it could be 2. It all comes down to how they play things from 4th on back. Right now, little bit of a gap back to Hayden Lawson there in the number 10 Paralyn machine, but he can close that up in a hurry with 1 or 2 good corners with how early the 5 in front are going to have to break, or at least the 4 in front of him, that is, to not run over Dominic Gaddis, who will lead us at the end of lap number 2. Long way to go in Sportsman presented by Prodigy Motorsports. A 5-car train, 2 car lengths back to Lawson, Keegan Irwin, and Laney Thigpen in the Timmy Tech Comp Kart there in 8th, and then a bigger gap back to Clayton Stiles and Danny O'Gara.
All single file for now, but you still have drivers like Thigpen who do not want to remain patient. Good set going through the horseshoe to make it stick and find the grip to be able to not lose any ground on the pass. All of this while Stiles works as that bridge kart. The thing is, Stiles is picking up a lot more draft than O'Gara is picking up from Stiles with how things are looking back there. Right now, that Lando Norris paint-schemed kart trying to close on up right now. Styles doing a good job, just needs some help to actually close up with the raw strength and grip this front of the field has over the rest of this pack right now, as everybody is playing the patience game, playing a chess match, and making sure it doesn't turn into a game of dodgeballs and dodge the checkerboards, rather than what we're seeing here, where you have the drivers contemplating where the right move is going to come from.
In the early going, there's only been one driver that's really been picking up spots, at least a significant overall gain, and he's all the way back in 16th as of the last time by timing and scoring. 23rd on the grid, and now to 16th for Daniel Dragunov in the 151 Nitro kart. He's all the way in this third group here. There he goes in the white and green helmet. He has gotten away from the middle of the field. He's starting to hunt down about a 6-car grouping with Danny O'Gara, Connor Lipka, Drew Blem, Ryan Hall, Brody McDonald, and Ryder Thompson. That's outside of your top 10 in the early teens. And there's a lot of racing still to go. If Daniel Dragunov, after the weekend he's had, with about as big of a roller coaster as anybody up and down the leaderboard, he could still make out with a Grand Nationals trophy and potentially a new Stilo helmet, with the top 5 getting a host of prizes across the board at CKNA Grand Nationals 9. Here's a fight for the lead as we check back in. Dominic Gaddis lost it for all of a moment. Aston Wyatt tried to take it, and then he gets teamed up on by 3 of them, now 4 of them, and back to 5th he goes. It's an MPG 1-2 now, with Feistinger into 2nd. Gaddis showing the way, and RJ Brown now into 3rd on the Marinello, and the magic card of Jerome Wickham into 4th.
Nicely done by the teammates, and that's the thing. Coordination is key if you want to control a draft pack like this, to be able to make sure you dictate the tempo and make sure you don't allow anybody else to get a chance to respond. That's why they're pushing so hard amongst each other here, with Feistinger on the back end with Gaddis. But everybody else now sees that push and now has to try and recover quickly. They are not taking the time to recover, though. Wyatt, again, with a bit of a squeeze on the 212. Wickham had to get out of the gas. Lost himself a little bit of time there.
As they roll through that final turn, Dominic Gaddis, Will Feistinger with an opportunity to start to splinter down the group. RJ Brown hanging on by a thread. Fast and Wyatt with that move to get back up the board to 4th. He's now got a couple of clean corners he needs to string together to keep touch with your top 3, because these two, they have worked together phenomenally well over the course of 2025 across the Midwest, and a handful of national events they've been able to make it to. And check it out. Here's a look into the grandstands. Family and friends watching on. That's Dominic Gaddis' mom watching as her son leads at the biggest stage in Cup Karts North America racing, and the biggest by head count entry race in North America in 2025. 550 plus drivers slammed into Newcastle Motorsports Park. Over And as we watch here, Will Feistinger in 2nd. My apologies there. Gaddis and Feistinger, their families watching along. Miss Feistinger's got her boy with a great opportunity to win. Dominic Gaddis the same. The two of them had a good fight earlier in the weekend at the end of heat number 3, having some fun with already 2 great heat races in the bag. At this point in the race, you're going to see them probably work together and try to continue to let more drivers fall off the back of them. RJ Brown's hanging tough, though. Great performance for the number 7 Marinello in 3rd. And Aston Wyatt, fast and as he's known, is fast. That was a 10th.5 gained on your top 3.
Yeah, that's with the help now with Thigpen working on the back end of the 221. But to get to the thought process with Brown here, talking about this with Nate Dean earlier on during the warm-up session. He's just been like this all day, where he's been consistent throughout his events, has been a constant threat to at least provide pressure. It's been difficult for RJ Brown to actually make the move for the lead, but is in a properly great spot to take advantage if things start to overheat, if things bubble over amongst these teammates. And that's still a proud moment, you'd have to say, for his kart and his team to know that Maranello has a lot of pace in it in general to be one of the top 3 karts on property in Sportsman this weekend.
This class presented by Prodigy Motorsports, the official best kart race team with a whole host of entries. However, it is an MPG Kart Republic 1-2, the Maranello in 3rd, the Nitro kart of Aston Wyatt in 4th, and the most recent Sportsman CKNA Majors winner, Laney Thigpen. The Georgia native with Timmy Tech already having a podium with the team owner going to 2nd in Legends. Tim Shutt watching along as his now national race winner is going to have her shot at win number 2 and the biggest win of her young career. She's at the end of the lead group with a healthy cushion back to Hayden Lawson in the 6th spot. They have all dropped away and made it a 5-car break up front here at halfway. Lawson further back leads Irwin, Wickham, and look who's cracked the top 10. Daniel Dragunov, have yourself a Sunday. He's up to 9th, looking for 8th on Wickham, side by side to the green corner. The momentum continuing for Daniel Dragunov as he fights for P8 now. With the changes up front happening, there'll still be a shot for him to get there. Another one down, and as they race it out here for 3rd, an opportunity forms for the top 2 here, Justin.
Yeah, an opportunity to be able to bust away and break away from this pack if they keep on battling. I will say this with Dragunov, though, that kart, an absolute rocket ship, has just bounced back every time it's faced adversity. Now, the thing's going to be, I don't know if it's going to be enough time for Dragunov to get to the race win. Last time by was still a 10th off the lead, but while making a pass. All this is with the 151, has better speed than most in front. That's the critical thing. He's been able to pick up a lot of draft as of late. That draft closed up 3 kart lengths going up into pit quarter alone.
That was big right there. Now he's going to take it and use it in the cell tower hairpin. Another one down for Daniel Dragunov. Move him to 7th. Irwin back to 8th. Middle of the fray here with Hayden Lawson now having the 151 bearing down on him for P6. They're just over 2 seconds away. Daniel Dragunov continues to run at an unmatched pace through the field, and he can almost see the leaders up ahead. The top 2 staying in lockstep. Dominic Gaddis, Will Feistinger, Aston Wyatt, RJ Brown, Laney Thigpen. As they try to close back to your top 2, let's see what Aston Wyatt can do this time by. He's been able to make mostly good time to make inroads and cut the gap down. He cut it down by 3/10 that lap. That was big on the improvement for the 2-2-1 and the 2 drivers riding along with him. And we're back connected again, you could call it here through turn number 4. 5 deep in the lead group. That second pack is not terribly far away. 2.5 seconds or so. Dragunov able to get the better of Keegan Irwin. Last lap we saw, he got Hayden Lawson at the end of the lap as well. Daniel Dragunov 23rd up to 6th. And now the biggest mountain to climb will be to try to go faster than the 2 MPG drivers that are pushing together in the lead to close a near 3-second margin.
Yeah, that might be a very big mountain to climb with the gap. We've seen gaps closed up from a couple seconds back. 3 is pushing it and leaves him very limited time to be able to actually do the job here if he gets there. That's the thing, Dragunov's having to basically do it without any draft with how he's pulled around the track. Just continuing to build the buffer in front right now from the rest of the group in the second pack. All of the leaders just continue to remain patient with 5 laps to go.
With 5 laps remaining, there's still enough time for some more changes up front. Let's see if Aston Wyatt tries to do it here or if he is happy enough to sit in 3rd. Spent the last few laps pushing to get to the back bumper of Will Feistinger. He doesn't go here in the cell tower, so it's Dragunov. All on merit because he's even gotten a little bit of separation back from his bumper to Keegan Irwin, so this will be all on his own. Last time by, Daniel Dragunov a 114.2 and a 114.19 for race leader Dominic Gaddis. He held it even, but he needs some help He needs some battling at the front of the field. He's not quite getting it yet. If he does, he might be able to have Keegan Irwin and Hayden Lawson tag along for the ride and catch your leading quintet. Beyond those drivers, Jerome Wickham has now fallen into the clutches ever so slightly of Connor Lipka and Danny O'Gara's group with Ryan Hall and Clayton Stiles. That's back of the top 10. And while Dragunov's drive, as impressive as it is to go from 23rd up to 6th, he's not the biggest mover right now. That honor is the driver all the way back in the upper teens. How about it for the 251 MSL Racing CRG of Tanner Barsh in 19th and now 18th. 38th, basically tail end Charlie on the field for Tanner Barsh. And he has clawed up to the middle of the fray. A little ways back from this group. His pack a good ways away from the leaders. He just got to the front of it, 13 seconds away, and there he is in the blue helmet. An uphill battle after a weekend that's probably left a lot to be desired for Tanner Barsh. This is going to make that long trek back home to Texas a little bit easier. With 20 spots picked up so far, time for more still left as he leads this group of Lincoln Wiley and Logan McCloskey at the end of the top 10. McCloskey's also up 9 spots himself from 29th on the grid in the number 40, in the number 20, right there in the red and white Beryl Art, and the 44 Ricardo Kart there in the middle, Lincoln Wiley. Here's your leaders as we go to the front straightaway. 3 laps to go, this time by 12 in the books. First bit of changing in the lead pack here in a minute. Laney Thigpen wants 4th. It won't happen. RJ Brown hanging tough around the outside. And now that's a big, big time gap that's open from the back of Aston Wyatt.
Yeah, Brown forced out of that original groove. Cost him a lot of ground, having to go upwards. Some of the marbles are built up right now on this track. It's going to take having to work with Thigpen to get back up there again maybe, or some battling to cause some of the inroads. And we know Wyatt is amongst the drivers who is going to battle early on. When does Wyatt break forward? When does Wyatt break up these teammates and tries to go for a send up through green corner or scoreboard?
Well, he's got to get back to him.
Yeah,
he just lost a ton of time right there, Justin. Lost like 3 car lengths. I don't know what happened. He must have not gotten out of that cell tower at all, well, compared to the 2.
I think it was more so the push coming from Feinsteiner to the back end of Gaddis, helping them sync up that much quicker down the straightaway through the kink, because you can gain a lot of ground if you bump drop there.
You can. That's right in the middle of the rev range before the rev limiter. A great point. You can suck right up to a driver in front, and then as you get towards the top of it, keep on pushing if you're the cart behind. It's been a picture-perfect display of teamwork for the first 13 laps. But now Jason Burgess has let them know with the double sticks. 2 laps remain in the Prodigy Motorsports Sportsman Grand Final. Aston Wyatt has now refound some help in RJ Brown, who has caught up to him. Laney Thigpen as well. Daniel Dragunov just hoping, licking his chops, doing everything possible to stay close for when the racing opens up. But the teammates are not giving an inch. They're not defending, they're not passing. No battling yet for the race lead. And partly due because, again, like you said, Justin, they got perfectly synced up coming out of that back hairpin turn number 8 again and really opened up the throttle over the 221 of Fast and Wyatt.
Yeah, but eventually you'd have to think one of them has to go for the race win. Quite simple. You'd have to think Feinsteiner's thinking, can I make it where I don't cost my teammates spots, but I can get the win? Right now, it's the matter of where does he try it. Front straightaway. White flag is out. Final time round. Still no bumping yet again. Still in sync. Still pushing their way through the 90s.
I'd be curious what the conversation was like between Will Feistinger and Dominic Gaddis. Team owners Chase Jones and Billy Vincent here having a great time watching 2 of their young talents now top a 38 driver Prodigy Motorsports Sportsman field for nearly the entirety of the 15-lap main. Half a lap to go. Feistinger in a great spot to try and make a slingshot move if he can wait just long enough and time the run right out of turn 18. Or does he want the lead sooner than that? Right here in the green corner. First move for the lead in a minute, and that brings everyone back. Feistinger brings them all, the family and friends, to their feet, screaming as he's got the lead. Gaddis hanging tough on the outside. Aston Wyatt couldn't get up to second. He's still digging for it. RJ Brown to third, and ascend down the inside into the shark fin to get that spot. One more corner to go. Will Feistinger has pushed Dominic Gaddis for 14 laps out of 18. He leads for the first time. It's the final time. To the line, side by side. Black and checkers. Feistinger is your Sportsman Grand Final champion.
A phenomenal battle yet again. You had to wonder when the move is coming. Oh, contact after the finish.
Danny O'Gara, Connor Lipka, Chase Thixton racing to the line. Thixton and O'Gara side by side for the 10th spot, and Thixton and Connor Lipka, an innocent bystander, ends in 12th. He gets tagged as well.
You don't expect that coming to the checker flag there, just getting some contact as they get hooked along down the straight. But it's an MPG 1-2 today. Feistinger, Gaddis 1 and 2 by 51 one-thousandths of a second. RJ Brown in third spot. Wyatt, Thigpen, Dragunov, Irwin, Lawson, and Styles, with Thixton getting himself a top 10. Thixton able to move up from 19th starting spot. Daniel Guerra finishes off 11th. Lipka, Hall, McKay, and Blem once your top 15. Some of the drivers there stayed in the teens after starting in said teen range. Also of note, you have Jerome Wickham, who fell all the way down to 16th. Thought he would have a chance on speed, didn't have it there. Tanner Barge, by the way, right behind McDonald, charged up to the field and got up to 18th from 38th starting spot, stayed there at the end. Also of note, some of the drivers towards the back of the field, like Brandon and Cracker, amongst those back there, will hope for a better next time. But the field gets ready to celebrate. Let's get ready to go down towards trackside. Everybody's happy. RJ Brown is extremely happy on the podium. MPG going to be happy as well.
Standing by here with the 210 of Will Feistinger. Will, you were ice cold, emotionless earlier this weekend, but I saw what it meant to you in the seat. Tell me about it. You're a Grand National Champion in 2025.
I mean, this means everything to me. I've worked so hard this year to even get this close to winning this.
And again, I saw the emotion out of your mom. Your dad's obviously here with you. Who would you like to thank for this victory here, Will?
My mom, my dad, MPG Motorsports, Lawson Speed Shop, Kart Republic, everybody who's helped me get here.
There you go. And I'll bring mom and dad. Come in here as well. You guys have been traveling across the Midwest. I'll let you guys celebrate here.
Awesome. So proud of you, bud.
Oh my gosh.
You guys have been traveling around the Midwest, right, with Will, racetrack week after week. What does this mean to you guys, Dad? I'll bring you in first, your mom as well.
I mean, this is the culmination of a lot of work. I'm not the best mechanic, but this kid is driven, and I mean, he makes it look easy for me. So all the hard work, all the time on the sim, all the time watching Kart Chaser in the morning, and in the sim at night, I think he earned it. He worked hard as can be, and he worked well with MPG and with Dom. I mean, without him, we couldn't have done it.
Mom, we saw you on the fence line as well, right, throughout this race. Talk to me about the nerves.
I just wanted it so bad for him. He's worked so hard all season, and I just wanted it so bad. And usually that's when things don't go your way. So I'm really glad that today went our way.
Well, there you guys. Enjoy it, Will. You're a Grand National Champion in 2025.
Thank you.
Dominic Gaddis. There's two sides to every story. Buddy, you led the majority of the race. You and Will put on a perfect display of sportsmanship, and right before we were talking here, you got a lot of congratulations and respect from the entire MPG team. Talk to me. I know this one stings a bit, but you had such a great weekend.
Yeah, I did, but it just turns out that if you lead the race and then on the last lap, it always bites you in the butt.
Still, you were fast. You and Will were incredible. I know this one feels like it was one that you had a good shot at, that it one maybe that got away, but it was one for sure you had a shot at, and it takes a lot of effort to be able to run at the front of the field. Who would you like to thank for having such a fast piece?
I want to thank Chase Jones, Billy Vincent, all the MPG, grew in MPG Motorsports, Lawson Racing, my parents, and that's pretty much it.
Dominic, you did a great job today. Congratulations. P2 here for Dominic Gaddis, and again, a phenomenal performance for both Dominic and Will here at MPG. Congrats, Dom.
Thank you.
Standing by here with our third place finisher, RJ Brown. RJ, you jumped out of the seat, went straight to your dad. You guys hugged. I see the emotion in your face. Talk to me about how this podium at the Grand Nationals feels.
Yeah, this means so much to me. I've worked so hard for this, so my entire family. I want to give a huge shout out to Smiley Witch back at home. We did it! Nathan at Marinello, everyone under that tent, Marinello USA, Tiffany and Justin Kelly, and my entire family who's helped get me here.
Well, RJ, you're the top 5 best in sportsmen in the entire continent of North America, if you will. Enjoy this, man.
Thank you. I'm so happy about this.
Lower gears, and then
Aston Wyatt joins us here in 4th. And Aston, again, we were catching a little bit up here right before speaking to you. But, yeah, close. Probably the story this weekend. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, the car was great all weekend, but power was just not there really. So our gear was low, but so we had all right infield, but 4th, sorry.
Still, you're on the podium. You got a new Stilo helmet coming your way. Who would you like to thank for all the help?
My dad and Cody Johnson, Nitro. Yeah.
There you go. Aston Wyatt, P4 today here in Sportsman's main event.
Right on over with Laney Thigpen. Laney, you close off your sportsman career here with a podium. You won when we were back at MCC. How does this feel to you, right, heading into your junior career with a podium here at the Grand Nationals?
It gives a lot of confidence to know that you're fast in one class, and then it's not that different in another class, so you can be fast there too.
And again, who would you like to thank? Your dad's been with you, your support system. He's been holding the umbrella for you right on the grid. Who would you like to thank for this podium?
I definitely want to thank God and my mom, my dad, my family, my grandmother who's watching back at home, my friends at school who always support me, and Mr. Tim, all the mechanics back at Trackhouse who help me and give me a lot of confidence to race and be as fast as I can.
Well, congrats, Laney, and we'll see you on the podium here in a couple of moments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Once again, your podium celebration as all 5 drivers now make the way to the podium. A chance to be able to celebrate coming up here for these drivers, a chance to be able to hold their trophies high once everyone is in position here. Again, some great racing here today amongst the class. There they go, the 5th of the drivers line up. All 5 have their trophies in hand. They get the chance to step up and raise the trophies high. Part of the CKNA Grand National celebration. As they finish up their celebration, we're already getting to quick work for our next division. The kid karts are already getting gridded up over in their usual starting spot, not down in through 1 and 2. So these kids will look to see who will be the one to shine the brightest. So far, Mateo Romero has led every single lap in this class. Will that continue for these drivers? We'll have to see. The youngsters now getting in position with their family members, making sure they know the game plan. And make sure they're already in their karts here. The umbrella's keeping everyone nice in the shade for good measure. Down the track side, Kel Viesca, Dave Mack.
Well, thank you guys. We head on over to the youngest class here this weekend, the Kid Karts. And I just got to flip the page there after Sportsman. It was a great race, but 25 drivers total from all over the country joined us here this weekend. Dave, to me, this is one of my personal favorite classes to watch. These are the stars of tomorrow. Talk about the Kid Kart class, and for you guys over at Cup Karts North America, right, making them a part of this event.
And you're absolutely correct, Caleb. And I always look at the pre-entry list for the Kid Karts, because that's the future. That's our future. That's karting's future. And it's so important to have this many Kid Karts on the grid. Just makes me so happy.
And I'm happy as well. You're obviously over from Minnesota. You see a couple of Canadians. Who made the trip down here to join us here this weekend?
Oh, I'm trying to think. Which Canadians?
I got the entry list right here. See if you can find one.
Well, how about, let's see. I'm trying to think.
Hey, there's nobody.
Nobody is jumping right off the page for me, but I'm sure there's a bunch here. Yeah, and I see them all over. Canadians travel so well. I'm going to be perfectly honest. I'm a little bit embarrassed of my Americans because the Canadians travel so well. 20% of the entries this weekend are Canadians.
That's good.
That's fantastic. So thank you to the Canadians. Americans, come on, step up the game plan a little bit.
Well, there you guys have it from Dave Back and myself. We're getting ready to go green here with Kid Kart in a couple of moments.
Well then, as a Canadian, I guess I could say I'm happy. Well, all these drivers will have some time to prepare though before we get rolling. So, it's going to be a fun one for these competitors. Mateo Romeo, by the way, as said, going to be the one leading the way, who really stands out amongst this field over Maddox Knives. We'll see if Knives is able to take away the lead and force some pressure for the 93 in traffic for the first time. Maverick Rennick also starting amongst the top three. William Heckman up in the fourth spot. Just amongst the top couple rows, you see Mayo setting on up compared to Knives, who is keeping very cool in the shade in the Kenner Brown racing machine. Maverick Rennick from Texas, of course, and a famous MLB player, a lot of experience. Josh Reddick over the years and was a part of the people actually in the paddock here this weekend, celebrating and watching his son battle here today. Sunshine again bright over top Indiana, but a cloud cover is starting to pop up at times. Your full grid now comes up here. Tony Beam and Aria Denhauer will start in the top six. Vettel Baker starts in seventh. Mason Poole in eighth. J.J. Deshawn and Will Holzer in the top 10. Then it's Sepker and Piccolini. Then Knox Smith and Grayson Miller are in 13-14. Mendoza alongside Dozit in 15-16. Kramer and Hayden in the top 18. Then it's Cruz Dittmer and Aubrey Babcock starts off at 20th position, was one of the drivers. Some issues at the very end of the last race. Then Sonny, Simino, Jude Boss, Lohman, Clements, as well as Earlsman. The field is just about ready. Are you ready for some Kid Karts? We hope you are, as the engines are fired. They wait for the chance to launch. Jason Burgess with the last of the safety checks before we get going. It's like he is happy with what he's seen from the karts here. And they are now getting the chance to roll. Now being told the chance to stop because Jason Burgess wasn't even at the start of the flag stand yet. Field very antsy to go here, Xander. They went before Jason Burgess was even up at the flag stand yet, just about.
Well, that's what the CKNA Grand Hats is all about, racing. These kids have been waiting all morning to get after it. Here they are, they're antsy, and there we go. A full field of Kid Karts is away through turn one. Oh no, a bunch of them spun around in the first corner. 4 or 5 facing the wrong direction. Sideways, backwards, forwards. Chaos erupting at the beginning of the Kid Kart main event. Meanwhile, Mateo Romeo leading the way in the LGK. Maddox Knives almost had him. He nosed ahead over the timing loop, and Maddox is right there trying to get right past the 93 off the rip in this 15-lapper. It'll be around the same distance as the grand finals are for the full-size classes with a shorter layout for the kid karts. Still a long time, and sadly, they're going to have to wait a little bit here as we're going to bring the red flags out and go under halt.
Taking a break. Red flag on the racetrack here in this one.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Is Kyle Cuthbertson doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
So they're re-racking your kid karts, getting set to go green for their main event. On tap, next up, after the kid karts roll, will be the senior light class. We've got a couple of highlights, though, of one driver that is gunning for an unprecedented, a record-setting try at winning all 3 senior division main events. The winner from senior heavy earlier, Christopher McKeithen's had an incredible march here, Justin, over the course of the last 2 years.
Yeah, last year, for example, was a part of those competing in those senior showcases that happened in the nighttime, went back and forth in some intense battling with James Overbeck. Paulie Massimino was also in the entry list, but in the end, it was McKeithen who got the edge over Massimino. Then you skip ahead to Charlotte earlier this year. You had him battling with Colin Warren early on in the race, but this was the same type of race that had some of his fellow teammates to work with. The 27 machine, Christopher Wakefield, able to hook up with them, and they ran away after the intense battling early before they went back and forth into a drag race to determine who would get the edge at Charlotte. It ended up being the 27 over McKeithen. Still a great points day that day, amongst some of the many good finishes in the running order for McKeithen over the past few months or so in this series. He's had some sparkling moments. It's about keeping that up in all the classes because he's been a threat amongst the top 10 in all of them.
And of course, when you talk about a threat to the top 10 in classes, and Christopher McKeithen, already now a 3-time Grand Nationals race winner, well, how about the driver that's going to be lining up alongside him in senior light coming up next here? You can't talk about CKNA racing. You can't talk about the Cup Karts Grand Nationals without talking about the winningest driver of all time. 8 editions of this major event, and Colin Warren has simply just found a way to be a factor in nearly every single main that he's been a part of, and it goes beyond the Cup Karts North America Grand Nationals. It goes, of course, across the board with the majors in CKNA action. And, well, we've got a look at him along with Christopher McKeithen. They've both positioned themselves in a great spot for the class coming up here in senior light, a class that some of these kid kart superstars may find themselves in just a handful of years, like some of the rookies that'll be joining them near the pointy end of the grid. But Christopher McKeithen, he's got a highlight reel for sure, and Colin Warren as well. What an incredible career he has had, and it's not done yet. Starting on the outside of row number 1 ahead of the second largest entry list class, senior light, that's coming up next here. While kid karts wait for the green flag, let's take a look all the way back to 2021 to kick this off here with the beginnings of our coverage. Back we were still just recording the edited videos of Colin Warren.
Yeah, some great camera angles from back in the day. It was a drag race where he ended up giving a thumbs up to his competitors as he got the edge of the stripe. All while last year, things were a little bit different because you had drivers like Wheeler making passes late. You had Lloyd in the conversation. Massimino was sitting there in the popcorn seat all the way to the final laps. But on that final stretch, sportsmanship shown as Warren got the pole and got the chance to celebrate with everyone down trackside to add on to 8 wins in these events.
An unprecedented number. He's gunning for number 9 here at Grand Nationals, number 9 from the outside of the front row. And Colin Warren in that main event last year for senior medium, for him and Henry Wheeler, it was a classic Colin Warren race where he found himself with an opportunity to make it a mano-a-mano fight, and he worked with Henry Wheeler all the way to the end. Henry knew it. He knew that he was potentially going to be a sitting duck, and when they raced down the front straightaway, well, it was all about the sportsmanship and the accomplishment they had, being able to top 100 drivers in senior medium in 2024 and end up first and second. There's not 100 on the grid for Kit Kart, but of the 20 plus, after a little miscue trying to get them going the first time, we've got them lined back up again. Mateo Romeo on the inside, Maddox Knives on the outside, and as we try to get the last couple of karts fired, one more still hopefully getting going. Believe that maybe Vettel Baker on the inside. Jason Burgess has him under his control. Let's see if he can do the 20 feet pace lap good enough and make it to the first corner as we wait for the final command to get the drivers rolling. Mateo Romeo has won every session. He's led every lap over 3 heat races after qualifying on the pole in the white, black, and green LGK kart. But Maddox Knives was already in that first aborted start, bringing the heat and the challenge and the pressure to him. Let's see what happens here as they begin to roll towards Jason. And we're back racing from Newcastle, and Maddox Knives gets a big jump. Great start for Maddox, able to get the lead. A little bit of contact again, unfortunately, towards the back of the field. Not nearly as many drivers wiped out in this one, though. Oh, yes. Another big moment down at turn 1, and this time we had a driver go up and over here in Kit Kart. The CKNA officials quick onto the scene to tend to the 2 drivers there off to the side, and we go back under halt again. We'll take a quick break once again, folks, here while we re-rack them. Kit Kart, unfortunately, unable to get their main event going. Grand Final set for 15 laps for the Kit Kart drivers. And we go back under stoppage.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to K100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead, follow, on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
He's gonna make weight. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle. How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You need it? We got it. At Kart Eat Parts, we are your complete online aftermarket kart part superstore. From chains to bearings to bumpers and components, we've got it in stock and ready to ship straight to your door from our base in Ontario, Canada. Check us out online at karteparts.ca.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing. Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got? Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute. I just love shopping. I love shopping too. Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayGara.com. At ShopPayKR.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayKR.com.
Who is he talking to? No idea. But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal. Sure does.
Come on, man.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico? Non-GMO? Gluten-free? Kosher? Magnesium? B12? B6?
Yeah, it's good.
B5? Biotin? And zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Paulie Massimino.
All right, everyone, we've got the kid karts back starting to form once again on the main straightaway. Unfortunately, a couple of aborted starts have put a bit of a damper on things, but we're getting geared up to throw the green flag back out after all the drivers were checked by the on-site medical team that were involved in that last incident. Caleb has a status update for us down trackside.
Well, first of all, regarding the drivers not continuing with us, they are all okay, awake and alert. Everybody, for the most part, just 2 drivers, from my knowledge, are in the ambulance right now, just being checked out here, just precautionary checks. And I do have information on the procedure that we do have coming up. 11 laps coming your way here, and the halfway is going to be 6 to go. So 11 lap, single file restart coming our way here.
So a little shorter distance, should be a little bit safer to get them off the line, starting them in rows of 1 instead of rows of 2, Justin. Hopefully we can get all of the field into turn number 1 for those that are able to continue and let them run for their grand final main event.
We'll say it's a row of 1, not rows, not plural, but I'm
okay.
All right. I'm getting a little bit too picky on the grammar. But
Justin, if you hadn't been doing such a good job for your first Grand Nationals, we'd be outside the commentary box throwing down right now. But I'm going to let that one slide.
Yes, I was just going to say that is the little nitpick. But in all seriousness, though, it's important for safety to make sure the drivers are able to get through the corners and be able to get a good start in, because 2 straight starts with contact in the mid to backpack in turn 1 is not what you want to see for these youngsters. So this is going to make it hard, to set up a pass, but it's also important for the safety and for them to learn. If you keep stacking up, eventually you will have to regroup and have that single file, because that is essentially too many incidents in one circumstance in one corner like that.
Yeah, the old school cliche racing saying of you can't win the race in turn 1, but you can definitely lose it. Well, this kind of compounds that. And this is going in accordance with how the officials have called the races this weekend also, by shaving a couple of laps off the overall scheduled distance for any class that does have to go under red flag conditions, both for the sake of trying not to penalize the innocent bystanders, the other 8 divisions that are having their race day and start time or end time affected by the class on the racetrack. But it also adds a little extra consequence for the drivers where there's been for the incidents where they've been happening. It's not been our first couple starters. It's been those trying to jockey for positions from starting further back. And now, unfortunately, with the chaos that's ensued not once but twice, thankfully all drivers out and okay, but they are now further away from the leader physically, being down to a single file start and losing 4 laps on the main, 2 for each red flag instance.
Yeah, and that's going to raise a bit of the urgency once you get through the opening corners, at least for some of the drivers to just say, we've got to go and do something here in the midst of this battle. We'll have to see what happens here. A lot of these parents still checking in on the drivers, making sure they're going to be okay here for this start. And again, it's been one of the main things I noted here. A lot of these drivers being kept cool. It is 83 degrees air temperature right now. It is pretty hot. It was 77 throughout the first 2 days here on site. So it's important to make sure your driver doesn't turn into, well, just sitting in a frying pan on the pavement here. Just make sure they keep cool before they go zippy zip in these karts.
Yeah, it is hot. Really hot. Lower 80s here. Super high humidity. Trying to stay cool, and these kids, unfortunately, they've been out on the racetrack in their suits and helmets for over 20 minutes now, so they are going to be tired. And if they're headed home tonight or if they're camping out tonight, either way, they're going to be looking to find the comfiest spot to take a nap and probably crash out after this lengthy stay on the circuit. But they're finally about in position, it looks like. Jason Burgess is headed back to the front of the grid. The officials starting to head back to their spots. See Keith Champagne walking back to his post. One of the multiple on-track race directors, keeping everything in check, trying to get us in a good spot. There's Jason with the air horn. He'll sound that, and that'll let the parents know, okay, fire the motors up, step off to the wayside, wish your kid, your driver, the best of luck. And over the next 11 laps, will get set to let them get after it.
Looks like everyone just getting the final checks. There we go. Last of the parents and crew members off and away. So now it's going to be, how well do they handle this start? Will they stay behaved as they are ready to do battle once again from Newcastle?
Kid Kart, Grand Final main, slowly pacing away, and we're green. Down to turn 1 for Mateo Romeo and the field. Maddox Knives able to stay right on his heels. Half a lap in, Maverick Reddick sliding into third. Right behind is the 222 of Tony Beam with a good start, as well as Arya Denehauer and William Heckman. One lap gonna go in the books this time. Looks like we've made it with everyone that started on this third try. They'll head down to Jason Burgess, all on the inside of the racetrack. Looking good for Maddox. Right on the heels of Mateo, and Maverick is close. Side-by-side action a little bit further down the order, but the first chunk of your field has gotten away through the opening lap, through the opening circuit without issue. We've still got 22 of them, and Mateo nearly a little bit too wide in turn 3, almost ends up off the racetrack in that 180, but he keeps the lead.
Yeah, Knives is trying different things right now. Off one of those starts before some of these red flags, he was able to actually jump the 93. It's just the immediate red flag rolled things back for the restart. So Knives does have things timed up here. The thing's going to be, can he find a way around Romeo without causing any contact? Right now, Romeo just hugging that inside line everywhere, not allowing Knives to even consider a diamond line to be able to try and get alongside and cut to the inside.
Yeah, this is the biggest amount of pressure we've seen Mateo Romeo have to withstand. Maddox Knives staying as close to him as he is. Mateo is, like you said, covering the inside, narrowing his arc a bit. Maddox is trying to cross him over where possible, but more importantly, by Mateo not getting the space to open up for the corner and keep the momentum up, it's keeping the rest of the pack well within frame. Maverick still close in third, William close in fourth, Tony close in fifth, 6th for Arya Denehauer, 7th Mason Poole, 8th Vettel Baker, JJ DeShong up to 9th, Brianna Shepker 10th, and a charge from the back of the field already forming for Wyatt Barrelsman. He started 25th in the 221. He's up to 16th. Big time gains for Wyatt. 9 spots from his original starting position, as now Mateo begins to break away just a little bit through the shark fin. 2 or 3 car lengths up the road from Maddox.
And we talked about this with Romeo before. He's been perfect on his racing line, where compare that to Knives, where Knives have been trying different things, been willing to lose a little bit of time to try and see if it gains later on. Romeo's just been like match work on it, just matching the line after line after line. You're perfect around this racetrack. Some of the other drivers back here are getting some side-by-sides in their kid karts, the 6 machine.
Yeah, that is our hard charger, Wyatt Barrelsman. Another spot, although Kyrie Doze is going to bring it right back to the inside in turn 3. Fun bit of racecraft here, but still Wyatt is up now 10 positions to 15th and charging on that white and orange Kart Republic.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a touch and go move there in turn 3, but we've seen this yesterday with the Out Box Challenge for a good comparison's sake. Side by side, you go on the marbles. When you go there, it leads to a very tight situation in the first place to stick it around the outside. Cross flags up at the stand for this field. And it looks like the 221 all over the curbing. Barrelsman again barreling it in, not afraid to just run 4 tires on the curbs.
Heck of a battle back there in the teens. Here's a bit of a battle a little further up the board. One of the new MGM Cadet machines for Mason Poole in the 98 is starting to make some waves. He's close up to the back of Arya Denehauer. Arya's 6th, Mason 7th. Up front, Maddox has closed back to Mateo here in a little fight for the lead looming. Maverick Reddick still third, William Heckman fourth. Here's fifth, sixth, seventh. Tony Beam in the black and orange. Aria Denahauer in the middle. Mason Poole in the black and blue. Little 3-car pack for fifth, sixth, and seventh, having a good race of their own. Just past the halfway mark moments prior. Vettel Baker looming in the distance there on the MSL CRG. Here's your leaders. Maddox Knives trying to keep it close. He had a great run at Cincinnati on July 4th weekend for the Summer Nationals, but he has been doing everything possible to keep it tight and improve the lap times as the weekends progress to Mateo Romeo. 4 laps to go. Mateo trying to hang on and win the Grand Nationals in Kit Kart.
Right now, Knives still trying to give little arc, see if there's a little bit more speed gain by opening up the corner a little bit more. And the thing has been, no, the answer is it hasn't really closed up enough. Romeo with a little bit of a rougher run coming out of scoreboard, but for the most part, Knives just is losing those incremental marks, just not as hugged to the curb like Romeo is, where he's been able to flatline it along the bottom of the racetrack and just keep the speed here.
Yeah, Maddox opening his hands a bit at the entry and the exit of the corners has been good in every other turn on the circuit besides one, turn 3. As the battle now begins to heat up here for third, Maverick Reddick is going to have a challenge in the form of William Heckman for that middle spot on the box. But this third corner, Cameron Reed put it best last night. You're going the opposite side of the track to set up for it compared to where most of the grip lies from the big karts and the dark groove that has been laid down, but more importantly, the marbles offline as there's a spin behind these two. That was in the fight for fifth. Aria Denahauer, Tony Beam, Mason Poole, who got away, who ended up backwards in the infield hairpin. Looks like they were all able to continue. It was JJ DeShong with the spin. He had just charged up to him on the MSL CRG. 2 to go, pairs of 2 up front. Mateo Romeo, Maddox Knives, first and second. Maverick Reddick, William Heckman, third and fourth. Mason Poole now up into the 5th position.
Romeo, where art thou, Romeo? Well, it's in the race lead indeed. So far for the 93, it has been tough to pass. Knives trying to open things up again, trying to cut for the diamond line. Nearly got alongside. Has to get back single file. Coming up to the final lap this time. Knives is trying to see if the draft's going to pull, and Traffic is trying to stay to the outside.
1 lap to go. 2 rising superstars getting ready to battle in Kit Kart. Look how close they are. Maddox to the outside, Mateo to the inside at turn 2. Maddox has been opening up here at turn 3, and he's struggled a bit to get down to the inside of the track, but that was a good exit out of the corner. Mateo covers the inside into turn number 4. Half a lap to go. The fight continues to the shark fin. Last time, they've been so close. They've been so fast today. There's a couple of drivers towards the back that will almost end up in the way, but they'll be just in time. Saved by the bell. Mateo Romeo down the front straightaway. Maddox is going to pull close, but Mateo Romeo wins the Kit Kart division at the Grand Nationals.
Hear the cheering in the background as Romeo is able to write the script of a dominating event. Every single lap goes the way of the 93. The rest of the finishers still cross. The 221 of Barrelsman doesn't get further than 16th after a lot of battling for that spot. But Kit Karts putting on some good performances. Winner and Romeo already pulling to pit road as these competitors finish things out here. So again, Dale Romeo able to come away with the victory by 0.2 of a second over Knives. Maverick Reddick in third. William Heckman in fourth with Mason Poole in the top 5. Tony Beam finished in 6th with Aria Denahauer in 7th. Vettel Baker finished in 8th with Brianna Sepker covering from what was involved in the first incidents to get to 9th. JJ Deshawn with the spin still gets to 10th. Mendoza, Piccoloni, Babcock, Smith, and Miller, your top 15. Barrelsman, we talked about that charge for the field, one of the big chargers of this race, up about 9-10 spots. Trying to shoot Boss. Smino, Zet along with Hayden, along with Clements, Lohman, Holzner, among the part of the DNFs though. Dan Kramer amongst them, as well as Cruz Dittmer. All part of your list at the back of the field. So like the kid cards, or we make the way to pit road as we get ready for our next race coming up here, Senior Light. So the kid cards going to have a lot to be happy about here today at Newcastle.
Welcome back, guys. I'm standing by here with our Kid Kart Grand National Champion, Mateo Romeo. Mateo, talk to me about that race. I saw you get out of your kart. You were fired up. How are you feeling?
Really good.
Tell me about it. Who's made it possible for you this weekend? Did you think, coming into it, you were going to become a Grand National Champion?
No.
Who's here with you this weekend? I saw your dad out here. Who would you like to say thank you to?
My mom, my dad, TWR, LGK, Pierre Lawson.
There you go. Well, enjoy it, Mateo. You're the Grand National Champion in Kid Kart.
Thank you.
Well, I'm standing by here with our second place finisher in Kid Kart, Maddox Nieves. Maddox, second place here. You're on the podium. Not everybody gets to say that, right? A second place. You're going home with a new helmet. Tell me how that feels, and as well, who would you like to thank for this podium here?
Good, but I think Howard Stewart, Dad,
Mom and Dad,
Mom,
coaches, buddy,
my coaches, and
Coach Doug, Coach Kenner Brown,
Yeah.
Kenner Brown Racing Team, right? The whole everyone and God.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, Maddox, enjoy the podium, enjoy the new helmet, and we'll see you next year as you move up to Cadet. Thank you, Maddox.
Say thank you guys.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
There you guys have it from Maddox Nieves. We'll be right back with a little more.
We'll be back with more after this. You're watching Kart Chaser here from Newcastle Motorsports Park.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft, and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Well, we had to take a minute, and we took longer than we needed to because these kid kart drivers already were hustling over from the scales. I'm here with third place Maverick Reddick. Maverick, you were just asking me, was that a full 15 laps? It was a long one. You had 11 laps after 2 restarts, and you still had to lock in and finish on the podium. How do you feel after that race?
Really, really good.
And talk to me about it. What was it like out there?
Those red flags, I was like, what is happening right now?
Well, who do you want to thank, man? This speed doesn't come easy. Who works on your go-kart, makes it so fast? Who's helped you make you such a good driver to stand on the podium?
Coach Ewan.
Coach Ewan. Anyone else? Hey, Mom?
My mom just tells me. My mom just tells me. My mom told me after Coach Ewan tells me and helps me get double faster.
Oh, what about Dad? Does he help?
Yes.
A little bit?
A lot.
A lot.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Medium.
Medium. I like that. Maverick, congratulations, dude. You're on the podium at the Grand Nationals.
Thank you.
There you go. Caleb?
All right, William, you're on the podium. We were talking with your dad, right? You were able to beat brother. You finished a little higher than him. How does that feel?
Good.
Good? Who would you like to thank? I know you have a lot of sponsors. Your dad was making sure you didn't forget any of them. Tell me who you'd like to thank here.
My dad, my mom, my friends for coming and watching, and Alpine Stars, PLR, Fleming Motors, RLV. That's it.
That's it. Well, you can smile. You're on the podium. You can give the camera a big smile. Say thank you to everybody at home as well as supporting you. There you guys have it from William Heckman. Enjoy the podium, dude. Thank you.
Thank you.
Interviews.
Yeah, how about that? An interview. Mason, you drove it up onto the podium. You've got a new helmet from Stilo waiting on you. Talk to me about your race, man. You had to pass a whole lot of go-karts.
It was like, I don't know what it.
How about this? I'll make it easy. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, my sponsors, and that's all.
There you go. Mason Poole on the top 5. We'll let you get back, get your trophy. Congrats, buddy. And with that, it's time to award it for our Kid Kart Grand Nationals podium, our top 5 as the senior light drivers roll onto the grid.
Yes, indeed, and they get the chance to raise their trophies tall. As they all get in position, getting some help to be able to raise the trophies for the photos as well. See a lot of happy smiles as, oh no, Maverick Reddick is now wearing the trophy as a hat. Definitely some happy drivers here, to say the very least, with the smiles and what they were able to do in the race today. A good battle up in the front for first and second in particular between the two of them here. So all the kids will now get themselves some more photos and get themselves some new helmets, part of their celebrations here. Good running of Kid Kart, albeit with the 2 red flags that sparked up after that point. Some good battle, especially for the race lead, to see how things went once these drivers. So again, next up in the order is going to be Senior Light, by the way. Those drivers still to get in position right now All the kart stands swarming down the straightaway. This lineup, mind you, coming up will feature 60 total entries per timing and scoring. A stacked field, top to bottom once again. One of the 3 senior division races on the docket, ready to go soon. Part of their lineup down the front straightaway. Talked about Christopher Keith in terms of some of the highlights earlier on in this one. It's going to be one of the top droppers again to keep an eye on for this field. You also throw in the mix Colin Warren looking for more victories to add to the 8. Cameron Reed among some of the front runners here for the starting order as well to keep an eye on. Oh, and Lloyd yet again is inimitable when it comes to whenever we see the 119 somewhere, anywhere in this field. Let's send it down to Xander as they get set trackside. Xander.
Thank you, Justin. Down here with Braden Zerz. Braden, we're rolling from front up. Not a bad place to fight from, but you got still a few karts to pass to get to the lead, to get to the win, to get some of your teammates. What's the difference from them to you this weekend, and have you solved it to be able to play with them?
The setup has been a little bit different, and they've been able to just adapt quicker than me, but I think we got it down pretty good now. We just need to figure out just a little of these kinks that I have messing up, but after that, I think we're golden.
Talk to me about that last little bit of advice from John Seglem, from Jim at Lapari at Coyote, and Brandon Jarscrack. Any last words?
Just work with your teammates, try to get to the front, and just keep on pushing forward.
He's got to make it through the start, but he's got the inside lane. That'll help. I'll send it over to Caleb as we keep going.
Standing by here with Reagan Seville. Reagan, you're starting 16th here in this race, and again, you've been in the senior ranks for the last 3 years. Tell me what you've taken from the first 2 years and what you're taking here in 2025.
It's going to be madness. Obviously, it's 100 people condensed down to 60, so we'll definitely make it through the first corner. I think every year that I've done this in life, there's been some action up front, got to go around, so just keep the kart alive.
And again, you have 2 shots at it, but what are you kind of expecting to feel out there, right? It's been a long time since you've been out there on the racetrack this morning.
Conditions are going to be tricky. It's hot. It's probably going to get a little grippy. So hopefully the changes that we did with Tim and trackside will get this thing going.
Thank you. Wish you the best of luck, Reagan.
Thank you.
Alrighty, well, I'm down here with Isaac Malquit. First of all, happy birthday to you, Ike. 15 years old here, and your first CKNA Grand Nationals in senior. How are you feeling coming into this race? Again, your first full year, right, coming to a close.
Yeah, I feel really good. I know that the pace is going to be very good. I know that I'm definitely going to be one of the people up front, so yeah.
And then again, it's been a long process to get here. For you, you only have 1 shot, but what what would be a successful cap off to your first senior year?
Definitely a top 5 would make me really happy.
There you go. Thank you, Ike, and good luck.
Well, Caleb's been talking to some of the drivers starting at the front here with a pretty place to fight from here. I've gone a little bit further back all the way to Logan Ploder from Canada and Cale Zimmerman. You guys have a long way to get up to the front and into the spotlight. What's it going to take here to be able to put on a heck of a drive past a lot of go-karts, Logan?
Well, I've done it a few times this weekend already, so just got to stay clean the first lap or 2 and then pick them off one by one, avoid anything else that happens. And I got Cale with me here and a couple other fast guys, so hopefully we can kind of just push each other through and get something decent out of it.
Hopefully Logan can represent our friends from the north pretty well. Let's talk over here to Cale before we send it back over to Caleb. Cale, I got to say, your pass for the win in the heat race yesterday was one of the highlights, especially when it came to clean racing at the front of the field. There wasn't a lot of it, but you were able to pull it off. What's it going to take for you? You heard from Logan. There's fast guys back here too.
I said before, gotta get through the double rights, Xander. That's where most of the main carnage ends, and then from there, every lap's got to be pretty much perfect. And I don't wanna say it, but a stop in the race wouldn't hurt too bad either. Hopefully everybody's safe here today. There's a lot of drivers, and that's kind of hopefully the best scenario is everybody walks away cleanly, and hopefully Colin can get a win for VLR.
Yeah, that's right. Cale's back here. Colin Warren's towards the front. Caleb's about split in the middle. Over to you, buddy.
Work our way up here with Aiden Lorenko. Aiden, only your third weekend in a 4-cycle kart in the 206, and I take you back to Charlotte, right? You didn't make the main event in medium, only class that you ran. But again, you come back here, and a lot of people work for years to be this close to the front. Talk to me how this weekend's been up to this point, and especially how you got here.
It's been really good. I had a few issues in qualifying through the first heats, but throughout the weekend I progressively got better and better. Got more used to the kart and the track layout, figured out a few things, and in last year I was able to get P3. Now starting P12, and I feel pretty good.
Do you think you'd be this far up starting at the starting grid coming into this weekend?
To be honest, no. At the beginning of this year, I didn't make the final, as you said, and I slowly got better and better, put in more practice. I knew I was going to be close to the front. I didn't think I'd be this far up front. Obviously, you hope to be this far up front, but I didn't think I'd be here. But no, I'm feeling pretty happy.
There you go. Wish you the best of luck, Aiden. Thank you.
Karts now on the track. Our next group is ready. It's CKT Senior Light. Christopher McKeithen leads the field today. Colin Warren next to him. Cade Yeager starts in third in row 2. Cameron Reed alongside of the outside. Lower will start alongside Eli Warren amongst your top 6.
Row 4, Owen Lloyd and Isaac Malquit, two drivers who have won many times here at Newcastle Motorsports Park. They start ahead of a Canadian and an Indiana native, John Treadwell and Adam Maxwell, your top 10.
Then Kelvin Zane alongside Aiden Lorenko, Shane Reddy, and Christopher Wakefield. Wakefield going to be a long way from his buddy up in Christopher McKeithen. Brendan Zerves down in 15th. Reagan Seville has showed speed this weekend, but down in 16th. Dylan Munson down in 17th. Sebastian Day 18th, rounding out the top 20. Blake Paxa and Owen McCarthy is in P20, Xander.
P21, Carter Kilgo on the inside, Dylan White on the outside. Diego Ramos right in the middle of it all alongside Jackson Young. And as we already have the field beginning to form towards the last turn, it's 3 full pages for 60 total drivers. We spoke with our couple at the very back, Logan Ploder and Cale Zimmerman, all the way on page number 3 at the bottom, rolling from the inside of the final couple of rows. In total, it's 60 deep. Jordan Klein with that heroic drive earned herself a starting spot. It's spot number 60 of 60. Here we go. Senior Light presented by CKT. 60 total drivers formed up. On the right, Christopher McKeithen. On the left in the bright yellow VLR machine, it's Colin Warren, the winningest driver in CKNA Grand Nats history, against one driver, the only one in the field right now that already has a checkered flag today. Let's get set to let them loose. 60 senior light drivers ready to bring the rumble down to turn number 1 for 15 laps. Grand Finals honors on the line. Oh, one driver off, 2 drivers off. Lorenko and Maxwell way wide out of turn number 4. We'll bring the rest of the pack, though, into the double rights. This here, Cale Zimmerman mentioned, was going to be the trouble spot, the bottleneck, if you will, for the 60-car field. They've mostly made it. There's some trouble. Middle of the pack, collects about 4 or 5. Oh, and it's got Zimmerman involved. It's got Jordan Klein as well from the back. Braden Heber is involved. Multiple drivers turned with nowhere to go as the track got blocked right at the center apex at turn 7.
Yeah, a lot of chaos back then here where we've seen do really well in one of the heat races too. Very unfortunate for them. But all of this is wow. They still going back and forth up front. Warren up to the top 4. Some of the others trying to get in line, like Owen Lloyd, getting a little bit antsy in terms of the run up to the shark fin for a moment. More drivers going off track excursion. One driver is stuck in the grass.
That is the 367, one of the many Viral Art machines from the Great White North, taken out here at the end of lap number 1.
Owen McCarthy, one of the Prime Power Team entries, was that competitor stuck there. And just like that, this field is being splintered apart from this contact. Remember, Eli Warren worked really well with Colin Warren earlier on. Right now working well with Cameron Reed also. The thing is, Warren trying to find a diamond line, nearly got to the bumper on the left side. Nearly making contact, goes for the diamond instead in cell tower, and the cell service is still functional there.
Side by side for Reed, still can't find a way down to the inside. She's got Cade Yeager now working his way past her, and now he's going to go to the inside of his teammate, or try to. Will Lawler going to slam the door shut. Gave him just enough space to not have contact, but the number 10 holds. Yeager backing up now to Reed, and a big send down the inside for John Treadwell. He'll bring the field to be 2x2 back there at the end of the top 10. Still wheel to wheel with the rookie, and a big send down the inside for Chris Wakefield. That'll bog him down, and Reed pulls wheel to wheel with him. Lloyd, everyone in that group, elbows out indeed. And that's gotten a big break now, a separation for your top 4. Backwards, it's McKeithen and Warren. Eli Warren in 3rd, Will Lawler in 4th. And the action continues back here at the end of the top 10. Braden Zerves along with John Treadwell.
Now right now this top 4 just benefiting from all of this battling for 5th. No one's really working together as much as they should be right now. Yeager does have a teammate at Wakefield at least calm down the tides a little bit. All while things are not so calm behind them. You have drivers still making dives and still trying to settle on down. You have drivers like Malkovic trying to go forward, and someone's lost a tire.
Oh no, that was right out of the front of the, oh no, that was Dylan Amundsen, I think, in the middle. You saw one driver with an MGM colored machine in turn 7, well out in the middle of the pack. And I think that may have been the 136's tire that rolled all the way across the circuit to the next lane of racetrack where the leaders were rolling? And if so, that has only been one of many factors to set the lineup the way it looks right now in the opening couple of laps. Big mover has been Christopher Wakefield. He's still decent in the overall positions, up a total of 9, but he's lost time in doing so. It's a 2-second gap to the leader. It's about a second up to Eli Warren and Will Lawler. Colin Warren taking over from Christopher McKeithen, trying to keep it a mano-a-mano fight.
And as Wakefield is able to drive away from this pack, that's just on raw speed right now compared to what Yeager's doing amongst his teammates. Some of the others making some scrappy moves to the inside. So Shane Rennie amongst those you just see make passes. Also Malkovich just taking a hardy dive underneath, getting crossed back up and contact over top.
Braden Zerves, big time in the air. Contact with Kelvin Zing. He ramped up and over the left side tires, and now 2 more drivers are gone. 2 more major contenders from senior light to the wayside. Here's a look at a couple of red machines. That's Owen Lloyd in the 119, trying to repeat his performance from last year of a triple podium across all 3 senior classes. Here's Shane Reddy. Little contact between himself and what could have been Levi Getz in the 200. I was trying to figure out who that was. Penalty flags are flying, and we've got a new challenger joining the top 2. Eli Warren has tracked down a near 9/10 of a second margin and allowed himself to be right on the heels of McKeithen and Warren. 4 laps in, 11 laps to go. Colin Warren, Christopher McKeithen, and Eli Warren hunting for his first in the senior ranks. Take a look at the replay here. Kelvin Zing, I don't think he realized Braden Zerves was alongside the senior rookie. Had a nose down low, had half a cart down low. And whether Zing heard him, knew it or not, the damage remains the same. Both drivers out of the running. Logan Ploder, the other driver we mentioned, who was starting from the tail of the field, you saw there quickly on the left side, picked up 31 spots already. He's digging. There's a few others from the mid-20s that are moving into the top 20 and the early teens. Owen Lloyd started 7th, went back a bit, working with Isaac Malquit. They're finally starting to get some clear lap times. And with the lead changing again, Colin Warren now back to 2nd, McKeithen to the point. That could allow the rest of the field to start to make up some ground, because it's only opened since the race got past the 2nd lap. What's the distance back to Chris Wakefield? 2.7 seconds. Not fast enough as they run. Here's a look at Lucas Theck on the move in the 52. That's a move a little bit deeper in the pack. That was for 18th on Jack Grote.
Now these separations building up right now. At this point, Wakefield needs some help. Right now, he's got decent lone speed, but the problem is it's still 2/10 off of what drivers like McKeithen are doing in the pack. Eli Warren hooks now up with McKeithen, able to pass Colin Warren with the move, and now this is going to be interesting. We've seen how well these two cooperated before, the Warrens, if you will. Now, Eli Warren just trying to position himself to go for a dive soon. Couldn't get close enough that time through the scoreboard. And now, just waiting for the chance to go. We know Eli Warren, if he sees an opportunity, likes to go to the inside at scoreboard.
It's definitely the easiest turn to make a pass cleanly in one single motion. Ascend down the inside with the next corner going back your way. The next real corner, the shark fin to the left, if you wash out a bit. So makes it a little more forgiving, if you will, if you overcook the entry and get crossed up. But you've got a lot of options when you're 2nd in line and the leader is right in front of you like this. Christopher McKeithen and Eli Warren. Eli has worked with one driver at a time for about a lap, Justin, and then he's gone to the point. I wonder if he's going to give Christopher the same opportunity and then use the same strategy on him. Push him for a bit, maybe pull him a little further away, and then try to make his own gap, because that Mark Steele Motorsports number 97 is a rocket ship as they are. Nobody close in the main contingent lap time wise to Eli Warren. You have to go pretty far back to find drivers matching the speed. You will find them though. Isaac Malquit and Owen Lloyd, they've definitely got pace. The bad news is with the way that the race is unfolded, They're buried 4 seconds and some change away from the top contingent of drivers. And how about it for Cade Yeager and Cameron Reed getting a little bit away from it all, although Cameron now has lost a couple spots this lap. So it's Yeager getting up to Chris Wakefield. Halfway, 7 down, 8 to go. Look at Diego Ramos up from 23rd to 12th. He's picked up 11 spots as he works the back bumper of Shane Reddy and continues his forward march on his CKNA Grand Nationals debut.
Usually has been a contender in KA chassis, but obviously has been trying to fight the challenges of learning this package here this weekend in CKNA competition. Right now, just trying to pick his time while others pick pockets. See their move right there on Lloyd. Once again, Treadwell, Reed, Amonso's going forward. Malkuit now pushing the back end of that machine to build some more ground here. It's not working though. They just aren't making up the ground no matter what they're doing, no matter what the way they're aligned.
Yeah, it doesn't matter the formation, right? They're just not fast enough, and the gap is just too big. As things sit though, we're still at the halfway. We've seen gaps at 2 or 3 seconds evaporate if the racing becomes intense enough where drivers are really defending, sending some crazy moves like that back there at the end of the pack. That was a big attempt by one of the Roderick Racing machines. One of the Coyotes, edge of the top 10, looked like Dylan White versus Levi Getz. And maybe Jaden Harry as well in the 382. John Treadwell, though, leading this pack on the Mark Steele Motorsports entry. Teammate Isaac Malkuit right behind him. Ike said earlier this week, and he said, as I'm getting to grips with the drivers in senior, learning that some will respect me, some I just feel like no matter what I do, they're not going to. They don't want to follow a driver as small as he is, as young as he is, and as talented as he is as well. And here we are, losing a few spots. Malkuit thrown to the wayside. Lloyd, Reed, and Ramos on through. Diego continues the uphill march into the top 10 now for the 1-3.
Now, we'll see if Ramos is able to go on forward. He's been one of the drivers that's liked to make some aggressive moves. Just no place to fully go yet. Is trying the diamond line a little bit to try and fade out a touch bit. See if there's any way to get around Reed, get in the top 10, make it a clean pass without any contact. Reed, at the very least, is giving the hand signals, say, work with me, and try and see if we can get something together that way. Looks like it is working with Reed opening the door. This should open the door for Ramos if I got the signals right. It didn't open out far enough for Ramos to be able to actually go through the door.
Yeah, he didn't have enough top speed to roll with the racing cage in there in the Reed Motorsports CRG. Back up front, 6 to go. No changes yet. Eli Warren has been happy to ride in second. Worked his way to this point, hasn't yet really taken a charge or an attempt at the lead, and Colin Warren has had no issue with that either. He's content to ride in third because what it's doing is it's keeping Will Lawler at bay back in fourth. He's all by his lonesome there. Not able to join his teammate Christopher McKeithen, who is now chasing his second win on the day. Could he go 2 in a row and set himself up with an opportunity to sweep all 3 senior classes? It's never been done before at the Grand Nationals. It's only an opportunity for the drivers that would be able to make the weight in light, medium, and heavy, or a driver that's above the age of 50 years old running Legends, Masters, and Heavy, or Legends, Masters, and Medium. Maybe a driver able to run Masters, Medium, and Heavy, but only a couple of combinations could get you 3 chances at a Grand Nationals trophy and the glory that comes with it. Ramos now swapping the spot with Reed, continuing the forward progress. He's up to 8th. Further back, Henry Wheeler, fellow Barrel Art driver under the Mark Steele tent, started 45th. He's climbed to 19th. Big time gains for Henry in the number 0. Ian Quinn from 28th up to 17th. Jaden Harry up as well from 29th to 16th. Lucas Steck from 37th to 15th. 22 spots for him. Ramos, the hardest charger, though, out of the front 10. You have to go back to Reagan Seville in 13th. And Levi Getz in 12th to find anyone with a similar progression up the leaderboard. And this one's been especially difficult because they've been just so calm after all the chaos we've witnessed in the senior light and medium classes, especially through the heat races. This main event has been very strung out, very tame after the opening couple of circuits. Really, the first lap was probably the most packed up we saw, with the 3 leaders running as fast as they have been have kept everyone else at bay and really strung this race apart. Kudos to Will Lawler, by the way, in fourth. He's by himself, Justin, and he has not yet been reeled in by anybody.
Yeah, that's been impressive for the 10 machine. Kind of showcases how well they've been able to hit their marks and how strong that kart is on the setup. The tough thing is just no draft to be able to join the race leaders. Just has been on the lap time for comparison's sake with the leaders. Has been just a couple tenths slower. It's just, he's been the fastest outside of the top 3. The difference maker is your top 3's in the 111s. It's just been that big of a difference right now in terms of raw
the draft.
Speed.
It's the draft right there. That 3/10, 2/10 swing, that's the difference between by yourself here in a 9 horsepower engine. You've got to work together. You've got to be smart. That's why they're able to keep Will Lawler back, because he's definitely got pace enough running the lap times that he is, that if they would have battled just enough to get him within that 1 second window, he would have been a part of this 3-car party here at the front. But they have not. They have played this race strategically to keep it only a 3-driver fight at the worst. Outside of a crash, it'll be Eli Warren, Christopher McKeithen, Colin Warren staring at 3rd or better if they can best the other 2 for the top spot in senior light presented by CKT. 3 laps remain. Christopher McKeithen has led the majority of this main event. Colin Warren has taken his hand at the lead a couple of times, and Eli Warren, hunting a first career senior Grand Nationals win, says he feels like this race is one of the hardest, if not the hardest, to win in all the sport. And having grown up just a couple hours away, calling Newcastle Motorsports Park essentially his home racetrack, he's had so many memories here. And now in senior light, he finds himself with a serious chance at a Grand Nationals win. Here he goes for the lead in turn 13, and he's got it.
Taken away in scoreboard now as they make their way to the shark fin. Will McKeithen get a chance to respond? We've seen McKeithen basically be the Pied Piper most of the race. Now needs to find the best way to go. Might need some help from Warren. Warren saying you can go. He is going to go. He is getting the help from Warren. Warren fades back to both lines. Now goes side by side for second.
Colin Warren putting himself where he wants to be right at the end of the race. He's won this race 8 times. That many checkered flags don't happen by circumstance, by coincidence, by luck. He's played his cards exactly the way he wanted to. Now he's the one pressuring McKeithen with a lap and a half to go into the horseshoe, trying to force McKeithen to defend a bit early so he can make note of that for the final lap. If he can't find a way by now, he'll know exactly where Christopher wants to position the kart for the next lap. But here, with a nose down low into the kink over the curbing, he's got the advantage to the green turn. McKeithen's going to send it into the side of him. Colin Warren around in the green corner. And as he rolls back down the hill, we're down to 2. Eli Warren to the lead.
Now it's the question, where does McKeithen respond back? Already getting argy-bargy up front. Right now, Eli Warren overdriving some of these corners, trying to withstand the pressure. But McKeithen trying to time things up for the run. Coming up to the white flag. It looks like the penalty flag also popping up. Here comes McKeithen with the pole again for 1.
Back to the lead for Christopher McKeithen. He's going to race this one to the checkered flag. Look at this in the run to the green corner as the battle rages on for the top spot. McKeithen did not want to give it up. Colin Warren almost had him cleared. Sent it around the outside. Tried to hang on, and McKeithen had sent it deep to stay alongside him. And the contact sends Colin Warren spinning backwards down the embankment. Look at this crossover attempt from Eli Warren. Almost there. McKeithen's backing him up. Here comes Will Lawler. Could he play spoiler? He's had to withstand seeing the leaders pull away, at best hang even for the last 14 laps. And now he's got a chance to maybe spice things up. Big crossover. Eli Warren with an over-under. He's got the nose almost, but not quite. Now he'll open up last second for that another crossover attempt. McKeithen was ready for it. And here comes Lawler. They're 3, all single file nose to tail, all 3 go-karts up front. Back behind's Cade Yeager. Christopher McKeithen with his teammate now in 3rd. Is Eli Warren going to have enough of a run to make something happen, make some magic happen? To the checkered flag, side by side. Christopher McKeithen crosses the line first. But Eli Warren celebrating. He knows that penalty flag at the white was not for him. And while Christopher McKeithen is headed over to the podiums, we're going to have to wait and find out ourselves. Will he be assessed an avoidable contact penalty for that battle with Colin Warren? And would Eli Warren get promoted to the race win in senior light? Lots to break down.
Lots to keep an eye on once the podium celebrations get underway here. But unofficially, McKeithen with the edge by 47 1/1000ths of a second over Eli Warren. Will Waller on the podium. Looks like no matter what here potentially. Cade Yeager does get fourth. Diego Ramos, what a drive. Got up to fifth. Cameron Reed, Christopher Wakefield, Levi Getz, Isaac Malkowit, and Dylan White. All part of your top 10. Reagan Seville down 11th. Deck. Owen Lloyd down to 13th. A shocker for him. Jaden Henry, how about the drive for Henry Wheeler? 45th to 15th. Up about 30. On some of the other drivers back there, Kilgo in 16th. Treadwell, Paxa, Morrow, and Day in the top 20 positions. Calvin Zing does recover from the contact, down to 27th in the running order on the second page. Ploder drove his way from the very back up to 29th. Very quietly as well, some of the drivers, Alex Murray down in 34th in the order as questions are soon to be answered. As now the drivers are making their way to the podium, and it looks like some celebrations underway. Eli Warren discussing things. It is still under review, we are hearing. So our review is underway to determine who will be the winner here. Looks like Caleb is getting sent down trackside. Caleb.
Standing by here with Christopher McKeithen as Diego Ramos here joins the podium celebrations. And again, Christopher, provisionally, you are the Grand National Champion here in Senior Light. Tell me how this one feels for you.
After winning heavy, I didn't think I could do it again, but my dad and Chad told me that I should go win all three, and I did. I won two, so I hope I can get the third one later on. And yeah, the last couple laps got a little hairy there. Had to defend with both the Warrens behind me. And going into the green corner, we got a little bit of contact, but I felt like I was on the inside, and he kind of turned down on me. I felt like I had a nose down there. Had a good race with Eli the last lap. Good drag race to the line, and glad I was able to get it.
And again, second in a row. Who would you like to thank for this second victory on the day, Christopher?
Precision Performance Karting, John Saglum, Coyote Karts, Victor Peters, Jim Lipari, all my teammates. You know, we got 3 of the top 5 here, or no, 4 of the top 5, which is awesome, just like the last 2 years ago. So yeah, I'm really happy.
Congrats, Christopher. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Well, we are still, of course, waiting. There's a lot that could unfold from that senior light main event. Eli Warren, Eli, you crossed the line second. You saw the penalty flag. You know the officials are reviewing the moment between Colin and Christopher. But talk to me about your race, man. You had a rocket ship, tracked him down. How was it?
It was good. I mean, I had a really bad heat 3, so that sent me back. I started 6th. Worked my way forward. I think I was in 5th on lap 1, and then I just saw Colin and McKeithen get away, and I gave it everything I could those first 3 laps. I got up to them, followed Colin for a few laps, then I passed Colin, pushed McKeithen, and we were running really fast times at some points. And so I knew I just had to wait. I passed with 3 to go. I made a mistake. I didn't really block coming to 2 to go, and then they both got by me. And then in green corner, they went side by side, and McKeithen made contact with him, and then obviously it took Colin out of the race. So I went through, and I knew not to force the issue on McKeithen because I saw the penalty board, and I knew that it was under review. Colin was told me that he was pointing a 1 to me when I crossed over, so I knew that it was probably going to be a penalty. So I knew not to force the issue with McKeithen. But yeah, it was a good race. Obviously, you don't want to win like that all the time, but I mean, to be up front in a field this big, it means a lot to me. Mark Steele, we've worked so hard. We started this project 2 years ago. We've had our struggles, we've had our ups, we've had our downs, but this is definitely the highest high we've had. Gary Lawson Speed Shop, everything he does, I mean, he's great. You know, there's so many people in this field that have Lawson Motors because he's just so good. Obviously, my mom, my dad, they do so much for me. They're the reason I can do this. I want to thank Greg Jasperson for putting this on. This is an incredible event. It's one of my favorite of the whole year. Everyone that supports me, everybody that comes out, watches, talks to me, everything means a lot to me, and this is a huge win. Obviously, it's not official yet, but I think we all kind of saw what happened. So, yeah, we'll try to go do it again in medium.
And nonetheless, first or second, you mentioned earlier in the weekend, this race, one of the hardest to win. You've got another shot to maybe get a checkered flag coming in senior medium. This one may not be as easy as senior light was, but tell me again, how does it feel? First or second? Heck of a performance.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, it's a huge race, biggest 206 race in the world. We'll try to do it again in medium. We have the fastest car by far. I mean, I was able to run them down by myself. Obviously, you're not going to break away in 206, so I knew not to go to the lead. I just wanted to conserve my tires, keep them cold. But, yeah, we're starting 4th in medium, so be closer to the front this time. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. Hopefully I can go win another one.
There you go. Eli Warren crossing line P2 and may end up first as well.
Sitting by here with Will Lawler, our third-place finisher. Will, the pace for you was incredible on your own. It looks like the leaders just got away from you a little bit too early. Tell me about it.
I think we just went a little low on air pressure, but it was when it kicked in. I was running the leader's time, so it's all I had. But that's about it.
Yeah, and again, tell me about those last couple of laps. You were getting that little bit closer, right? With the battling going on the lead, you just couldn't get there in time. You actually came side by side across the line with them at the end. Tell me about those last couple of laps.
Well, I saw that I was keeping the gap with Wakefield and Yeager, so I was like, as long as they battle, I can get there. And I saw McKeithen go to the bottom, so I just tried to put down a good lap. You just got there a little too late.
Well, thank you, Will, and wish you luck here later on today as well.
Thank you.
Cade Yeager provisionally right now as they stand P4. Talking about your race here, you had kind of a bird's eye view of a lot of the action up front, unfortunately, because of the way the first lap went.
Yeah, lots of battling right at the start, which shuffled me back and gave the leaders a big gap. I was able to break away with Christopher Wakefield, and me and him just pushed away. I eventually got around him, and we just kept going, trying to catch up. Never got there, but he got shuffled back at the end, and I was like, my chance, just hold off 4th, maybe wait for something to happen. Didn't drop back far enough. So, end of the race in 4th. Still a good podium finish, so good way to end the weekend.
Yeah, heck of a way. First year in senior and a whole lot more of performances like that to come. Congrats, Cade.
Thank you.
All right, Cade Yeager, P4.
Saying goodbye here with Christopher Wakefield. Christopher, you crossed the line 8th. A little bit unexpected to see you up here, right? But after penalties, you're here. Tell me how this podium feels for you.
Yeah, it was a hectic race. I'm really happy to be staying on the podium. To see all these Coyotes here, and it was a rough out there, but I'm glad I'm here and repeat of heavy. I'm getting ready to do it on medium.
And again, there's very few people that have stood on the podium twice on a Grand Nationals weekend. You've done it. How are you feeling later on today? You could be in the select few category of drivers that have done that, podiumed in all 3 of the marquee classes here.
Yeah, it feels really good. I'm still focused for the medium. I'm starting a bit further back after some trouble in the heat. But, of course, I'm grateful for that, but the weekend's not over.
Thank you, Christopher.
Thank you.
Top finishers celebrating on the podium here for Senior Light. They're going to raise those trophies high, be able to smile with their runs here today. We do have some people standing by. It's Caleb and Dave Mack. Let's send it down trackside.
All right, we're back for another one here with Dave Mack. Dave, the juniors getting ready to hit the racetrack, and this class has been competitive. They were in the LCQs. First of all, I'm curious to hear your point. Right? You've been watching the racing action all weekend long, all day long as well. What have you thought so far? The racing seemed very close so far.
Very close, way closer than most people would normally expect, or than I would normally expect. Look behind me at some of this talent here, for goodness sakes. I mean, look at some of these racers. It's just insane who's in this race right now, and they got their cool face on. You know, sometimes like I can talk over here a little bit, but I know Gary Lawson traditionally he won't let me interview him on the grid. You know, some of these kids are bit better because they're juniors, so we're in for a good one, a really good one.
Yeah, everybody's focused, right? Everybody's ready to get going, and again, we're running short on time, so me and you are running short on time as well. We're just waiting for Greg Jesperson to blow the horn, but yeah. I want to talk about this, right? The contenders that we have here this weekend. The driver actually right behind us, Brady Shad. He's won this event before. It's been a while since he's gotten back up there. You know, Cade Yeager was a driver who was able to win it, but Brady Shad has had a great year in the junior ranks. Who else do you have an eye on here? Today,
obviously, Sammy Tutwiler, and he's in the front row. Just about everybody, the top 10 rows are, I mean, every one of them is certainly capable. Now, what happens in the first two corners is what's going to dictate, you know, how the outcome is, I think.
But even then, in our senior light race, you know, it was funny to hear from some of the fans on the trackside. Right, it's possible to make it through clean in between the first two corners. So it's definitely doable. We just saw it in senior light. So the starts have been a lot cleaner, I think, for the senior classes. I'm hoping to see a little bit more of the same here in the juniors. But Dave Mack, you've been with CKNA since the start. Talk about the growth of this event year after year, and again, you've been a part of it, right? You've been, you know, we model our grid walks after you from what you've done, you know, in your experience here. Talk about CKNA and the growth of the series.
We started out as a different name. We had to change the name due to a lawsuit or whatever, a big deal. But we very first started at a club track that I was, I was a board member of in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. And we had CKNA, Greg and Steve Vermeer, Greg Jasperson, Steve Vermeer, decided to start a new series. They came, and I think the first race, I think they had like maybe 6 or 8 carts, maybe 10 carts, you know. And it was during our lunch break of our regular club racing. And Greg has built it into this. Greg gets so much credit for everything here. I'm impressed.
Did you ever think it was going to get to this point?
No. Not even. And I was told by, Steve Vermeer it would, and I argued with him incessantly. I said, there's no way. It couldn't possibly be. Yet here we are.
Yeah, here we are, and again, we're just moments away of getting going here. And Junior Dave Mack, sadly, you're going to be leaving us here, but again, what can you close off for us here as we get ready for our junior race here in Grand Nationals 9?
All I can say is, I know everybody needs to win, is desperate. Have fun. We're here to have fun. This is all about having fun. It's go-kart racing. Smile.
And again, I'm also missing a little bit of your go, go, go.
Green, 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 go, go, go.
There you go. Green, 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 go, go, go from Dave Mack. And we're getting ready to get going here. Myself, Caleb Vieska, Dave Mack, a staple here at CKNA. I have a shirt of you back home. I can't say that about a lot of people, right?
Surprisingly enough, I'm seeing a lot of them around here this weekend, and that just amazes me. In fact, Greg, I think, is almost out of them. I don't know if he's going to reorder because he's getting a lot of asking for it. So I don't get it, but thank you. From the bottom of my heart, thank you to everyone.
Well, they better restock on some Dave Mack shirts here pretty soon. Engines are getting ready to go fired. We'll send it back up to the booth for myself. From Dave Mack, it's a goodbye, unfortunately. Hopefully, we'll see you back here next year, Dave.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Caleb, Trevor, every one of you. I really appreciate everything you guys do for karting.
Thank you, Dave.
As you can see, the junior drivers are just about ready. We'll take a quick commercial break and we return. Main events are back from CKNA Grand Nationals 9.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion, Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
You need it? We got it. At Kart Eat Parts, we are your complete online aftermarket kart part superstore. From chains to bearings to bumpers and components, we've got it in stock and ready to ship straight to your door from our base in Ontario, Canada. Check us out online at karteparts.ca.
LYK Jr. onto the racetrack. A big grid. Another 60-car field getting ready to go green. Sam Tutwiler on the inside of row 1 alongside Brady Shad. Travis Pettit and Will Wilkie make up row 2. It's going to be AJ Stoner and Jack Fever on row 3. Leighton Mole and Carter Marcus roll from row number 4. Ezekiel Haight and Tyrone Kemper Jr. rounding off your top 10. Race Beckman, the lone Margay Racing entry out of the 550 drivers. He rolls from 11th alongside Sawyer Chambers, another small but fast contingent of Intrepids here from P12. Christopher Yautsy and Hudson Jack Erlin on row 7. Darren Kidd and Holden Harder back on row 8. Shane Smith and Gage Shipley row 9. Gavin Dyer and Isaiah Maxey round off the first 10 starters. Tegan Schneider and Leland Anderson make up row number 11. Christopher Goulet and Anthony Lewis on row number 12.
Then behind them you have Lage Powers alongside William Richard. Jacob Scheibel will start back in 27. Derek Wargo deep in the field in 28th after his success in last night's challenge. Lincoln Massey and Jonathan Bohr around the top 30 in what is a very deep field.
That's the first half. On back from Matt Holland and Clay O'Brien. We'll take a quick look at the rest of your starters. Some more big names with a lot of karts to pass. 60 drivers in total made the grand final in junior for CKNA Grand Nationals number 9 presented by Odenthal Racing Products and Toyota GR Cup. All the way to Randy Harvey and Ben Beck in 59th and 60th. How high can they fly over the next 15 laps? And all Mark Steele blackout front row here. Well, it would be if that black number 65 wasn't a PPK Coyote. We're ready for action. It's Sam Tutwiler taking us underway to turn 1. Lost one driver off the start there at turn 2, backed up into the red and yellow barriers at the grid fence. But the rest of the field, the 59 others, are still rolling to the horseshoe. Can we get them all through and into the cell tower hairpin? They're pretty spaced apart, so it looks like they should be okay. Not a good start for a handful of front runners, though, where that spin was. I saw Tyrone Kemper Jr. on the black and orange CRG go back a number of spots. AJ Stoner is hanging in there tough. Will Wilkie is as well. There's Ezekiel Haight in the 48 with a move down the inside in the green turn. That was for 4th. If he can stick it to turn 13, he will. P5 actually for Ezekiel. And Race Beckman from 11th on the grid's already up to P6.
Yeah, a great start for Beckman. I believe it might have been Faber who went off the racetrack there in terms of one of the Morel arts in that situation. But all this is with these drivers down the front straightaway. Try to work together. You see the Steel Motorsports machine saying, let's work together. Let's coordinate. It's going to be teamsmanship amongst the top 4 spots at least, potentially here, as there was a sea of Steel machines just outside the top 10 looking to knock the door to be able to regain top 10 spots here for that whole entire organization. That is a huge contingency back there.
Quite a few of them. But the long race ahead, and unlike in Senior Light, the main pack is still all pretty close in the deltas from 3 seconds off the lead. You will go all the way back to about 16th. So at this moment, you've still got quite a few drivers well within range of being able to fight for the race win. Up front, though, it's still only been Sam Tutwiler leading, with Travis Pettit pushing along in the Mark Steele number 29, Brady Shad and the PPK Coyote right behind him. And then AJ Stoner in the 14, Ezekiel Haight rounds your top 5. Look at this scrum, 2 and 3 abreast. In the middle teens to upper teens to lower 20s. Incredible stuff. The fact that we started 60, had 58 make it to the end of lap number 1, only lost 2 And we should be close to that number here by the end of the second lap as well. Unfortunately, not without the penalty flag being displayed for avoidable contact. Let's see who's made up the most spots early on. A good run up the board for a handful. Darren Kidds picked up 6 to the 9th position. Christopher Yeltsin is up 2. We mentioned Race Beckman, he's up 4 from 11th on the grid. And Schneider up 7 from 21st to 13th. Christopher Goulet up a little bit as well, and 27th to 17th for Jacob Scheible. Nathan Dupuis from 37th, though. We're catching up with him in the bright yellow and blue Sodi. He's now up to 20th at the back of this big group. And the 241, 17 spots, maybe 18 right here.
See him just waving on by drivers as he passes them on by here, like Maxi, saying, okay, let me have this spot. Work with you potentially later on. Dupuis, we knew, had speed, to say the least. He's one of the more adaptable drivers in the field when it comes to his ability to adjust to situations and be able to thrive in the heart of the pack. We've seen him come back from the mid to back pack before. So there's a chance we see Dupuis towards the front. All while you can see the signals come up for your top 3 or so. Shad signaling back. It looked like the Stoner to try and signal, come help me, come get closer. The gap 2-3 kart lengths still amongst them up at the front.
Yeah, AJ Stoner is trying his hardest to chip away. That time by, he was about a 0.5 tenth quicker, so inch by inch, the number 14 Coyote is closing in. And now with a pass for second. First swap in the lead trio in the entirety of the race, really since lap 1, turn 4. That brings AJ a little bit closer. The next group now, Leighton Mull has taken over from Ezekiel Haight in 5th, and then it's Race Beckman still lurking on. Now a challenge for the lead. First pass up front, we've got Brady Shad, heartbroken 12 hours ago in the out-of-the-box challenge, led up until the final lap. And in the pass, in the battle for the lead with Derek Wargo, he ended up in the dirt. He recovered to cross the line in 4th. He's looking, though, for the main trophy, the Grand Finals in Junior for the CKNA Grand Nationals, number 9. He'll lead his first laps of the main event at lap number 4, and maybe more so if he can hold it. 4 deep up front, 3 more trying to get there.
Yeah, right now, I think for Leighton Mull, he's been quietly one of the stronger drivers of the weekend here. He's been in the competition a couple times over in that second pack. Now it's just a matter of using some of his fellow competitors to close up once again. You can see him trying to get aerodynamic in the background there compared to your top 4. Just fighting as much as possible. Ran 2 tenths quicker than your race leaders who are squabbling. One more swap around and we may see Mull and Haight be right back up there as some of the other drivers you see just trying to go bumper to bumper, 5 karts deep.
Hudson Jack Irwin at the front of this pack. What a topsy-turvy night he had. First in the build challenge. Then, unfortunately, didn't make all of the tech compliance and rules, so he had to start from 20th. And he drove it up to the front anyway. He's having to drive from deep in the pack here in this race after a not-so-great start from 14th. Was 10th last time by, and the more that we swap the lead with Sam Tutwiler now going back to the front, his chances of standing on the Grand Nationals podium improve. To the line, 5 laps in the books, and we're going to go with AJ Stoner now at the top of the pylon. Big time move for the number 14 with help from Brady Shad and a pair of Coyotes and a pair of Bureau Arts. First and second, third and fourth, and closing in is Leighton Mull in the 25.
Yeah, right now just outside drafting distance to be able to get the full width of the draft, to be able to get that pull we've talked about with these 206 packages with the tire as well. Again, going to require more battling to be able to really get there again, just hoping things kick off, but it's going to be a bit more difficult now that another tandem of drivers is working together here. See if there's any poke arounds. Nothing yet from Pettit or Tutwiler. They are willing to just wait and pick their spots here before they pick apart this pairing yet again and split themselves apart once more.
They have so much time left in this race. There's no need really to make more drivers have a chance at battling with them, because you look at the gap here back to Hudson Jack Irwin's group. I mean, it's pretty solid. About 2 seconds until you find the driver in 10th and 9th. Will Wilkie in 9th up the road. He's made a move past Race Beckman. He started 4th and has dropped since that first lap. Wasn't ideal for the 84. And on the flip side, going nowhere but forward, another move for Nathan Dupuis. Nate Dogg on the hunt. That was for 12th from 37th here with still a lot of time left. Only 6 laps in the books.
Meanwhile, Swab dropped up in the front as well with the change for the race lead. So the two teammates, again, electing to go back and forth. Two chassis mates is the better way to phrase it potentially with the Millwright Racing branding on Shad's machine. But it does work out of the PPK tent. Still, I think at that point, you have the opportunity to try and swap, try and make sure your other opponents don't take advantage of you, just remaining patient and opening the door to the inside here. So at this point, I think they're just trying to make sure that whoever leads is one of their carts right now.
Yeah, and they're judging that when they ride behind each other, right? They're looking to see if the leader, it's almost a tryout. The moment that you make a mistake, the drivers behind think that you're struggling with your go-kart or maybe just not driving good enough to be able to keep the pace up, so they're going to pass you. But if you get out in front, you hit every mark perfectly, and they're only getting to you at the end of the straights or midway down them because of the draft, they'll normally continue to work with you. It's only if, again, the egos get involved or the strategy in terms of trying to instigate a battle that maybe you could break away from and get them side by side behind you and get them trading blows. And when a pack is this big here at now 6, this is when you want to be making that happen. Sam Tutwiler going up to second. Look at this. Travis Pettit getting stuck with Leighton Mole, who kind of thought about shoving a nose down the inside coming out of the cell tower corner. Wanted to bail from it. Ends up getting hooked up with him. And Sam Tutwiler, meanwhile, goes to the lead. He waited. He saw that 5th and 6th were starting to close in, and now he wants to get to the command point of the lead pack. And it's not just 5th and 6th. Darren Kidd from 15th up to 7th, slowly and methodically cutting his way through this field, and the number 38 is going to have a chance. Will Wilkie still in it. Wheel going all the way across the front straightaway from the infield hairpin. It'll make it all the way to the fence by the GR Cup banners down at turn 1. I don't know who we lost there.
Yeah, I'm not sure either yet, but there are yellow flags waving in that part of the racetrack pretty clearly. Very lucky, and it looks like it's going to be, I believe that's the 8 machine that's falling down the order.
Lucian Laser. Lucian Laser lost the right rear tire going into the infield hairpin. So it's Tutwiler to Shad to Stoner to Pettit, and Ezekiel Haight back into 5th there. Push Leighton Mole all the way up to the leaders. Now he wants to get on his own up through the top 4 instead of waiting for Leighton to carve a path. And that was maybe a good time move because Leighton Mole spent the last 2 turns side by side with Darren Kidd. Will Wilkie able to get by the 38, but they've all lost some valuable track position to the likes of the top 5. Further back from them, Race Beckman has started to fade a little bit on the Margay. He's still charged up to 9th, and Nathan Dupuis from 37th has gotten into the top 10 now. The bad news for the 241, with only 6 laps remaining, he is 5 seconds away from the lead. You can see him there just out of the last turn as the leaders enter turn 1 in the blue, black, and yellow. 6 to go. Sam Tutwiler trying to bring another hometown victory here for the Indiana natives that have always run so good at Newcastle Motorsports Park, knowing what this track will do. And Sam himself has followed the national scene for many seasons. This young man could very easily jump right into the ranks of senior light, senior medium, and senior heavy and race for wins as well. Brady Shad now second with Travis Pettit behind him as Pettit makes the move on AJ Stoner. And it goes 1st and 3rd for the pairing, 2nd and 4th for the next group, and Ezekiel Haight on the AEM Karting supported OTK closing in. He's been hoping, praying, trying to get back up there. This will help. New leader again, Brady Shad back to the point.
Shad again has been aggressive with that move up through scoreboard all throughout the weekend. Whenever he's had a chance, usually has taken it. Now the tough thing will be, again, the pairing differences. Tutwiler Noah's being right now thinking and plotting. Looks like he's going to get the draft, and that's the risk when you have some of the lineup, is that a teammate could get behind you and help just like that. Pettit pushes Tutwiler all the way to the lead.
And Ezekiel Haight was able to even get by Shad. So now Ezekiel up to 4th. And the march keeps going from P9 on the grid as he taps the helmet and looks to charge even further. The top 3 still close together. A couple car lengths to the 48 of Haight. A couple more back to now Brady Shad. And look at the second group 2x2 coming out of the horseshoe. Leighton Mole, Will Wilkie, Darren Kidd, and Race Beckman, they had a chance of catching the leaders. Now they're losing out a little bit by fighting amongst themselves. And Travis Pettit getting to the bumper of Sam Tutwiler with an opportunity to try and slip away from some of the top competitors in the class like Brady Shad is back in 5th, but instead he goes to the lead. Hurricane Trav leading the way now in junior.
Travis Pettit, we talked about his success as of years late when it comes to competition. Very stellar when it comes to his driving at the national level. Like many of the drivers here, they have to have that pedigree to be able to withstand challenges. Amongst those who've done well in starts and schools of competition all throughout the year in terms of getting wins, in terms of getting podiums, in the past couple of years, especially all the way up for the minis recently. Pettit just has to be able to withstand more swapping. The problem is, it's not concrete that things are going to stay stable because Tutwiler, again, is already showing the nose down the straightaways to potentially think about another swap here. It's right now going to be so difficult just to hold on to the race lead. As some have said today, it's so difficult if you're leading on the last lap because of what can happen on said final time around.
Yeah, it's really hard to be able to play defense and not end up dropping the motor RPMs too low, pinching the corners too tight where someone can over-under you. Just like this, even with a pass, AJ Stoner to 2nd and Tutwiler pulls alongside. AJ closed the door there, but he left it wide open back into the corner, and Sam goes back on by. And now Brady Shad is right there, and the leader has a little bit of breathing room. Travis Pettit trying to take advantage of the biggest gap the leader's seen in probably 10 laps, coming to 3 laps remaining.
Remember, Tutwiler 8 times he's gone to victory lane in his classes of races here at Newcastle. Talked about the hometown connections for some of these drivers. Tutwiler amongst those that races a fair bit here in terms of the club scene, in terms of those competitions. Right now, putting his efforts to use, trying to push forward on Pettit. Build a small bumper of some sorts, but Stoner nearly hit the back bumper. Another dive behind him as Shad wants his spots back. Brady Shad retakes 3rd. More signals between the two of them.
AJ Stoner going, dude, what do you mean work together? You just passed me. I was hoping you'd work with me, but instead, Brady Shad obviously thinks he'll be a little better to lead the two of them. So now, an opportunity has arisen for Sam Tutwiler and Travis Pettit if they stay in line to wait one more lap and make it a true mano-a-mano fight for the race win. Sam just realized that, taking a look backwards of this 3-car group headed to the shark fin. We're coming to 2 laps to go this time by. Will Wilkie leads the next group there, 3 seconds away. Nathan Dupuis has almost caught them from 37th. He's clawed his way to 9th. It looks like he may have gotten past Hudson Jack Erlin a few laps ago. Hudson's hanging with him, and now he's trying to track down Leighton Mole with some of the fastest times of the race. 2 to go. Pettit, Tutwiler, and only a couple car lengths back finds Brady Shad.
Yeah, right. This is a perfect spot for Shad to try and coil or run together if they start to go back and forth again. Has already closed up 2 or 3 car lanes. Has really good speed with the gearing down the straightaways to be able to time things up, while also having good cornering speed to be able to send it in areas like scoreboard. Just needs to be able to keep it wound up here to close up an extra cart lengths. The top 2 try and bump. This is exactly what he needs, a swap in front. And now Pettit is right there within a cart length. Lost a little grip down the curbing though out of green corner.
That's all that Brady Shad was hoping for. Just an opportunity to be able to sniff the draft a little bit easier, to get closer, and now to put some heat on Travis Pettit. Sam Tutwiler, did he time it perfectly, or did he go to the lead too soon? 5 drivers fighting for the lead and the win. 1 lap to go in junior, presented by LYK at CKNA Grand Nationals 9. Sam Tutwiler leads your field.
But how long does it last now? Pettit has been bold with some passes here today, but already a poke, a change. Shad all the way through. Turn 3 went with the send. Now looks to wind it up again. Watch for him to send it deep. Yes, he will with contact. Little small graze, and Shad is clear.
That is impressive. Brady Shad with 2 very aggressive moves to get to the lead. And now he goes on full defense. Ezekiel Haight at the back of the group trying to find any opening that arises. Sam Tutwiler now lines up right behind the 65 with teammate Travis Pettit in tow. What does he do? Can he do anything? They're all covering the inside through the green turn. Ezekiel Haight's going to have a run on AJ Stoner, who's going to pop the curb to go side by side for third. Pettit high, low, fading. It is still Shad at the front of this pack. Did that heads-up move in turn 5 pay off enough to the final time in the shark fin? Big run into the corner for Sam Tutwiler. It's not done yet. AJ Stoner third, Travis Pettit fourth, Ezekiel Haight fifth. In the run to the line, a drag race headed our way. Here comes Tutwiler. Shad with the lead. Black and checkers at the line. Brady Shad by an unbelievable margin.
Wow. An intense finish right there. It was 18 1/1000ths of a second.
13 thousandths of a second even closer. AJ Stoner third, Travis Pettit fourth, Ezekiel Haight fifth, Brady Shad. Talk about the roller coaster, the ups and downs of racing and the emotions from last night, losing on the final lap, to today, winning it with 2 unbelievable moves to go from third to first and win by a matter of inches.
Incredible finish again. Came down to a bit of contact, yeah, but it was a wild run for the very end. Shad able to withstand the last second charge. Stoner still on the podium. Pettit and Haight on the podium also. Some of the drivers outside the top half of the page of note. Darren Kidd was up to 6th. He fell all the way down to 21st at the very end. As we were keeping an eye on the leaders, drivers like Maxey slipped down to 17th. Tyrone Kemper Jr., decent starting spots down in the 20s. It was a wild one for many of these competitors. Top 45 separated by 28 seconds. Some of the drivers that didn't make it to the very end included Carter Barkus, unfortunate, who had great speed all throughout the weekend. And all you can do is cheer. Brady Shad giving some hugs with his opponents here. Able to come out on top as crew members give him the congrats.
Check, I'm ready.
Lee Caleb is already standing on by as everybody lines up to congratulate Brady.
We'll step in here with Brady Shad as, again, the rest of the congratulations come his way. And then again, John Seglum giving the congrats. You saw the hug with Jim Lapari. With Brandon Jarsakrak. His dad, give your dad a hug before you come talk to me, man. Brady, let's go back 18 hours ago. Heartbroken in the scale line. You had just lost the out-of-the-box challenge, but today, on Sunday, you're a Grand National champion. How does it feel?
Amazing. I don't have words. I want to thank everyone for helping me through this. It's awesome.
And again, it's taken you a long time to get back to this place, right? Is it, has it sunk in yet? Kind of surreal being back here. Last year you struggled. Your teammate Cade was able to, again, talk to me about that process of getting back here this year.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I feel like finishing 5th last year, it kind of helped me, honestly, just be more confident running up front, because usually I'm not up there, but it felt amazing running up there.
Well, Brady, today you're the best in North America in 2025. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Sam Tutwiler ends up second at the end of the junior main event. 13 thousandths was the margin at the line. A close one. You were talking and already thinking of where you needed a little bit or where you could have found a little bit more, but still a respectable run today.
Yeah, it was fun. I mean, I
I should have done better, but I still had a lot of fun.
Talk to me about this weekend, what it's been like for you. This junior class is huge. It's one of only 3 that had an LCQ, so to stand on the box, to be P2 at the end of it, I know it bites a bit, but at the same point, that's a heck of an accomplishment.
Yeah, I mean, we were fast from the start. We didn't really struggle with anything, but we just finished the heats, finished up front of the heats, got the start pole for the final, and then, I mean, I led most of the race, and then I just kind of messed up, and then almost got him at the line, but it's still a fun race, and good job to Brady.
Congratulations, Sam. Who else would you like to thank?
I want to thank my grandparents, my parents, Mark Steele, Gary Lawson, all my sponsors. I mean, Mark has helped me so much through the years. Just going into this 206 junior class from last year, I've gained so much time on the Burrell, but yeah.
You're out, Sam.
Thank you.
Standing by here with AJ Stoner. AJ, your first time of asking in the junior ranks, you get a podium here, but I'm curious to hear from you. Those last couple laps, you were looking outside, inside, you just couldn't get there in the end, but a 3rd place in your first year in junior, how does that feel?
Feels amazing. I'm just glad I got podium at least.
And who would you like to thank? Who made it possible here this weekend, AJ?
PPK, Coyote, my mom, dad, and Jim Lapari, and my last coach that I had, Charles.
Well, there you go. Congrats and enjoy your first podium in junior, AJ. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pressures were a little too low.
Travis Pettit here, P4 today. Trav, we were just checking to see if there was anything you guys could have done a little bit better. Even still, you led laps, you were in the fight, and up until the last lap had the lead for a good chunk of it. So how do you make out, and what do you take away from the main?
I mean, yeah, I should have defended here going into the right here. But, yeah, Brady drove an amazing race. So did Sam and AJ. But, yeah, I came out here to have fun, and I did, so I'm happy. And I couldn't have done it without Mark Steele, Steele Motorsports, Lawson Racing Engines, my mom, my dad, my family watching back at home. And, yeah.
There you go. Another podium, another bit of hardware to be able to check onto the plane. You're making a habit out of this.
Yes, I am.
There you go. Travis Pettit, P4 today.
I'm standing by here with Ezekiel Height. He rounds up our podium, finishing in the top 5. Ezekiel, this is your return to the podium, but your first in junior. Talk to me about this weekend. I know it wasn't the easiest of starts coming here to the Grand Nationals this weekend.
It's been a rough weekend because we showed up Friday because my mom, who was recently diagnosed with cancer, and she had a bunch of tests, so we had to show up Friday, and that put us a little bit behind the 8 ball, but we were able to come through and make enough changes and have enough help from buddies and from people who have been helping us under tents.
What do you want to say to Mom? You're on the podium here this weekend. What do you want to say to her as she's watching on?
Thank you, Mom, for letting me come here. I raced for you. I got 5th for you. Obviously, I wish I would have done a little bit better for you, but thanks for letting me come.
I'm sure she's going to have a smile on her face right now. Ezekiel, enjoy the podium.
Thank you.
Look top to bottom and good interviews once again, a part of the celebrations down trackside. But the podium about to be filled with activity once again. A chance to raise those trophies high. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Masters and Senior Medium.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
He's gonna make weight. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
I like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Well, welcome back here to the 9th edition of the CKNA Grand Nationals. Okay. Jamie, we're not so used to seeing you this far back here in the Masters division, right? Talk to me about your weekend. It just seems like you just haven't caught a break here.
Yeah, we qualified second. First heat race ran fourth. Had a little incident in the second heat race. Passed it for third and got in a little scuffle and put me out. And then the third heat race had a flat tire. It's just been rough. Been a rough weekend.
And then again, what are we expecting to see out of you in this main event? We've seen you run up at the front. We've seen you win this event in the past. Talk to me about what it's going to take for you to get up to the front here.
Well, first let's get through the big one, and then let's just start. Let's find some drafting partners, and then we'll just push to the front. I think we've got speed, so I think we can do it.
Wish you some good luck, Jamie. Thanks,
you. Buddy.
John Price and Sean Meyer here with me. You guys are just a little bit up, but not terribly far from where Caleb was. We've got some work to do, fellas. We were talking what's going to be the secret to success for either one of y'all to be able to be in the top 5 and on the box today.
We got to make it through the first few corners, but I think we got a fast cart and we're going to go right to the front.
What about you, John? How are we feeling?
Same thing. Make it through the chaos and just pick carts off one at a time. Hopefully we can hook up and go forward.
There we go. John Price here, Sean Meyer. They've got the inside lane. That makes things a little bit easier, but it's still a long road up to the front. We'll send it back over to Caleb as we work our way through the grid.
Standing by here with JD Gunn. JD, talk about the weekend up to this point, and again, for you guys over at LSR Camp Chaos, you guys come back to this event year in, year out with Marshall, your father-in-law, Stacy, your wife, and your niece, Katie. Talk to me about the family environment for you guys and how this weekend's been to this point.
It's been a lot of fun. I lost my dad in 05, and Marshall kind of took over and helped us out and did a lot of stuff. And when we first started doing it, we've been to the first one, and now we've been to the 9th one. And we're here every year, and we've had struggles, we've had victories, and then we've been up on speed, we've been down on speed. So as of right now, we're just we're hoping that we made some changes before we get out here, so hopefully it works.
What's kept you guys coming back year after year to the Grand Nationals?
It's just competition. These guys are the best out there, And I've never been a front runner. We've been trying as hard as we can, but anytime you can run decent with these guys, it's a lot of just makes you feel good, and everybody sees it too, So,
what would be a successful end to your weekend here, JD?
Everybody would say a win, but I think running top 10, get top 7th, 8th, 9th, a top 10 would be unbelievable with this kind of group here. These guys, it's a stacked field from front to back. A lot of guys, there were super fast guys that have run and they had problems and they're in the back and they're coming. So, hey, I don't know. We will see what happens.
Well, wish you the best of luck, and thank you for spending a little bit of your time talking to us, JD.
No problem, Evan. Thank you. Hi, Mom.
All right, we work our way towards the front of the field here, just a little bit closer, leading the intrepid contingent in Masters and your first Grand Nationals. What's it going to take here from the outside of row 5 to be able to at least come away with a podium or maybe higher?
As we all know, a bit of luck, of course. Work hard, stay focused, survive the first lap. I mean, yeah, let's take the experience in and have fun with it.
Eric Lassard's first trip here to the CKNA Grand National as he rolls from the outside of row 5. Karts are already just about to get fired up here, so we're almost about to send your Masters, your second to last main of the day.
We'll get fired up here in the next moments or so as Jason Burgess signals all the drivers here. All the crew members just doing what they need to do. Keep an eye on that air horn in the background. You see the crew members watching intently on when they are going to fire that off to tell the crew members, skedaddle to the fencing. Again, this field feature 41 starters today. A lot of contenders. Chris Carroll, one of the drivers to keep an eye on, one of the Coyotes. Eric Fagan amongst those leading the charge coming up to the green flag here today. Ryan Cassidy looking to potentially double up in terms of wins. Got a lot of down in fourth also. There's so many different drivers that are scattered apart of this field to watch for. Todd Barron amongst those that have won a Legends before when it comes to the grand final. CRG Masters ready to show who is the master of Newcastle Motorsports Park soon. Taking the sights and sounds as more of these teams get ready. For example, you have Todd Barron amongst those looking to charge forward from the 9th position. Barron driving a red speed here. Here's for his kart. Started alongside Lassard, was talking with him yesterday, as talked about during the practice session. He was very happy to just be amongst the top 10. First time here after the 3 different bits of contact in 2 heat races in 1 day on the Saturday. Looks like engines are now firing up. The drivers are fired up. Are you ready to be fired up to see who will go to victory lane? See all the drivers roll out in the next moments or so for your Masters once again in the next moments or so here at Newcastle. Karts now again the chance to fire up and get launched. It's time for their pace lap to see where they start here today here in Cup Karts North America Grand Nationals competition. Eric Fagan is on the pole. Mark Steele alongside with Chris Carroll in the 3rd spot. Row number 2. AJ Guadalajara will start alongside. Ryan Cassidy, we talked about the chance to try and double up today in terms of grand finals. Jeff Dolian will start next to him in the top 6.
We continue to roll down the grid here. David Galonia on the inside of row 4 alongside Corey Walsh. Todd Barron on the inside. Eric Lassard, who I spoke to moments ago, and the Intrepid on the outside in 10th.
You also throw 11, J.D. Gunn looking to fire off well with Ronald Swift in 12th. Brad Davis back at 13th. Casey Stahl in 14th position. Row number 7. Row 8, Amber Flint and James Brucati in 16th. Tim Shutt will have a lot more ground to make up in this race, starting down at 17th today. And you also have Ryan Sparakowski in 18th. Jeff Scott, Kevin May, the top 20.
List goes on here in the Masters main event. Just like the Legends class, all of them able to make it to the final. 41 in total on the grid, all except for Chris Osgood made it to page number 2. And we're ready for the final time to see them all. The grand final, 15 laps. We mentioned talking to John Price and Sean Meyer earlier. We talked to Jimmy Bradford as well. Manage the start, hope the race strings out. Even John and Sean were hoping, hey, maybe we'll have some of the elder drivers in the Masters class, some of the Legends double up drivers be a little fatigued by the end of these 15 laps. It's hot still. 5 p.m. local time, just about 2 p.m. Pacific, with 2 races left to roll from CKNA Grand Nationals number 9, presented by Toyota GR Cup and Odenthal Racing Products. We've got the Masters field presented by CRG, Camp Chaos, LSR Motorsports, and a crawl led by Eric Fagan in the green and white on the right-hand side. Has a nice and slow and steady pace set for the start. We look to Jason Burgess and the glitz and glam on the right. Your head flagman is ready to give the green, and here we go in Masters. Lots of give and take here, albeit a little bit of contact between the Masters drivers on the start. Even Mark Steele had Chris Carroll it looked like, or Jeff Dalian kind of onto the back bumper of his Steel Motorsports entry, but he was able to keep it going. Now we've unfortunately got a few off to the side. One is Ryan Curtin. Another one is going to be one of the green and black machines. That is looked to be the number 4 in the middle of the field, right around, or it might have been the 124 at Jason Rowe. That was right around 29th and 30th. But the main contingent are up and away with a single file train. Already a win on the day. 4 Legends main events in a row for Ryan Cassidy, looking to double up here with an opportunity in Masters. But he's got Eric Fagan in front of him and Chris Carroll directly in front of him in the number 12. And then it's Steele. David Galonia with a solid start into 5th. Good start for Corey Walsh as well. He's slotted to 6th. Eric Lassard able to move up in the top 10 a couple spots. Eric picked up 2. Jeff Dalian back to 9th. Ronald Swift into the top 10. And AJ Catalata from the outside of row 2 has dropped back a little bit to the 7th position. Eric Fagan, though, the Pied Piper here in Masters. There was a moment it felt like only he and Mark Steele were going to be allowed to lead laps as they continued to control the race in the heats, the final couple. But right now, this looks like anyone's ball game here, Justin. Any of these drivers have a real shot. Mark Steele's going to take one here in the hairpin to go by Cassidy for 3rd, and they'll drag race behind him. That's Corey Walsh on the outside. To the inside of him is going to be the 222 of Catalata trying to make up ground. And now he'll tuck back in as Eric Lassard sends it into the green corner.
Lassard taking his spots right now, just trying to stay out of contact. That was a big issue we touched upon for him on Saturday. Today, able to just slice on through, and Lassard just picking his spots, being smart with his decision making right now to bring his Intrepid on forward here, keeping it clean. So important to make sure you can slice on through the pack, and better yet, you don't need to see yourself on an island. Speaking of drivers thinking about making moves, Steele thought about trying to leapfrog to 2nd, decided to stay in line. A lot of patience for your front runners as they plot and plan when to make the move.
This is an enduro, double the distance essentially of those 8-lap heats. But that doesn't mean we're going to stay calm and collected all the way till the end. Chris Carroll going to make the first lead change, the first move up front. And the number 12 takes over with 6 cars still closely packed behind him. Almost 7 to Lassard. Pass for 8th down the inside. That's the MGM. Further back making a move. It might have been Dolly into the 031, I believe. And back to the lead goes Fagan. He doesn't want to stay back there in 2nd for one bit. Right there, turn 11. To the point once again for the number 1.
Yeah, remember he set his focus on this part of the competitions after originally being a couple different entries, was kicked back in his other race, remember, before he basically pulled out of that to keep his sights on trying to get a Masters win, trying to add on to his trophy case for a driver that's raced a fair bit over the years, has been a part of the drivers that have raced with teams like Nitro in the past, but of course his Tony Kart has been looking very sporty. A few months ago, it joined Todd Barron as a full-time mechanic actually for 2025, a part of Barron Brothers as well in terms of some of his connections, building some of these karts and making sure that the karts are ready to go to be able to race at tracks like Trackhouse over the years.
Some of the big moves already being made by Sean Meyer in the number 30 Coyote. He's picked up a number of spots from where we spoke to him. 22nd at the loop across the line, up to 14th now, working lap 4. He's charging and making up quite a few spots already. Fellow Coyote, Chris Carroll right there in the 2nd spot. Fagan still the leader. 3rd, Mark Steele. 4th, Ryan Cassidy. Further back, some other moves made. Jamie Bradford, who we spoke to, has already picked up 10 spots on his MGM machine for Bradford Racing in the 622, 18th from 28th. And the leaders being tamed now will string this field apart. It's 4 breaking away. David Galonia trying to catch back up to him now as he leads that 2nd pack with Walsh in tow. Lassard still there. Penalty flag coming out here on lap number 5 at the completion of lap 4 for some contact in the pack. Might have involved the likes of Todd Barron and Amber Flint. They both just dropped down the leaderboard heavily. Lost about 4 to 5 spots apiece.
Now all this is still the top 4 planning, mind you. question is, do you like your Coyote? Do you like being a steel driver? Do you like your Tony kart? There's so much in terms of these karts. There's minute differences between manufacturer to manufacturer that see pop up. Awesome sense for Catalana to get alongside Lassard. That's going to also bring Dolian on the push as they try and cut past the 816. All of them still squabbling on back here. So that back grouping at this point, I think, has kind of thrown up their hands and said, we'd rather fight for the positions we can get here.
Oh.
Lassard again getting sent wide off into the grass.
Caught the marbles on the entry, and he was a passenger riding that high up on the rim of the racetrack. Eric Lassard said in his first trip to the Grands that top 10 would be amazing. He'd be happy with that. He's going to have to really fight to get back there now, dropping way down the order and having dirty tires for the next lap or so. Further back, another move for Sean Meyer up the board. Mark him to 10th now and challenging for more. I think he was able to even get 9th away from Ronald Swift as Eric Fagan is starting to pull a bit of a gap over Chris Carroll and company. Mark Steele sticking with him for the moment in a Coyote sandwich as Catalana looks to the inside of Welsh. Door to door into 5. Welsh will slide a bit out, and that'll allow rim riding in the second groove. In the 031, Jeff Dolian. Nice move.
Able to get it to stick to the inside as we'll take a look at a replay. Watch Lassard. They actually got pushed into those marbles there. Yeah, very lucky held on the first time, but just couldn't keep it wrapped along with the curbing that bumped him off into the grass and into the green stuff.
Unfortunate for Eric Lassard. He'll fall way down the leaderboard on the left side. Meanwhile, Mark Steele has not only made the pass on Chris Carroll, he's already reconnected them with Eric Fagan in half a lap. Nicely done for the 34. Mark Steele had a very scary moment in turn 2 at the start of a senior heavy heat race yesterday. He was cleared by the medical team, starting up in the front of a Masters heat, heat number 2. He said, don't worry about me, I'm gonna go out and win this next heat race. He didn't win that one, he won the 3rd though, finished 2nd in heat 2. And Mark Steele now finds himself with the same driver who he dominated the 2 heat races with yesterday, right in front of him, Eric Fagan in the Tony kart. Ryan Cassidy still just watching, biding his time. All the experience and the race wins for the 53. He knows that he's just got to stay there till the end and wait for the magic to happen. Here's a magic move to the inside for Mark Steele. Big time run down the short chute, and Fagan's gonna get swallowed by Carroll now. Chris Carroll into 2nd. Cassidy watching it happen, sees the opportunity. He'll take it by the horns and move into 3rd.
Yeah, nice pass once again by Cassidy. I think Cassidy has proven that kart's absolutely got a chance to win here, to try and make more history here tonight. It's just right now the tough part of finding a way around Carroll. Then remember, he had the kart set up in Legends for straight line speed, and that's been the bigger challenge where he hasn't had the lead to be able to just yard away from the point. In this field, for the Masters kart at least, he's been more boxed in and hasn't been able to build up the runs for the corners to really pick his way past some of these drivers with the way the kart's set up here with gearing.
Eric Fagan dropping back there after all that. The last lap really hurt him, going wide for a couple of turns, and now that second group led by AJ Catalana, they were faster than the leaders off the battling that ensued, and they are making up a little ground. They are almost up to the back of Eric Fagan, at least to the draft window, that is, just getting under that 9 or 8/10 of a second difference from the car in front. That'll help pull them the rest of the way. Teamwork helping the 2 of them also break a little bit from the 3-pack behind. That has David Galonia, Corey Walsh, and again, Sean Myers march forward, continues. He's up to 9th from 22nd. Jeff Scott up to 10th, and Jamie Bradford moving up 17 spots already here at the halfway point. 28th to 11th.
That's an impressive drive, to say the very least, for Bradford right now. Also impressive, we've seen from Denver all the way from 24th up to about 13th, also in the lineup. So drivers are able to recover some of the spots. The tough thing is, just not in position to be in the lead group. Speaking of which, oh, that was a little bit of a pickup Walsh lifted the rear tires off the ground, coming out of 4, is lucky to still be able to keep on going here.
Heck of a save. The REM Cosmic with one hiccup, and Sean Meyer takes advantage, picks up another position, and the number 30 continues to roll. At this rate, he might be able to get to the leaders because they're going to fight again. Chris Carroll back to the lead in the green corner. Steele the second, Cassidy third. Eric Fagan has new life back there in fourth, and Steele wants to take the lead right back. He looked back, he saw Coyote. He didn't want to be outnumbered. He wanted to lead the pack, but Carroll crosses him up, gets the lead back away. Fagan now sends it to the inside of Cassidy, gives him a little wheel at the end of the corner. Cassidy hangs on. We talked with Ryan Cassidy earlier this week, Caleb did, talking about the heightened level of aggression at this race. He said, man, back in my day, the Quincy Grand Prix, the street race, just a couple hours down the road in the Midwest, that was very similar. It's the Indy 500 for a lot of Midwestern karters. It was a one-off, and you saw a lot of going for broke moves, hoping to take the trophy or just a ride home with maybe the steering wheel, if that. And he's found a way to manage this race to still be in the lead group and to already have a trophy on the day with his 4th consecutive win in the Legends division for 50 years of age and over. And racing now in the Masters class, he's still got a chance. Off to the wayside for Catalata, it looked like. Jeff Dolian challenging him right as they got close to the leaders. Dolian now to 5th, Catalata to 6th. They're kicking up some dust. Sean Meyer will close in. He's almost made it all the way to the lead pack. You can see that second group bearing down on your leading 4. Chris Carroll out in front, headed to 5 laps to go this time by with Mark Steele hot on his heels into the shark fin.
Yeah, that is a good effort as said. I think it's still going to be difficult for Meyer unless things get heated again up in the race lead by a sizable margin. But as Jason Burgess gives them a high 5 at the stand, anything is possible, especially knowing Meyer is a stellar driver as a whole, where we've seen him contend up front. If it wasn't for some of the attrition in some of the heat races, we'd be talking about him probably also holding on to make it a 5-car tandem already by this point. That gap is going to be at least 10-15 car lengths to his respective pack though, which makes it all the more difficult, especially knowing how Dolian is right now getting reeled in quickly back there. As more side-by-side, Fagan retakes second.
A late decision there from Eric Fagan to send it on Mark Steele. Cost them some valuable time to race leader Chris Carroll. The good news is there's still ample laps left to make up for it. Jeff Dolian leading that second pack, almost there, 1.6 seconds away. And with another pass in that leading quartet, he'll get close again. But when they're lined up, they're as fast as anyone else. It's only when they get separated, when the leader gets a gap or when they trade the lead, that we see that second group really make some inroads. They've been stuck at that 1.5 to 2.5 second window for the majority of the main. 4 to go now. Chris Carroll continues to show the way through turn 1.
Still nothing doing to be able to build the run yet. We'll see if Fagan's able to build this up right. Carroll's been able to defend well in situations like this during the heat races in some of his battles. But speaking of battles, looking like some more squabbling back there. The 30 took some looks. Meyer trying to move forward. Still nothing doing for Meyer up back there. Oh, wow. Dolian is now completely been reeled in that pack. Catalata trying to hold on for dear life back there as well as the rest of the field works its way once again to green corner. Just patience, patience, patience is all you can really virtue. Now it's Fagan in the race lead because of this swap around, making a bit of contact and sliding on by.
There you go. Eric Fagan now in front. Chris Carroll back to second. Mark Steele ready to give him a little shove there, a little hop out of the corner. As we head to the line, 3 laps remain in Masters. A 4-car group has dominated and headlined this race, but any of the 4 of them could take the lead and score the win. Ryan Cassidy, the only driver of your leading group that has not yet gone all the way to the point. He has waited, he has watched, and has continued to let this race unfold in front of him and make ample notes. The highest he's gotten himself to is 3rd. He's been in no rush to take over. He's just happy to continue to push that pack back forward and away from everybody else. A lock right now on the podium as things stand. Sean Meyer back behind, makes that final move on the second group to get to the lead of it. He's up to 5th now from 22nd. A crash yesterday buried him in the field with the way the heat points were tallied. Side-by-side moment there. Catalata versus Corey Walsh. AJ will get past. And back to the inside, and now they collide. Off and into the grass, nearly all the way to Jason's office on the front straightaway for AJ Catalata and Jeff Dalian. And as they watch the rest of the field pass them on by, trying to rejoin, battling for 6th. Meyer looks back. There's no more help. It's all on his own. And up to the mercy of how much we fight for the lead. With 2 laps to go, Sean Meyer 7/10 clear of Corey Walsh. Another second to Jeff Scott in the 73. David Galonia had to go wide to make evasive action and avoid all of that. Jamie Bradford has now climbed into the top 10 comfortably. 28th to 8th, 20 spots up the board for the MGM. And Eric Fagan still with the lead. No challenge and no pressure, not feeling any bit of it. A normal arc there through the back hairpin, and only a lap and a half remains. What happens here? As we go to the side-by-side cam, look on the right side, left, and the replay on the left, or replay on the left, live on the right. Dalian, Carlotta, neither one wanted to give. You saw Jeff Dalian lose that spot in the previous passing zone, turn 11. He wanted it back in 13. Carlotta didn't want to give it up. And once they popped tires, off they went and into the grass. White flag coming this time by. Eric Fagan hasn't seen the challenge from behind in a few moments. He's about to see it now. Chris Carroll all the way to the grass. Tire-to-tire contact. Fagan wide, Carroll wide. Mark Steele to the lead. And Cassidy through to second.
Could see that coming because Fagan looked like he was trying to crouch down as much as possible with the tires hooked together. And now all of a sudden, Mark Steele has a very difficult gap to close. Look at this, Meyer trying to get around Carroll. Oh wow, Cassidy has a chance for a second place run here. Will have to fight hard to close up the Steele. Steele's got a huge gap here.
Ryan Cassidy's been keeping his tires cool and holding back this entire main. Sean Meyer now could play spoiler with the rest of the top 4. They were well and away from everyone until the contact happened there. Fagan not wanting to give the lead up. Chris Carroll called his bluff. Steele made a mistake. Mark Steele drops a tire. Here comes Cassidy. Ryan Cassidy brings the crowd to their feet with a pass for the lead. Fagan now alongside. And Eric Fagan's back to the point into the shark fin. Cassidy's not done yet. And Eric Fagan now hopping in the seat. They're 3 wide for third. Sean Meyer, long way around, into the side of Mark Steele in the last turn. Run to the line, black and checkers. Eric Fagan, Ryan Cassidy, and Eric Fagan crosses the line first to win it in Masters. All results unofficial, of course. Ryan Cassidy almost able to steal it. Mark Steele had it. He had a huge lead. And a mistake, a single mistake he makes all race long. He pays the ultimate price and slides down to 4th. Sean Meyer, what a drive. 22nd to 3rd at the checkers.
An impressive one for Meyer. Let's take a look at some of the replays, though. As you see there, just goes too wide, pushes too hard coming out of green corner. The lost momentum costs him by the time they get to scoreboard. And a huge mistake for Steele of what could have been his race right then and there at the very end. So let's take a look at the running order. Eric Fagan, Ryan Cassidy up at the front. Sean Meyer up in 3rd in the very end. Again, results unofficial. Mark Steele in 4th. Chris Carroll falls down to 5th with some of the contact in the final corners. Jamie Bradford, impressive drive for 28th. He also charged up to 6th. Corey Walsh, he launched in the air at one point, finishes in 7th. Jeff Scott, David Galonia, and Eric Lassard gets his goal. A top 10. He gets it by 0.3 of a second over Michael Dittmer. John Price, James Brucati, Flint, and Barron. Top 15, Davis, May, Foligno, Yanko, and Sokol amongst those in the top 20. in this field. Rest of the field on screen, but Caleb is standing on by with your competitors. Caleb?
Standing by here with our 2025 Grand National Champion, Eric. You left everything out there, right? You were just saying out of energy. That last lap, hectic, but in the end, you were able to get it done.
I made my one move. I came down to the bottom of the straightaway. Apparently, he was at my left rear, but you know what I mean? I didn't keep going and kind of half spun, barely stayed on the track, to be honest with you. I thought it was over, but it's never over till it's over. And when Steele dipped the wheel there, I knew they were going to race, and the scoreboard and the under-over just worked for me, man.
What does this mean to you? Who would you like to thank as well?
I'd like to thank Todd Barron and Todd Barron Racing, because without him, I wouldn't be out here. And my parents, Mike and Jamie Fagan.
Well, enjoy the win here, Eric. You're a Grand National Champion in 2025.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Most definitely.
Ryan Cassidy, P2 at the checkers. We don't know where everything's going to land. Of course, black and checkers at the stripe. Talk to me through, first of all, the first 13 laps. You were just waiting. You only made 1 or 2 moves to get to third, just kind of watching and pushing the train along. Was that all part of the plan, just to let them get after it, stay up front?
Yeah, absolutely. I figured there was going to be some excitement, so I just wanted to sit tight. I knew none of the passes were going to be easy, and figured if I just sit here and ride, maybe something will open up.
And it sure did. That last lap was crazy. Talk to me about it from your point of view.
You know, Eric and Chris had a pretty good jump. Chris went to pass on the inside. Eric ran him all the way down into the dirt, which allowed Steele and I to get by. And then I was sitting a pretty solid second going through the green corner. Steele hung a wheel going into scoreboard, which allowed me to squeeze by. But then I lost so much momentum coming through scoreboard that Eric was able to get back by.
It was a close race. It was a ton of fun to watch. I have to imagine you're still smiling after all that. You're going to get another trophy here. And, man, 4 in a row in Legends, on the podium in Masters. This has got to be a heck of a day.
Yeah, absolutely. Great weekend. Got to thank Coyote, my parents, my wife, CKNA for putting this on. Kart Chaser, you guys, fantastic coverage. Much appreciated.
We appreciate you, Ryan. Congrats.
Thank you so much.
Standing by here with Sean Mayer, 23rd to 3rd. What a drive. Tell me about that race. And in those last couple of laps, everything just unfolded in front of you. You took advantage.
Yeah, I really got to thank Jim from Coyote, my tuner Barry, my dad. They put the setup on perfect. We were lightning fast today, and we got caught up in a wreck on Saturday, and it really got us moving today, and we were encouraged, and we thought we were going to get a top 10, and I was happy with top 5, and it kind of fell to us at the end there with Chris and Mark getting together.
And I know you thanked everybody here on site. Who'd you like to thank, that isn't here? I know your family's probably home watching right now.
Yeah, I got to thank my wife Jennifer, Lucas, and Sienna, our family. They let me go to this race, so got to thank them too.
I'm pretty sure you didn't expect to be standing here right at the end of the weekend, but you're on the podium again here at the Grand Nationals. Congrats, Sean.
Thank you.
These races are tough to win, and Mark Steele, talk about a roller coaster of emotions there in that final lap. Obviously, I can see it in your body language, your face, man. You're still having an incredible weekend. The team has been fast, and you have been fast. But walk me through what's going through your head right now.
I'll be honest, man. I blew it. I drove straight off the track. It's 100% my fault. But, hey, man, these guys are the best. It's tough to run out here with these guys all the time, and hey, I've won it twice in a row. I blew it, guys. That's it. I blew it.
You got a heck of a cheering section, Mark. You got one more race as team owner with some hot shots that could be able to get in the spotlight again. You still had an awesome performance. The brand's up front, man. I know you're defeated now, but I want you to know you got a whole lot of support system. We're just happy to see you driving after that scary moment yesterday. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good right now. The adrenaline's going, but yeah, I'm over it. It's we'll move on and try again soon. That's racing, man, right? Ups and downs.
Mark Steele, 4th across the line here. Mark, we'll let you get over to the podium, buddy. And one more.
I just want to wish all my guys in the next race good luck, guys. Go do it for me and don't blow it like I did.
There you go. Mark Steele, as you can tell, he's got a lot of cheers back here. He's hard on himself, but he did a phenomenal job driving in Masters. And again, he's got some hot shots coming up in senior medium.
So your podium finishers already rushing to the podium for their photos to raise their trophies high. We'll run a quick commercial break. Senior medium ready to close out this year's Grand Nationals after this.
Come on, man.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars!
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrackracing.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Senior medium now almost fully in position on the grid behind me. Caleb Viesca is a little bit further back. We're going to talk with a few drivers and get eventually up to the front starters here that are lined up behind me. 60 drivers will make up the Grand Final main event. We started with 101 that turned laps in qualifying and in the heat races. And after 56 transfer through points and 4 more race their way into the show this morning, the final race of CKNA Grand National 9 presented by Toyota GR Cup and Odenthal Racing Products is about to go green. Caleb, I'll send it over to you first.
I'm standing by here with Nick Zobiak. Nick, this weekend has been a rough one, to say the least, right? Looking down here at the starting order, you're starting 40th. Talk to me about your weekend. You know, why we're seeing you this far back?
Yeah, I've just been having bad luck. I got caught up in everything from crashes, wrecks, avoiding stuff, and in medium and heavy. And it's not my weekend. We qualified 11th, started really good, and had high hopes, and just couldn't make it happen. Just couldn't get the luck going.
I know it's hard to take positives out of weekends like this. What would be a successful end to the 9th edition of the Grand Nationals for you?
Honestly, just finish. I think I finished 2 heat races yesterday, and I just want to come home in one piece, and yeah.
Well, wish you the best of luck, Nick. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Chase Jones starts just a little bit further up than where we just were with Caleb, but we're right in the middle of it, dude. How are we going to be able to survive this first lap and take this Kart Republic forward?
Yeah, I mean, only hope really is just to get through lap 1 with
no carnage in front of us. But the way the heats have been going, it's just kind of hit and miss on that point. But we have the speed. Obviously, it's been proven that we can drive through the field like the first 2 heats that we had. So I'm confident myself, confident in the Kart Republic and the Rocket Engine Works engine. So yeah, we're just gonna have some fun. That's what it's gonna take.
Name of the game here in all the main events. In fact, everyone stopping over by the podiums is getting their shoes stuck with how grippy the track has been. We're now kind of towards twilight hour. Do you think we're going to slip and slide a bit, or are we still going to be stuck to the floor?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. A lot of the guys that are running double classes, right, they've had a lot more track time. The lights guys, medium went out at 11 o'clock in the morning. Now we're going out 5. So not really sure how much the track has changed, but I think we're going to run pretty much the same pace as what we have been all weekend.
There you go, Chase Jones, hoping to keep that pace going as they're going to push forward here, and we'll send it over to Caleb with some more.
Standing by here with the 80, sorry, not the 88, that's Adam Brickley, your teammate, but standing by here with Nicholas Terlecki. Nick, it's been a while since we've seen you, since you've joined us here on our coverage since November. You're in the main events, your first time here at the Grands. Tell me about this weekend for you.
Yeah, I mean, first off, I want to thank the Happy Kart team and Kinetic Racing for this opportunity to be back in the seat. I mean, this is my first time since November, so to just say alone that I made the final is, pretty huge for me. And I mean, I'm starting 31st, so I'm pretty excited, and we'll see how far I could go up the field.
And again, you're back at the track with Dad, right? After it was a rough 2024. What does that mean to you, being back at the racetrack with your dad?
Yeah, I mean, it's really emotional. Especially when his accident happened back in November, right before Vegas. Even then, when I was able to put it on P3 and KA with the biggest KA race in the whole world, and now I'm here next race, first race with him, and to just be in the final is really emotional.
Yeah, I see your dad's here with you, so wish you two the best of luck. Hopefully you can make him proud here, Nick. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Baker on the MGM rolls from the inside lane a little bit further up. We still got some go-karts to get past, man. What's going to be the secret for you here, and do you feel confident enough from any changes from warm-up? Are we keeping it the same? What do we got?
Now, man, we have some changes. Man, I hope just staying clean the first few laps and just getting laps down and try and work through the field and be there at the end.
There you go, David Baker rolling here for the 422 in the MGM, and we're going to continue to actually go just a little bit further up. Owen Lloyd. Owen, man, senior heavy, fast. Senior medium now is up. You're on the inside lane. We're towards the front. Is this one going to go a little bit easier for you? Are you expecting a big fight? Where's your head at?
Yeah, we didn't change the setup at all. Just hoping the track comes to us, honestly.
It's definitely going to be a changing racetrack from, at least if they were to compare it to their warm-up. The last time they were on the racetrack way early in the morning, and now just past 5 o'clock. Caleb.
Standing by here with Adam Brickley. Adam, your first showing here at the CKNA Grand Nationals, and you're in the main event here in senior medium. Talk to me about this weekend up to this point, and what have you thought of CKNA so far?
It's been all right. I just want to thank CKNA for putting up a great event, and it's been fun a weekend. We've had some ups, we have some downs, and I think we got the kart dialed for the final, and let's go see what it can do.
And again, talk to me about the opportunity for you this weekend to race with the Happy Kart, new operation, how it's gone for you this weekend real quick here.
The Happy Kart it's rolling. We're still trying to find some quirks and make it a little bit better, but let's see if we can go get to the front.
Sounds good. Best of luck, Adam. And engines are fired, as you can hear down on the grid. It's time to go racing in senior medium.
It's time for them to roll pretty soon here where this field, rip it for 15 laps. This is a big-time grid. 61 estimated entries per time and scoring, ready to go. And who will get the advantage up front? Dylan Munson, mind you, amongst those who performed well in the summertime to pick up a feature win in this class. Just so happens to be the driver who will lead the way. Errors like John Antonino ready to charge for the mid-pack and try and put the red machines up to the point. Speaking of drivers, with Eric Ellerskim's one of the Espionage chassis 418 ready to roll soon also. Many of these competitors, like we're seeing with James Overbeck, ready to thrive in their Coyote Precision Performance karting machines. Calvin Singh looking to find the right level of aggression when these karts come around this upcoming time by. Again, It's time for the last race of the night, the Steel Motorsports Senior Medium Class. The CKNA Grand Nationals, its 9th edition, ready to close out with a bang. And as the field makes its way through, here is how they will start. I'll tell you this, it's going to be Dylan Amundsen who will lead the way in that blue machine. Henry Wheeler alongside him on the front row. Cale Zimmerman will start row 2. Eli Warren alongside. Then you have Eli Fox and James Overbeck amongst the top 6, followed by Kelvin Zane and Owen McCarthy. Owen Lloyd starts off at 9th, row number 5. Kyle Wick rounds out your top 10. Here's Ender.
Moving on back, John Antonino, Jackson Young, a couple of rookies on the outside of the top 10 looking in. Mitchell Morrow, Peyton Worm on row 7. Adam Maxwell, Chris McKeithen already 2 checkered flags. Unfortunately, one was penalized and went back the other way, but he still had a heck of a day so far. Braden Heber, Colin Warren deep in the field, David Baker, who we spoke to, and Jerry Fandry, your top 10 rows of 60 total in senior medium. This one's going to be fun.
Yeah, you have a lot of talent in the back half of the pages too. Serves there, hearing Kyle Wick towards the back for some reason right now. Terlecki also in the mid-pack. Seville going to be starting out in the 30s, for example. Christopher Wakefield way back there. Also, a lot of fast karts. Going to have to make a lot of ground up here in this one. In the 3rd page, it's going to be even more treacherous. You're talking about potentially of drivers going up 30 we've seen in some of the classes having to go up in these 60 kart grids today.
Cade Yeager, Mason Kuhn, and Scott Clayman and Jaden Harry all transferring out of the last chance race this morning. They've got 57th, 58th, 59th, and 60th next to their names right now. How much can they improve it? For the final time this weekend, we look to Jason Burgess. And for CKNA Grand Nationals 9, Senior Medium, presented by Steel Motorsports, is green. Lots of contact. One driver well off the racetrack. Looked to be David Baker there, nearly up to our camera station in turn number 4. And they were so tightly packed through the couple of 90s to start this race that there is a huge change in the leaderboard that'll be updating when they get back around. Somehow the majority of the fields made it. We lost a couple down the hill by the grid turn in turn 3, and Dylan Amundsen is able to hold the lead from the pole for now. Big off moment there. That was Januzzi, I think. A few more going wide in the kink. Reagan Seville as well further back. But it's Amundsen to a pair of steel machines. Henry Wheeler, Eli Warren had their hearts broken. They're rooting on their team owner, Mark Steele, moments ago. Now Mark is their cheerleader, and he's got both of them well in position to fight for a race win here in senior medium. Cale Zimmerman, a much easier spot to fight from in this class compared to senior heavy from the back. He's up to 4th, Overbeck 5th. Then it's Owen McCarthy. And at the end of the main group, Buddy Antonino.
Now how about that so far for this field? Warren trying to get himself more victory opportunities here. We talked about the potential of the penalties with McKeith, and amongst those that'll be in prime position to pick up the check flag from that. Now just waiting for a chance to go with Wheeler hugging the inside. Now getting a little tiny bump. Wheeler opens up the line. Contact behind him, one of the MPGs with a hard hit.
Antonino and McCarthy colliding, and now they're going to go nearly 4 wide. Christopher McKeithen, Jackson Young trying to split the middle. Owen Lloyd in the mix. Kelvin Zing is there. Mitchell Morrow. And Zing with a send down the green corner. He'll bring Owen Lloyd alongside the Canadian. And now Lloyd with help, getting pushed on through in the green turn, makes up another spot in the 119. Up front, change quite a bit. And now Henry Wheeler, as much as he tried to follow his teammate through to the lead, Dylan Amundsen was a bit timid about going. He was alongside, and James Overbeck shoved him through and said, "We're making this past me and you on the number 0. Eli Warren leads at the end of lap 2. Penalty flag in the air. Dylan Amundsen, second to Overbeck, to Wheeler, to Zimmerman. And now a near 2-second gap back as Overbeck sends it to the inside of Amundsen in turn number 3. Wheeler, hand in the air, said, "Sorry about that, didn't mean to get into you." He'll tucked back in, as does Cale. And James Overbeck now sets his sights on Eli Warren.
Still not done yet. Wheeler yet again sends it on to Munson. This time keeps it clean. No major contact. Able to slip by. Zimmerman, you talked about him though. Able to get a good starting spot in this one. Had to charge through multiple times in the other senior classes. Started inside the top 3. Still is at least maintaining this lead pack here in that VLR kart. Just waiting to try and get something, anything back here with the lost momentum. They've got themselves a 2 to 3 second buffer over the rest of the field, this entire pack right now as they go, as there is a change with Munson now behind Zimmerman.
Cale Zimmerman, Dylan Amundsen trading the 4th spot. James Overbeck, that didn't take long. He's already closed the gap back up to Eli Warren. Was about 6/10 away last time. Furled blacks being given to multiple drivers there. Looked like the front of the second group. A warning flag from Jason Burgess saying, use your head, fellas. As Eli Warren puts another lap in the books for senior medium. 3 down, 12 to go. Overbeck and Wheeler in contention. Zimmerman and Amundsen. And the second group now with Owen Lloyd captaining the ship. They are starting to pick up their pace and close the gap to the leaders. McCarthy, Mitchell Morrow, Kelvin Zing, they're all happy to follow right now as the South Georgia karting driver watches the leaders trade second. Henry Wheeler back to P2, his teammate up front. He and James Overbeck have a storied history together. They seem to have gotten things water under the bridge, but this is a flip of the script. Overbeck's got no teammates in sight, and Henry Wheeler with a chance to just lock things out for Steel Motorsports. Eli Warren already provisionally the senior light winner, trying to go for the double in senior medium. And 4 karts are lined up there, and another 1.5 seconds still waits until you find Owen Lloyd. But we're just getting this race started here, Justin. So much time left, so much could happen, and there's still a lot happening in that big train of go-karts back there. Look at that, top of the screen. Probably about 15 of them from 9th or 10th onwards.
Now, one of the drivers I'm watching on the pylon that's been shuffled back a little bit, Colin Warren, just fell all the way down to 19th in the order. One of the drivers that's had speed in all the classes today, but hasn't been able to back up the 8 victories we've seen in the past for him. Losing a ton of ground from the first heat race with contact. Been trying to regain ground since then. Unfortunate for one of the drivers that I thought might be some of them able to join this lead pack in the later stages, but it hasn't worked out for them here in medium. All well, coming to a third of the way complete. They have now ditched Amundsen here by a sizable distance. Amundsen just is marginally losing time. Last time through was a couple tenths back of Zimmerman on pace, albeit matching the speed of the race leader Amundsen is. The problem is he doesn't have any drafting help to maintain the pull that he needs to be able to go. It's like at Daytona. You have a straggler that loses a bit of ground. You end up having a lost a bit of momentum. And guess what? You end up losing bit after bit of time until you eventually lose the full whip.
Yeah, that wasn't the best lap for Amundsen. Another 10th loss to the race leader, Eli Warren. He's in a dangerous spot. If the speed doesn't come right now, I don't know if it ever will. The only hope he's got is James Overbeck, who will not be denied. A move back to second there in turn 5 on Wheeler. That'll stack him a little. Cale Zimmerman still watching along, riding in the 4th spot. Wheeler covers low in the back hairpin. Eli Warren still the leader. Amundsen able to close back up off the back of that. Owen Lloyd's group, last time by, nowhere near the speed of the front 4. Eli Warren said he had a rocket ship earlier. It looks like it right now as Overbeck gets fed a wheel and a side pod in full from Henry Wheeler. And Cale Zimmerman takes advantage to move to 3rd. And we go back to that order of 1 and 2 for the Steel Motorsports machines. Further back with Lloyd's group, Owen McCarthy 7th, Kelvin Zing 8th, Mitchell Morrow 9th, Christopher McKeithen from 15th up to 10th, Christopher Wakefield 34th. He was up to 15th by the end of lap 2. He's up to 12th now, and you can see him top of the screen there in the black suit and the all-black front fairing and bumper combination. A little ways away from this group, but not far from it. McCarthy now to the point of it. Over Lloyd, Morrow, Zing, McKeithen closing in now in the top 10, and running times faster than the leaders. Christopher McKeithen 3/10 better than the top 3 last time by.
Yeah, that's not bad at all right now from McKeithen, but the problem is he's still got to find a way through the entire next pack, which is almost like driving through highway traffic. You have to find the right lane to go, or it's the left lane, the right lane. Maybe try and find the overpass to be able to launch over on the top like Mario Kart, something like that. But in all seriousness though, McKeithen may have the knockdown speed and has some great pull from the draft right now. It's going to require a lot of work and a lot of cooperation.
It's going to have to be perfect. Every pass needs to be timed. There needs to be a minimal time lost for Christopher McKeithen to have any hope of getting to the lead. Cale Zimmerman calming things down now, being the driver behind Henry Wheeler. Happy to follow him. Halfway in and halfway home. Dylan Amundsen with new life up to 4th as Overbeck falls to the 5th spot. McCarthy and Lloyd are now nearly 4 seconds away from the leaders. They just were able to start hitting some times that lap by that were about even to Eli Warren. So great pace early for Eli. Henry Wheeler with a little look into turn 5, realizing that they've started to slow just a hair and feeling the pressure as well from Zimmerman, who is all over him in the number 5 VLR. We mentioned Colin Warren going backwards. He's at least clawed up to 15th, but it was not an ideal start for the number 1 plate. Last year's winner from 17th on the grid went back down to the edge of the top 20. He's clawed to 15th. He's behind Will Lawler with a little room to go, but 6 seconds away from the lead. A 5-car breakaway at the halfway point in senior medium. It's James Overbeck now, the driver on the hot seat, potentially losing ground. He needs a good couple corners to stay within the draft window, close back in, remount, and bring another attack towards the front. And McCarthy continues to push along in the Prime Power Team Bureau Art behind him. Let's see if the Delta closes at all to that big second train, tailed off by Will Lawler. See, there's Warren as well, the bright yellow VLR, top of the hill, way back from the leaders. Dead even that time by. If not, the advantage goes the way of Eli Warren.
Yeah, Warren in a prime position, but Wheeler again thinking about a poke. Not going to force it too aggressively on the teammate here right now. It's too early for over-aggressive moves like that. All this is helping Overbeck remain in the draft at least. This top 5 has now been able to break away almost 4 seconds. They've doubled the gap over the course of the past 4 or 5 laps with the rest of the field. Just even with battling, that kind of showcases how quick these drivers are. The next pack, mind you, has matching times, but they just don't have the track position.
And even still, that's only matching times when it's been an off lap for Eli and Henry. When they've been on and dialed and perfectly in sync, they've been as good as anyone out on the circuit. When you check in with that second group, it's no wonder why. There's so many of them. There's a lot of urgency. Nothing yet for Henry Wheeler. He had a thought about it there. He's really measuring the difference on the straightaway, the closing rate for himself to Eli Warren. Last year, with the extended straightaway, Henry Wheeler lost this race in the final few feet to Colin Warren. But this year, taking the cut through, going back to the 2023 layout, leading to the end, isn't a bad place to be. So maybe he's seeing if it's possible at all to end up coming out of turn 18 on the last lap in second and score the win. And if not, making note and saying, okay, I don't need to lead right now, but I know towards the end I will want to. That's what's going through the mind of him, as well the rest of the top 5 thinking they've got to find a way to separate the 2 teammates up front. James Overbeck's done it already. Cale Zimmerman's had a couple chances to do it. He's been content to ride there in 3rd. This would be a phenomenal result for Cale after a weekend in his other entry in senior heavy that instantly went upside down with a mechanical failure under the lights in heat number 1. So his only shot left at getting onto the CKNA Grand Nationals podium in 2025 here in senior medium. But this is the one where the top 3 drivers will get an invite to the Toyota GR garage for a full 3-day weekend to train, just as the Toyota development drivers and factory drivers do. A huge opportunity to begin to build a relationship with one of Motorsports' biggest brands. And now, with 5 laps remaining, 3 drivers will get that ticket. 5 of them will stand on the podium. It looks like it should be a lock for them all. In terms of the hard chargers, Wakefield's gone up to 11th. He's about stalled there from 34th on the grid. Will Lawler started 25th. He got to 15th. He's still chugging. John Antonino, he was up in this group before contact between himself and McCarthy cost him time. He's 16th, and his team owner Chase Jones from 27th has tracked him down for 17th. And Henry Wheeler, all the while, every time we think about going back, he shows the nose a little bit more real estate of that Mark Steele Motorsports stealth chassis front bumper, giving us a thought that maybe he's going to go here. But again, he pulls back, tucks in line. It looks to me like Christopher McKeithen's now navigated that second group to lead it, and indeed he has. McKeithen up to 6th, Owen Lloyd into 7th, and Owen McCarthy, he'll drop all the way to 9th here at the conclusion of lap number 11. 4 to go. Eli Warren and Henry Wheeler still biding their time.
Yeah, perfectly done right now between the two of them. I think at this point, Wheeler's almost trying to take away an option, more so than take an option himself to the inside. He's just trying to make sure if Zimmerman ever thought about a move, he covers it off, but also gives himself a chance to be able to move himself to lead to keep the team control if it comes down to it here. They are triple kart tandeming, trying to push each other here at the very least. So everyone, I think, is just waiting for that 2 to go mark to be able to go. Don't want to rush it. Now there's the breakup. Zimmerman said, you know what, enough of this. I've got to break up the teammates if I want to have a chance myself here.
So what do you do if you're Dylan Amundsen? Earlier in this race, you were starting to lose touch with the leaders. Do you have enough confidence that if you make a move, you can get back to it? Zimmerman getting crossed over by Wheeler. Back to 3rd, but now Henry has a little gap to make up to the race leader in Eli Warren. 3 laps remain in CKNA Grand Nationals number 9. Steel Motorsports Senior Medium, the sponsored class. They've got 2 of their drivers with a serious shot at the race win. Eli Warren trying to double up on the day. Henry Wheeler looking to right the wrongs of last year. From inches away to the top step of the podium, Henry Wheeler now is inches away from the back bumper of his teammate. Does he want to go here? Not yet, and even Zimmerman had a look, but he thought better. There is so much grip down on the circuit after all 500 plus entries have run at least one main and down to these final 60, and now as Zimmerman sends it to the inside of the green corner, Dylan Amundsen follows him, gets to 3rd. Wheeler's going backwards. Amundsen will go through. Overbeck alongside Henry. Henry Wheeler into the dirt now. Rim riding on the curbing. And Eli Warren is left alone. His wingman shuffled back. 2 to go. This time by Cale Zimmerman. Has never won a CKNA major before, and he's into 2nd. Eli Warren had never won it in senior till today. He leads, trying to go for the double.
Got a decent bumper here, but it's almost too big with how the runs have come so far today. Zimmerman needs to get some good corner exits, try and change up his line of touch bit, get the diamond working to be able to get good exit speed. Seems to have closed up that gap down to where it needs to be with the run through the 90s through pit corner onward. Now just has to work through the horseshoe well to get onto the bumper. Now it's the choice. Where does he make the pass? If Amundsen doesn't beat him to the punch, already a quick flick to the hand and a quick signal for the push. Looks like he's going to go for the bump for now and remain patient for the next lap.
But again, Dylan Amundsen has been taking it easy, has been keeping his tires very cool, coasting, if you will, at the back of the pack. Now he's pushing, and with Zimmerman trying to push away with Eli, Amundsen I think is a bit too close for that to keep the gap up. The 136 and the 48 are still bearing down on the top 2. 1 lap to go. Eli Warren has led nearly every single one of them. And now as they go to turn number 1, Zimmerman opens up at the last second. He had a slick crossover to get a heat race win yesterday. Could he find a way to make the magic happen again with the main event win on the line? He's got pressure. Amundsen is there. Overbeck is there. Bearing down on them again is Henry Wheeler as James Overbeck gets to open up. So does Amundsen. Zimmerman trying to set something through the horseshoe. Final time to turn 6 and 7 on the weekend. Eli Warren covering every single opportunity.
Doing a good job on defense right now. Again, looks over the shoulder. Munson doing the same. Now the push for Zimmerman. Will he go hard to the right to defend for green corner? Yes, he will. Zimmerman tries the diamond. Aggressive cut. Does get alongside. Wheel to wheel. They go to scoreboard. Zimmerman hugs the preferred line. Amundsen falls and pushes him through. Eli Warren gets dropped back to 4th.
Now to 5th. What a move. Cale Zimmerman at the last second opened his hands, set it up, pulled it off beautifully. 2 turns to go. Amundsen with pressure from Wheeler, and he goes around. Contact between them for 2nd. Overbeck moves to 2nd, but Cale Zimmerman is finally a Grand Nationals champion. Cale Zimmerman wins it in spectacular fashion on the biggest stage and the biggest entry list of CKNA Grands 9. A new hero is christened here in Newcastle. Eli Warren with a sign of respect for the move, and he did it clean amongst all the chaos and carnage on the weekend. A breath of fresh air to watch a finish like that for the win. There was contact, of course, for 2nd.
Perfect cut down to be able to get alongside coming out of green corner. Knew that Warren was going to hug the inside. Opened up the wheel, got the kart to rotate, got alongside, kept the preferred move, and got the help from Amundsen to make sure he kept the spot. By the exit of scoreboard, what a day for the 505. He is ecstatic and will make his way over to the podium with the rest of the top 5, a part of the celebration. That top 5 controlled things by more than 5 seconds, by the way, amongst the top 5. They just were able to dictate the tempo and the pace. So in they will roll for the celebration. Again, Zimmerman gets the win over Overbeck, Eli Warren, Wheeler, and Amundsen. They all join in to the pit lane.
So proud of you.
You did it, Dad.
You did it, man. You did it. I'm so proud of you.
Where's Miranda, dude? Oh, I'm sorry.
Cale.
It's like a mess.
We'll let you continue to celebrate here. But 2025 has been so good for this kid. He crowned himself King of the North here at CKNA, won the North Championship.
Wow, what a job.
I don't that cool with you, man.
I love you. Good job. Hell of a job.
Can I see what it means to you? And at the start of the weekend, I'm pretty sure you had no idea that you'd be standing as...
I'm sorry, guys.
Good job, man. Good job. You deserve it.
What does this mean to you, Cale?
Dude, I don't believe it. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to cry again. My friend Josh, 2 weeks ago, used to race with us. He died in a car accident. And I kind of manifested this. And before the race, I wasn't nervous at all. I had to put it all on the line for him. I really can't believe it, and I just want to thank everybody under the tent and who's always supported me, especially my parents, Nick Sobiak, Dan Sobiak, all of them, Miranda, Jeff Shaw. I can't believe it. And then for Zeke Height and that family, thank you for everything, and I hope you guys beat cancer, seriously.
I tell you what, Cale, I'm pretty sure Josh is smiling from up above as you cross at the number 1 plate. You're a Grand National Champion in 2025, Cale. Enjoy it.
Thank you, Caleb.
A sign of sportsmanship here as James Overbeck congratulates Cale Zimmerman. James knows what it means to win this race. Unfortunately, once again today, James, you end up just 1 spot shy wild one. When you play that race back, anything you feel like you could have done different?
Yeah, I don't know. It's so hard to tell. I was struggling there for most of the race to even stay up there. I maybe could have been more aggressive early to try and get to the lead, maybe send a pass on Eli, but yeah, it definitely sucks. Come up second once again at this race in medium. Medium's one that I've wanted to win for a while, but still can't thank these Coyote and Rocket Engine Works guys enough for giving me the power and the equipment to go do it. Super proud of Cale, though. I've been racing him since Cadet, and it's so awesome to see him get a win. And it's even cooler the late passing of Josh Feeney. It was actually the first time I really raced Cale and Josh. It was at a CKNA race in Norway, and Cale won, I finished second, and Josh finished third. So it's kind of cool that we went 1-2 the race after he passed away. So shout out to Josh, shout out to Jay and their whole family. But yeah, sucks to come up one spot short again, but congrats to Cale. He deserves it.
Of course, our hearts go out to the Fame family, and yeah, it sounds like you guys had a little bit extra riding to help get you to the top 2 steps. Congrats, James.
Thank you.
James Overbeck, second in senior medium.
Standing by here with Eli Warren. Eli, it was so close to doing the double here on Sunday. Talk to me about those last couple laps.
Yeah, I mean, I got to the lead pretty early. I led most of the race. I just started pushing too hard, cooked the fronts, so it kind of messed me up the last 5 laps. Once we got to 2 to go, I kind of knew. We had a gap with 2 to go. I think me and Cale told me to go, so I went. Obviously, last lap I blocked. Just got over-undered in one corner. He got me. I tried to go around the outside and scoreboard. I knew Dylan was on my inside. Cale was ahead of him. I just tried something. Tried to go around the outside, hoping he would like park on the apex or something crazy. Didn't work. And then Dylan and Henry got together, got me third. Obviously, I'm super happy for Cale. He deserves it. He's a hard worker. He's good kid, not dirty. It was a clean race, really clean race. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I mean, first and third on the weekend, it's really, really good. Obviously, thank you to everybody that supports me. We'll try to do it again in a month in Vegas.
And again, I want to, you never really got to get the spotlight after winning in senior light, but it's been, a couple of years of bad luck for you. This year, it seems like a breath of fresh air, right, heading into 2026.
Oh, yeah, it was great. I mean, I kind of just went into this weekend with the mentality, just always be passing, always go forward, and I did that. We had a really fast go-kart. In my opinion, we were the fastest go-kart. We might not have been fastest all session, purple every session, but I feel like we had the fastest overall go-kart. Obviously, leading is hard. You're the first one that goes over the stuff that gets put onto the track. But I just felt like I wanted to be in the lead that time. So yeah, it's Briggs racing. You can lead every lap, and then stuff like that happens. I'm not mad about it. It was a really clean race. I'm really happy for Cale, and for 2026 we'll move on. Hopefully I can double it up next year.
Well, there you guys have from Eli Warren, third in senior medium.
Henry Wheeler ends up fourth with the checkered flag flying. Henry, we were just playing that one back as well for you. A lot of speed. You and Eli worked together really good, and you guys were able to make it a 5-car breakaway at the end. Talk to me about the last few laps from your point of view.
Yeah, I mean, me and Eli were quick. I knew I still had a little bit of pace, so I just was kind of blocking a little bit for him, and then Cale eventually got tired of it. I knew he would eventually. He went by me, and Dylan went by me. James just kind of hit Dylan a little bit, and then just didn't really leave me any room. But whatever. I mean, it happens. And it took me a few laps to catch back up. Got there at the end, and just going through the last corner, going onto the straightaway. I just had a nose on Dylan, and he didn't quite know I was there. So it just happens, and we fell back a little bit. But I think I was honestly one of the quickest. I don't want to say the quickest, but I think I was really good out of these top 5. And my go-kart was on rails. Motor was really good. But just sometimes you know when.
That's how it goes. Again, your team owner knows it as well, right, as you were watching on the fence line. But still, heck of a performance for both of you guys. Congrats on P4.
Thank you, Kate Xander.
Standing by here with Dylan Amundsen. We were talking earlier on the weekend, the dream of becoming a Grand National Champion for the first time. Sadly, going to have to wait another year. Dylan, tell me about it.
I felt like the go-kart was a little loose from the start, so I kind of was just trying to hold on as long as I can. I think they saw that was a little weakness, so they went by, which was fine. I was just hanging around in fourth, really just trying to sit there waiting for somebody to make a move. Then I saw Cale start making moves, so I just started going with him every time he went. Whenever he went for the lead, I pushed him by, and I was trying to hopefully we went 1-2 either way. And I blocked into the shark fin, and I think Wheeler didn't block, and he had a better run coming out. and I thought I cleared him by the time I was going to the left, and he was still there, and he just got into the back of me, and just that's what happened. So.
And again, you've had a lot of highlights this year, right? On your first year back with Pole in April, with MGM, you won over at the Summer Nationals. How would you wrap up your first year back with MGM? How would you wrap up 2025?
It was a good year overall. We've been fast and medium every race we've been to so far, so it's just been a good year.
Well, thank you, Dylan. I wish you better luck next year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, to sign things off here as we have our senior medium podium ceremonies underway, our last of the 9 main events. Greg Jasperson, another Grand Nationals in the books, another huge turnout. We've made it. Sun's still up here on Sunday, which is another good sign. And I'm sure it was cool to get to watch the race for the win, the pass for the win, a clean one to end the day. Talk to me about Grand Nats 9.
Yeah, I mean, this was another amazing race. Thank you to the staff and everybody that puts this on. This is a grind, and we do it because we love it. And you get a little down on yourself. We had a rough day. We had a few errors on the first day, just some processing and just some internal stuff. And every racer out here shook my hand, thanked me for what we do, and that's what it's about, and that's why we do it.
It's a heck of a team, of course. Who all would you like to thank for every bit this weekend here, because there's so many pieces, even on your team and outside of it, that make it all happen?
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, obviously the staff. I mean, without them, none of this works. The sponsors always are a big help. I'm not going to go through all of them, but the addition of GR Cup this year, still a helmet's given us 25 helmets to give away. It's super impressive to see all these big companies coming on board. ORP calls up again. So, I mean, just all the sponsors are really what make this work, and not just because of what they give us or our racers, but I mean, when we need help, they call, they help us, they'll give us people, they'll give us whatever we need. So, and finally the racers. I mean, the racers are what make this event. This has become more than just a race. People want to be here. They hang out at night. They have fun. This is a 4 or 5 day event that people look forward to, and it's humbling to be somebody who helped put this together over the years. Obviously I've had a lot of help over the years, but it's very humbling that people make such a big part of their year over the little go-kart race we run.
How about that? Congrats on another year in the books, Greg.
Thanks, buddy. Thank you guys for being here as well.
Thank you. Guys, we'll sign things off. Justin, I'll send it up to you. We're almost out of here. On-track stuff's concluded as we get ready to send things off from CKNA Grand Nationals number 9.
Thank you very much, Sander. It's been a thrill, to say the very least, to be here throughout this entire weekend. We've been happy to have you with us here from Newcastle Motorsports Park for CKNA Grand Nationals number 9. On that note, for Xander Clements, for Cale Viesca, for Nate Dean, who was a part of our practice coverage earlier, for everybody here at Kart Chaser, it's time to recap how things look from the sunlight early on in the day all the way through to the chills and spills throughout the day. We'll see you next time here on Kart Chaser.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.